Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Third Victim by Lisa Gardner, narrated by C.J. Critt, including an interview with the author. This work is copyrighted 2001 by Lisa Baumgartner. This recording is copyrighted 2001 by Recorded Books. New York Times best-selling author Lisa Gardner sold her first novel when she was 20 years old. In 1993, she graduated magna cum laude from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in international relations. This popular author took a moment recently to talk with the Recorded Book studio about her writing. You'll find that interview on the final cassette or disc. An unspeakable act has ripped apart the idyllic town of Bakersville, Oregon, and its once peaceful residents are demanding quick justice. But though a boy has confessed to the horrific crime, evidence shows he may not be guilty. This is Officer Rainie Connor's first homicide investigation, and she is at the center of the controversy. And now, the third victim.
Chapter 1. Tuesday, May 15th, 1:25 p.m. Officer Lorraine Connor was sitting in a red vinyl booth at Martha's Diner, picking at her tuna salad and listening to Frank and Doug gossip when the call first came in. She was sitting alone in the booth, eating salad because she just turned 31 and was beginning to notice that the pounds didn't magically melt away the way they had when she was 21, or hell, even 27. She could still run a 6-minute mile and slip into a size 8. But 31 was fundamentally different from 30. She spent more time arranging her long chestnut hair to earn those second glances, and for lunches, she traded in cheeseburgers for tuna salad, 5 days a week. Rainie's partner that day was 22-year-old volunteer police officer Charles Cunningham, a.k.a. Chucky. Known in the lingo of the tiny police department of Bakersville, Oregon, as a green rookie, Chucky hadn't yet gone to the 9-month-long training school. That meant he was allowed to look, but not touch. Full authority would come when he completed the required academy courses and received his certificate. In the meantime, he got to gain experience by going on patrols and writing up reports. He also got to wear the standard tan uniform and carry a gun. Chucky was a pretty happy guy. Before the call came in, he was up at the lunch counter trying to work some magic on a leggy blonde waitress named Cindy. He had his chest puffed out, his knee crooked forward, and his hand resting lightly on his sidearm. Cindy, on the other hand, was trying to serve up slices of Martha's homemade blueberry pie to 6 farmers at once. One cantankerous old man muttered at the rookie to get out of the way. Chucky grinned harder. In the booth behind Rainie, retired dairymen Doug Atkins and Frank Winslow started placing their bets. $10 says she caves, Doug announced, slapping a crumpled bill on the pink Formica table. 20 says she dumps a glass of ice water over Romeo's head, Frank countered, reaching for his wallet. I know for a fact that Cindy would rather earn good tips than Clark Gable's heart. Rainie gave up on her salad and turned around to face the 2 men. It was a slow afternoon, and she had nothing better to do with her time, so she said, I'll take a piece of that. Hello there, Rainie. Frank and Doug, friends for nearly 50 years, smiled as a single unit. Frank had bluer eyes in his sun-weathered face, but Doug had more hair. Both men wore red-checked Western shirts with pearl snaps, their official dress shirts for an afternoon spent out on the town. In the winter, they topped their shirts with brown suede blazers and cream-colored cowboy hats. Rainie once accused them of trying to impersonate the Marlboro Man. At their ages, they took that as a compliment. Slow day? Doug asked. Slow month. It's May. The sun is out. Everyone is too damn happy to fight. No juicy domestic disputes? Not even a quibble over whose dog is depositing what souvenirs in whose yard. If this good weather continues, I'm going to be out of a job. A beautiful woman like you doesn't need a job, Frank said. You need a man. Yeah? And after 30 seconds, what would I do? Frank and Doug chortled. Rainie winked. She liked Frank and Doug. Every Tuesday for as long as she could remember, she would find them sitting at that booth in this diner at precisely 1 p.m. The sun rose, the sun set. Frank and Doug ate Martha's Tuesday meatloaf special. It worked. Now Rainie tossed $10 into the pot in Chucky's favor. She'd seen the young Don Juan in action before, and Bakersville's young ladies simply loved his dimpled smile. So what do you think of the new volunteer? Doug asked, jerking his head toward the lunch counter. What's there to think? Writing traffic tickets isn't brain surgery. Heard you two had a little encounter with the German Shepherd last week, Frank said. Rainie grimaced. Rabies. Damn fine animal, too. Did he really charge Romeo? All 90 pounds. We heard Chucky 'bout peed his pants. I don't think Chucky likes dogs. Walt said you took the shepherd out. Clean shot to the head. That's why they pay me the big bucks, so I can counsel drunks and shoot household pets. Come on, Rainie. Walt said it was a tough shot. Those dogs move fast. Chucky indebted to you now? Rainie eyed the rookie, still puffed up like a rooster at the lunch counter. She said, I think Chucky's scared shitless of me now. Frank and Doug laughed again. Then Frank leaned forward, a gleam in his old blue eyes as he started fishing for real gossip. Shep must like having more help, he said meaningfully. Rainie eyed the bait, then refused the offer. All sheriffs like getting people willing to work for free, she said neutrally. It was true enough. Bakersville's modest budget allowed for only one full-time sheriff and 2 full-time officers, Rainie and Luke Hayes. The other 6 patrolmen were strictly volunteers. They not only donated their time for free, but they paid for their own training, uniforms, vests, and guns. Lots of small towns used this system. After all, the majority of calls dealt with domestic disputes and crimes against property. Nothing a few good people with level heads couldn't handle. I hear Shep is cutting back his hours, Doug prompted. I don't keep track. Come on, Rainie. Everyone knows Shep and Sandy are having their differences. Is he working on patching things up? Getting more comfortable with his wife having a job? I just write up civil incidents, Frank. No spying for the taxpayers here. Oh, give us a hint. We're going to the barber shop next, you know. Walt gives free haircuts if you provide fresh news. Rainie rolled her eyes. Walt already knows more than I do. Who do you think we call for information? Walt does know everything, Frank grumbled. Maybe we should open up a barber shop. Hell, any kind of moron ought to be able to cut hair. Rainie looked down at the 2 men's hands, twisted from a lifetime of hard work and swollen by a decade of arthritis. I'd come in, she said bravely. See there, Doug? We could also pick up chicks. Doug was impressed. He began contemplating the details, and Rainie decided it was time to exit stage right. She swiveled back around in her booth with a parting smile, then glanced at her watch. 1:30 p.m. No calls coming in, no reports from the morning to be written up. An unusually slow morning in an already slow town. She looked at Chucky, whose cheeks had to be aching from that smile. "Wrap it up, rookie," she muttered, and drummed her fingertips restlessly. Unlike Charles Cunningham, Rainie had never planned on becoming a cop. When she graduated from Bakersville High School, her first thought had been to get the hell out of Dairyland. She'd had 18 years of claustrophobia building up inside her and no family left to keep her chained. Freedom. That's what she needed. No more ghosts, or so she'd thought. Rainie had boarded the first bus to Portland, where she'd enrolled at Portland State University and studied psychology. She'd liked her classes. She'd liked the young city brimming with cooking schools and art institutes and alternative lifestyles. She'd gotten involved in a heady affair with a 34-year-old assistant district attorney who'd driven a Porsche. Nights spent taking over the wheel of the high-performance vehicle with all the windows rolled down, putting the pedal to the metal and streaking up the sharp corners of Skyline Boulevard with the wind in her hair. Climbing higher, 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 pushing harder, 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 searching for something. Then, when they finally crested the top of the hill, the city spreading out like a blanket of stars, pulling over and stripping off clothes as they furiously fucked amid gear shifts and bucket seats. Later, Howie would drive Rainie home, where she'd pop open a six-pack of beer alone, though she of all people knew better. Rainie glanced at her watch again. "Come on, Chucky. It's not like Cindy's going anywhere." The radio on Rainie's belt crackled to life. Finally, she thought with genuine relief, some action. 1515, calling 15. Rainie picked up the radio, already sliding out of the booth. 15 here, go ahead. "We have a report of an incident at the K-8 school. Wait, hang on." Rainie frowned. She could hear noises in the background, as if dispatch had her own radio up very high or a phone next to the radio receiver. Rainie heard static and shouts. Then she heard 4 distinct popping sounds. Gunshots. What the hell? Rainie strode toward Chuck, turning him around just as dispatch came on again. For the first time in 8 years, Linda Ames sounded frazzled. All units. Reports of gunfire from Bakersville's K-8. Reports, blood loss. Blood in the halls. Calling 60. Walt, bring the damn ambulance. I'm securing Channel 3. I think it's a school shooting. Oh my God, we're having a school shooting. Rainie got Chuck out of the diner. He looked pale and shocked. She waited to feel something but came up empty. There was a faint ringing in her ears. She ignored it as she slid into the old police sedan, buckled up, and reached automatically for the sirens. "I don't understand," Chucky murmured. "A school shooting? We don't have school shootings." "Keep the radio on Channel 3. That's the designated channel, and all information will pass through there." Rainie slammed the car into gear and pulled out. They were on Main Street, a good 15 minutes away from Bakersville's K-8. And Rainie knew that a lot could happen in 15 minutes. "We can't be having a school shooting," Chucky continued babbling. "Hell, we don't even have gangs, or drugs, or homicides, for that matter. Dispatch must be confused." "Yeah," Rainie said quietly, though the ringing was growing in her ears. It had been years since she'd heard that sound. Years since she'd been a little girl, coming home from school and knowing from the first step into the doorway, the first note of foreboding in her eardrums, that her mother was already drunk and this was going to be bad. "You're a cop now, Rainie. You're in control." Suddenly, she desperately needed to hold a bottle of beer. The radio crackled again. Sheriff Shep O'Grady's voice came on as Rainie cleared the first light on Main Street. 1515, what is your position?" 12 minutes out, Rainie responded, weaving sharply around one double-parked car and barely squeaking by the next. 1-5, switch to Channel 4. Rainie looked at Chucky. The rookie made the switch to the private channel. Shep's voice returned. He didn't sound as calm anymore. Rainie, you gotta get here faster. We were at Martha's. I'm coming as fast as I can. You? 6 minutes out. Too damn far. Linda sent the rest of the officers scrambling, but most gotta run home for their vests and sidearms. Nearest county officer is probably 20 minutes away, and state a good 30 to 40 minutes, if this really is a major incident. His voice trailed off. Then he said abruptly, Rainie, you need to be the primary. I can't be the primary. I don't have any experience. Rainie glanced at Chuck, who appeared equally confused. The sheriff was always the primary on the case. That was procedure. You have more experience than anyone else, Shep was saying. My mother doesn't count. Rainie, I'm not sure what's really going down at the school, but if it's a shooting, my kids are there, Rainie. You can't ask me not to think about my children. Rainie fell silent. After 8 years of working with Shep, she knew his 2 children as well as a favorite niece and nephew. 8-year-old Becky was horse crazy. 13-year-old Danny loved to spend free afternoons at the tiny police station. Once, Rainie had given the boy a plastic sheriff's star. He'd worn it for nearly 6 months and demanded to sit beside Rainie whenever she came over to dinner. They were great kids. 2 great kids in a building filled with 250 other great kids, not one above the age of 14. Not in Bakersville. Chucky was right. These things couldn't be happening in Bakersville. Rainie said quietly, I'll be the primary. Thanks, Rainie. Knew I could count on you. The radio clicked off. Rainie hit another red light and had to tap the brakes to slow. Fortunately, cross-traffic saw her coming and halted right away. She was vaguely aware of the other drivers' concerned expressions. Police sirens on Main Street? You never heard police sirens on Main Street. They still had a good 10-minute drive, and now she was genuinely concerned that might be too long, too late. 250 little kids. Turn back to Channel 3, she told Chucky. Order the medics docked. But there's a report of blood. Medics are docked until the scene is secured. That's the drill. Chuck did as he was told. Get dispatch on. Request full backup. I'm sure the state and county boys have heard, and I don't want there to be any confusion. We'll take all the help we can get. She paused, sifting through her memory to classes taken 8 years ago in a musty classroom in Salem, Oregon, where she had been the only woman among 30 men. Full-scale mobilization. Procedure for possible large-scale casualties. Things that had seemed strange to be studying at the time. Ask local hospitals to be on alert, she murmured. Tell the medics to contact the local blood bank in case they need to boost supply. Linda needs to request SWAT coverage. Oh, and tell the state crime scene unit to be ready to roll, just in case. Dispatch returned before Chucky could pick up the radio. Linda sounded shrill. We have calls of shots still being fired. No information on shooter. No information on casualties. We have reports of a man in black at the scene. Shooter may be in the area. Proceed with caution. Please, please proceed with caution. A man? Chuck said hoarsely. I thought it would be a student. It's always a student. Rainie finally hit the rural highway on the edge of downtown and opened the car up to 80 miles per hour. They were on their way now. 7 minutes and counting. Chuck picked up the radio and ran through the list of orders. Rainie started thinking of the other communities and schools she'd seen in the news without completely understanding. Even Springfield, Oregon, had seemed far away. It was a city, and everyone knew cities had their problems. That's why people moved to Bakersville. Nothing bad was ever supposed to happen here. But you already knew better, didn't you, Rainie? You of all people should have known. Chucky was done with the radio. Now his lips moved in silent prayer. Rainie had to look away. "I'm coming," she murmured to the children she could see clearly in her mind. "I'm coming as fast as I can." On Tuesday afternoon, Sandy O'Grady was trying hard to get some market research reports done and was failing miserably. Sitting in a small corner office, a former bedroom of a converted Victorian home, she spent more time gazing out the window than at the stack of reports piled high on her scarred oak desk. The day was beautiful, not a cloud in sight. A true rarity in a state with so much rain that the locals affectionately referred to it as liquid sunshine. The temperature was mild, too. Not as cool as it could be in spring, but not so warm that it started pulling in all the tourists and spoiling the mood. The day was perfect, a rare treat for all of Bakersville's citizens, who endured all the other days, too. The rainy autumns, the icy winters, the mudslides that sometimes close the mountain passes, and the spring floods that threatened to destroy all the fertile fields. One good day out of 100, her daddy would have noted ironically. But he would have been the first to say it was enough. Sandra had lived in Bakersville all her life, and there was no other place she'd want to raise her family. Nestled between Oregon's coastal range on the east and the Pacific Ocean on the west, the valley boasted lush, rolling hills, dotted by black and white Holsteins and ringed by towering green mountains. The dairy cows outnumbered the people 2-to-1. The family farm still endured as a way of life. People knew one another and took part in their neighbors' lives. There were beaches for summer fun and hiking paths for fall glory. For dinner, you could have freshly caught crab, followed by a bowl of freshly picked strawberries, topped off with freshly made cream. Not at all a bad life. In the end, the only complaint Sandra had ever heard about her community was the weather. The endlessly gray winters, the thick pea soup fog that seemed to weigh some folks down. Sandy, however, even loved the gray, misty mornings when the mountains barely peeked over their flannel shrouds and the world was wrapped in silence. When she and Shep had been newlyweds, they would go on walks in the early morning hours, before he had to report for duty. They'd layer up in barn coats and black rubber boots and wade through dew-heavy fields, feeling the fog like a silky caress against their cheeks. Once, when Sandy was 4 months pregnant and her hormones were raging out of control, they'd made love in the mist, rolling beneath an old oak tree and soaking themselves to the bone. Shep had looked at her with such awe and wonder, and she had wrapped her arms tight around his lean waist, listening to his fast-beating heart and daydreaming about the child growing in her belly. Would it be a boy or a girl? Would it have her curly blonde hair or Shep's thick brown locks? How would it feel to have a tiny life nursing at her breast? It had been a magic moment. Unfortunately, their marriage had not seen many of those since. A knock at her door. Sandy pulled her gaze guiltily from the window and saw her boss, Mitchell Adams, leaning against the old bullseye molding. He had his ankles crossed and his hands thrust deep into the pants pockets of a $3,000 charcoal-colored suit. Dark hair just brushed his collar in the back, and his lean cheeks were freshly shaved. Mitchell Adams was one of those men who always looked good, whether he wore Armani or LL Bean. Shep had hated him on sight. "How are those reports coming?" Mitch asked. In spite of Shep's concern, Mitchell was 100% business. He hadn't hired Sandy because she remained lithe and beautiful even at 40. He had hired her because he'd realized that the former homecoming queen had a brain in her head and a need to succeed. When Sandy had tried explaining this to Shep, he simply hated Mitchell more. "The meeting with Walmart is tomorrow," Mitch was saying. "If we're really going to convince them to move into our town, we have to have our numbers in order." "So I'd better get the numbers in order." "How far along are you?" She hesitated. "I'm getting there." Code, for she hadn't gotten a damn thing done. Code, for she'd had another big fight with Shep last night. Code, for she'd be staying late to get the reports done, and that would generate yet another argument with her husband, and she didn't feel as if she could win any more. But she was too Catholic to do anything different, and so was Shep. They just kept going around and around, and now Becky was spending all her time sequestered in her room with an army of stuffed animals she believed could talk, while Danny spent more and more time playing on the internet in the school's computer room. He'd told Sandy that he was earning extra credit from Miss Avalon, but both Sandy and Shep suspected that their son didn't want to come home anymore. Then last month, there had been the incident with the lockers. Sandy was unconsciously rubbing her temples. Mitchell took a small step into the room, then caught himself and moved back. "By tomorrow morning," he said quietly. "Absolutely. First thing in the morning. I know how important the meeting is." He finally nodded, though Sandy could tell he wasn't satisfied. She didn't know what else she could say. That was her life these days. No one was completely satisfied. Not her boss, her husband, or her kids. She kept telling herself that if she could just hang in there a little longer, things would work out. The meeting with Walmart was something they'd been working on for 9 months. Keeping late hours, burning the midnight oil. But if it went well, a lot of money would be pouring in. The commercial real estate company could finally hire more employees. Sandy would probably take home a nice-sized bonus. Shep might finally notice she had real abilities and ambitions, just like him. 1:45 p.m. Sandy got up and closed the blinds on her window, hoping that would help her focus. She poured herself a glass of water, picked up a pen, and prepared to get serious. She just started reviewing the market data when the phone at her elbow rang. She picked it up absently, one half of her mind still processing numbers. She wasn't prepared for what she heard. Lucy Talbot sounded hysterical. "Sandy! Sandy! Oh, thank God I reached you. There's been a shooting at the school. Some man, they claim he's run away. I heard it on the radio. There's blood in the halls. Students, faculty, I don't know who. People are running in from everywhere. You gotta get there quick." Sandy didn't remember hanging up or grabbing her purse or yelling to Mitchell that she had to go. What she remembered was running. She had to get to the school. She had to get to Danny and Becky. And she remembered thinking for the first time in a long time that she was glad Shep O'Grady was her husband. Their children needed him. Chapter 2. Tuesday, May 15th, 1:52 p.m. Bakersville's K-8 looked like a scene out of Bedlam. As Rainie came to a screeching halt half a block away from the sprawling one-story building, she saw parents running frantically across the parking lot, while children wandered the fenced-in schoolyard, crying hysterically. Fire alarms were ringing. Walt's 1965 ambulance siren as well, damn him. More cars came careening dangerously around the residential streets, probably parents called from work. "Damn," Rainie muttered. "Damn, damn, damn." She could see teachers gathering up their charges into small groups. A man in a suit, maybe Principal van der Zanden, Rainie had only met him once, took up a post by the flagpole and seemed to be trying to organize the chaos. He wasn't having much luck. Too many parents were running from group to group trying to find their children. Too many children were circling aimlessly in search of parents. A young boy with blood-soaked jeans staggered away from the whirling madness and collapsed on the sidewalk. No one seemed to notice. Rainie jumped out of her car and ran. Cunningham was right behind her. As they cut through the sea of people pushing toward the school's glass front doors, Rainie spotted Shep's patrol car, strategically parked to block off the west entrance of the parking lot. The sheriff himself, however, wasn't in sight. The front doors had been thrust wide open. Rainie could just make out Bakersville's 2 volunteer EMTs, Walt and Emery, hunched down at the end of the wide hallway, where they were already ministering to a victim. "Damn it," she swore again. The 2 men had no business being in the building before it had been secured. A parent came running up, heading straight for the open doors. Rainie grabbed his arm just as he tried to push by, and she shoved him back forcefully. "My kid," he started. "Into the parking lot," she yelled. "No one enters the building. Hey, you there in the suit, come here." Rainie snagged the younger man in mid-run. He had a look of authority about him, his olive suit nicely tailored and his black shoes freshly polished. He was frowning at Rainie, clearly anxious and in a hurry. "Are you from the school? What's your name?" Rainie demanded. Richard Mann. I'm the school counselor, and I need to get to the students. We've had some injuries." "Do you know what happened in there?" "There were shots. Then the fire alarm sounded. Then everyone was running. One minute I was in my office doing some paperwork. The next minute it was chaos." "Did you see who was shooting?" "No, but someone said they saw a man run out the west side doors. I don't know." "What about the students? Is everyone out?" "We followed basic evacuation procedure," Richard Mann replied automatically. Then his face fell. He lowered his voice so only Rainie could hear. 2 teachers said they saw some students down in the halls. They had to attend to their own classes, though, so they didn't feel they could stop, and they didn't want their kids to notice. I've also seen some wounded children out here. I tried to grab the EMTs, but they were already heading into the building." "Do you have any medical training?" "I learned CPR from the Y." "Good enough. Here's what you're going to do. Form a first aid station on the school lawn. Gather up all the injured kids. I just saw a boy collapse by the sidewalk, so you need to send someone over there. Then ask among the parents. There's got to be other people here who have some sort of training. CPR, animal husbandry, camping, first aid, I don't care. Have them assist the kids and hold the fort the best they can." Walt looks to have his hands full inside, and we probably have another good 10 or 15 minutes before Cabot County's ambulance arrives. "I'll do my best. It's just so hard to be heard above the noise." Rainie pointed a finger at Shep's patrol car. "See that? In the back seat is a bullhorn. Knock yourself out. Now, once you get a first aid area set up, I have another job for you. Are you listening?" The young counselor nodded intently. His face was pale, and his upper lip was beaded with sweat, but he seemed to be paying attention. "See all the people clogging the parking lot?" she said. "We need them all moved across the street. Tell the teachers to line up their classes and conduct a head count. When they're done, they can match up students with parents. But everyone except the wounded clears this parking lot for safety reasons, okay? And nobody goes home until they've been dismissed by the police. Got it?" "I'll try." "Did you see Sheriff O'Grady?" "He ran into the building. I think he was looking for his kids." Richard Mann took off for Shep's car. Rainie eyed the sprawling white school building, which she gathered was still unsecured, then looked at her rookie, who was nervously stroking his gun. Rainie took a deep breath. She had only classroom training in these things, and that had been years ago. But she didn't have any other choices. Walt and Emery were already in the school. Shep, too. She and Chucky might as well join the fray. She turned to him. "Walk right behind me, Chucky. Eyes open. Hands off your gun. Walt's acting without authority, but he still doesn't deserve to be shot." Chucky nodded dutifully. "There are just 3 things to remember at a crime scene. Don't touch a thing. Don't touch a damn thing. Don't touch a goddamn thing, okay?" Chucky nodded again. Rainie glanced at her watch. 1:57 p.m. The parking lot was still a mess, and it was hard to think over the din of sirens and crying children. It was hard to look too closely because now she was noticing the red spots on the sidewalk, the unmistakable trail of blood from the school into the yard, the injured children fleeing for their lives. And the others? The ones Richard Mann said the other teachers had seen? Rainie couldn't think about that yet. She had her Glock in her right hand and her backup .22 holstered at her ankle. She hoped that was enough. She gave Cunningham a reassuring nod and entered the building with her walkie-talkie in her left hand. The noise was louder in the building, the long hallways funneling the relentlessly pinging fire alarm and raining the sound down upon their heads. "Dispatch!" Rainie yelled into her walkie-talkie. 1-5 calling dispatch. Linda, come in. Dispatch to 1-5. Get me Hank on the wire. I need to know how to turn off the damn fire alarms. Okay. One moment. Rainie and Chucky paused in the front lobby, wincing against the steadily increasing noise. Ahead of them, the main hallway was surprisingly clean. No backpacks scattered, no books thrown across the vast white-tiled floor. To the right loomed the admissions office, where the glass windows were covered with pastel cutouts of paper flowers and the cheery word, "Welcome." Rainie still didn't see any signs of violence. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Rainie held it up against her ear to catch Linda's instructions. Inside the main office, a master panel. Rainie eyed the closed door. No telling what was on the other side. And impossible to hear. That was the whole problem. She motioned Chucky to the side. No time like the present. Ducking low, leading with her gun, kicking open the door and rolling inside. Coming up, nothing. Nothing. Office secured. She crossed to the main control panel, and a second later the fire alarms abruptly broke off. Chucky blinked sharply. The silence was stunning after the noise. Stunning and eerie. That's better, Chucky said after a moment, working on sounding confident when his face had turned the color of parchment. Major learning from Columbine, Rainie muttered. The fire alarms obscured all sound, made it impossible for the SWAT team to pinpoint where the shooters were in the building. "You've been trained in school shootings?" Chucky asked hopefully. "No. I read Time magazine." Rainie jerked her head. "Come on. Keep your head on straight. Use your ears. You'll be okay." They returned to the main hall, both of them holding their sidearms and moving gingerly. After the office, rows of blue lockers began. The doors closed. The shooting must have happened after all the students were back in class after lunch, Rainie decided. She wondered if that was significant. Then she wondered what she would find in the classrooms. She noticed a few misshapen slugs on the floor as they moved farther in. Probably stray shots from the main area of incident, or maybe debris kicked into this area when people stampeded out. She stepped carefully around all the objects, though she had no illusion about the situation in front of her. An officer's first priority when approaching any crime scene was to preserve human life. The second objective was to apprehend the perpetrator, if still in the vicinity, and secure the scene. Third was to detain witnesses and protect the evidence, for it was always the officer's job to look beyond the tragedy of the moment. In the days to come, the people of Bakersville would be clamoring for answers. They would want reconstructions of the day. Who did what to whom? What had gone wrong? Who was to blame? Rainie already knew that those questions wouldn't be easily answered. The school was located in a residential area, and too many civilians had beaten officers to the building. Between them, the EMTs, and the students, the hallway was contaminated. And now here were Rainie and Chucky, two armed and inexperienced officers at their first major crime scene. She was in trouble before she started, and she still had no choice but to continue. Rainie could hear Cunningham breathing hard behind her, while Walt cursed 50 yards in front of her. "God damn it, Bradley," the volunteer EMT was muttering. "Don't you cut out on me now. Hell, man, we got poker on Friday." Rainie and Cunningham quietly came up behind Walt and took inventory. Custodian Bradley Brown lay at a main intersection of two wide hallways. From this vantage point, Rainie could see nearly a dozen classroom doors to the left. They were all shut, which immediately made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle to life. She glanced at Chucky. But the rookie was looking to the right, where the hallway led to two glass side doors, shattered and streaked with a dark substance that was probably blood. More lockers dented here. A great deal more damage. The primary area of incidence. A body lay not far from the doors. Long dark hair, a flowing summer dress. Probably a teacher. Closer in, Rainie saw two more shapes, smaller, motionless, not adults. Cunningham made a hiccuping sound. Rainie turned away. "Already looked," Walt said tightly from the floor. "You shouldn't even be in here." "They're kids, Rainie. Just kids. We had to." Rainie didn't bother with any more chastising. Walt was a former Army medic and an experienced volunteer EMT. He knew the considerations, and what was done was done. She turned her attention to the custodian. Bradley was an older man. His gray hair bristly, his brown pants and blue chambray shirt well worn. He wore a modest gold watch, the kind you might get as reward for 20 years of service. And he had been shot high in the chest. Blood relentlessly seeped through the white gauze bandages. "Others?" the janitor whispered. "Everyone's fine, Bradley," Walt answered crisply. "Just gotta worry about your miserable hide. What are you doing getting yourself shot like that?" Walt slipped an IV needle into Bradley's arm, trying to get fluids into the man as his own drained out. "You're doing great," Rainie reassured the janitor, kneeling down beside his head and giving him a smile. "So what happened here, Bradley?" "Got shot." "No kidding." She forced a chuckle, as if they were sharing a small story over lunch. "See who did it?" "Came around the corner." She nodded supportively. Bradley's skin was turning blue. He was going cyanotic. Then would come hypovolemic shock from blood loss, followed by unconsciousness. If the bleeding still didn't stop, he would die. Walt and Emery were working furiously, but bandage after bandage continued to turn red. "Heard shots," Bradley gasped. "Wanted to help." "You're a brave man, Bradley." He grimaced. "Came around. Boom. Never saw." "What hit you?" "Yeah." His breath escaped as a hiss. "Tore it in Nam. funny. Thought it'd be there. Bradley's eyes suddenly rolled back in his head. Walt swore sharply. Damn it! I need more gauze. Emery. Emery held open an empty kit. We've hit bottom. Load and go, Walt directed, reaching for the gurney as Rainie scrambled out of the way. Won't do any good, Emery countered. Hospital's too far away. Chopper? Rainie asked. Called it in 7 minutes ago. Probably got another 5-minute wait. Well, shit, Cunningham cried from behind Rainie. Stop the bleeding. Do something for him. He's dying, can't you see? The rookie looked at them all, then in a burst of movement ripped off the tan shirt he'd bought with pride just 2 months ago. Here, use this. We need more, Walt said, to bandage the wound up tight. The janitor's closet, Rainie exclaimed. Right there. It must have something. Sanitary napkins, Walt declared. They work like a charm. Chuck was closest. He grabbed the metal doorknob and pulled hard. The door was locked. He pounded it once with an open hand. When that didn't work, he leveled his gun. Jesus Christ! Rainie hurled herself at his outstretched arm and knocked the Glock 40 from his grasp just before he could fire. Then she turned on him with hard eyes. God damn it! Don't you ever draw down like that! Not at a crime scene where you'd contaminate all the evidence, and not in a building where everyone is scared out of his mind. Half the parents out there would have come running in with their shotguns and blasted you to bits. We gotta get it open, Chucky yelled. Then throw your shoulder into it. You're not made of glass. Chucky's eyes lit up. He took a running leap at the closet as Rainie stepped to the side and prepared to cover. All those closed-up classrooms. Who took the time to shut a door when they were running for their lives? Who sealed up each room neat and orderly as if they had all the time in the world? Not school children, she thought. Not teachers, which left only one option. The closet door split open. Cunningham crowed his triumph and plunged into the black depths before Rainie could stop him. Then he froze her heart with a cry. Oh, my God! There's a kid in here! Walt and Emery rushed forward. Rainie pushed them back. Let me check it out, she said tightly. Jesus, Walt, you've already used up your 9 lives. She stepped into the walk-in closet, blinking 3 times as her eyes adjusted to the gloom. Cunningham was in a corner, leaning over a little girl who had scrunched herself into such a tight ball that Rainie could make out only her golden blonde hair. Then the child looked up. Rainie knew her instantly. Becky O'Grady? Oh, honey, are you all right? Rainie motioned for Walt and Emery to enter, then holstered her gun and fell to her knees in front of Shep's youngest child. At first glance, Becky seemed to be fine. Rainie ran her hands down the little girl's arms, searching for any signs of injury. No cuts, no bruises, no signs of powder burns or bullet holes, or God knows what under these circumstances. Then she noticed the glassy look in Becky's bright blue eyes. Carefully, Rainie drew her forward, and the little girl collapsed bonelessly into her arms. Rainie rushed Becky out of the closet and laid her out on the cool floor. Emery took over. Dilated pupils, he declared. Lack of response. Can you tell me your name? Becky said nothing. Can you hear me? She remained silent, but when he snapped his fingers, she turned her head toward the sound. Shock, Emery said after a moment. Probably caused by the trauma. She just needs time. Rainie hunkered down in front of the child, less convinced and still worried. Becky had a smudge of dirt across her nose, cobwebs in her hair. She was wearing a green Winnie the Pooh t-shirt with Pooh and Piglet dancing and a caption saying how merry it was to have a friend. Rainie gently rubbed one of the sooty marks from Becky's cheek. She cupped a hand against the girl's pale face. Honey, she said quietly, How did you end up in the closet? Becky just looked at her. Were you hiding? Slowly, the girl nodded. Becky, do you know who you were hiding from? Becky's bottom lip began to tremble. Was it someone you knew? Becky looked down. It's okay, Becky. It's all over now. You're safe. Rainie glanced at all the closed classroom doors. No one can hurt you anymore. I just need to know who did this so I can do my job. Can you help me do my job, Becky? Becky O'Grady shook her head. Just think about it, honey. Just think. Minute passed into minute. The little girl remained silent, and finally she turned away from Rainie and rolled back into a ball. Frustrated, Rainie rose to her feet. Walt and Emery had loaded Bradley onto the stretcher. Chuck's shirt held a thick pile of sanitary napkins to the man's chest. Bradley's skin was still pale blue, but he seemed to be breathing more easily. Score 1 for the good guys. Rainie looked around. The closet door was splintered. Walt had tossed half its contents into the hallway in his quest for sanitary napkins. He and Emery had tracked bloody footprints everywhere. The hall doors remained ominously shut, and Becky O'Grady was curled into the fetal position at Rainie's feet. Then, farther down the hall, the fallen teacher, the 2 smaller forms. Jesus Christ, what had happened at Bakersville K-8? Rainie pulled Chucky aside and spoke quietly. We need to get Becky out of here. Why don't you carry her outside and see if you can find Sandy? By now the other officers should be arriving. Have them set up a perimeter around the grounds. You tell them for me. Nobody gets inside the perimeter, and that includes the press, the mayor, and the richest parent in town. Then tell Luke he's in charge of the crime scene log. Press will be here soon, Chucky muttered, his face already scrunching with distaste. We'll let Shep deal with them. Okay. He was looking around the hallway now, the quiet, still hallway with the shattered doors at the end. Rainie, why are all the classroom doors closed? I thought the counselor guy said they evacuated like a fire drill. Seems like none of the kids would close the doors or turn out the lights when they were running from the building. So who'd do such a thing? I don't think it was the kids or the teachers. The man in black? Would you take the time to close each door as you were fleeing from your crime? Chucky's brow furrowed. Probably not. But who does that leave? Rainie smiled at him wryly. I don't know, Cunningham, but I guess I'm about to find out. Chapter 3. Tuesday, May 15th, 2:05 p.m. Sandy O'Grady took the S-curves of the residential street at 45 miles per hour. The tires of her loyal Oldsmobile squealed their protest, but she didn't notice. Her hands were tight on the wheel. Her blue eyes were locked forward. All around her, people were running, sprinting out of their houses, charging down the neat little sidewalks, their faces white with shock, their mouths already yelling the grim news to their neighbors. They carried first aid kits and blankets, towels and water bottles, and anything else they thought might be of use. Sandy screeched around the next corner, hit a speed bump hard, and finally had to brake. Just as well. 2 blocks from the school, the street was clogged with hastily parked automobiles and frantic parents. Sandy drove halfway up the sidewalk, slammed her Olds into park, and joined the fray. So much noise. Walt's old ambulance braying. Children crying, Mommy, Daddy, parents screaming children's names. She heard police sirens and revving engines. She heard a sharp, loud keening, as if the soul had been ripped from a mother's heart, and her own blood went cold. This couldn't be happening. Not in Bakersville. Not in her children's school. Oh, God, couldn't someone make this all go away? She waded through the sea of people and cars. She didn't know where to go. She just kept slogging toward the school, trying to get closer. Where were her children? Where was her husband? Wouldn't someone tell her what to do? Up ahead, she saw a police officer in a Cabot County uniform. He seemed to be simultaneously ushering people away from the school building and asking who was in charge. No one had an answer for him. Parents just wanted to find their children. Sandy finally arrived at the chain-link fence that surrounded the schoolyard. She pressed herself against it, peering into the parking lot, where she could now see children stretched out on the blacktop, some holding cold compresses to their heads, others lifting scraped elbows and knees to be bandaged. 5 adults were manning the makeshift first aid station, using emergency kits and towels as fast as other people handed them in. Sandy recognized Susan Miller, Johnny's mom, and a nurse at Cabot Hospital. She saw Rachel Green, the head of the PTA and a stay-at-home mom, wrapping an 8-year-old's wrist. She saw Dan Jensen, the town vet, hunched over a boy whose jeans were caked with blood. Sandy could just make out the hole ripped through the tough fabric. The boy had been shot in the leg. God, a bullet wound. The shooting was real. Everything was real. Someone had opened fire in Bakersville's school. Sandy thought she was going to be sick. Vice Principal Mary Johnson raced by. Sandy snagged her arm. Mary, what happened? How is everyone? Have you seen Becky or Danny? Mary looked frazzled, her normally neat hair in frizzy disarray, her face covered with a sheen of sweat. Her expression was blank for a moment. Then she recognized Sandy and clasped her hand. Oh, Sandy, I am so sorry. We're doing everything we can. Has something happened to my children? Where are Danny and Becky? Where are my kids? Shh, it's all right. I'm sure it's all right. I have to ask you to step away from the school. All the children were led across the street with their teachers. We put them in each yard in order of grade. So Becky's class is in the 4th yard down. Danny's would be 4 yards down from there. You've seen them? They're okay? Mary Johnson hesitated. Something flickered in her gaze. Sandy felt her breath catch in her throat again. I don't know, Mary said. There have been so many children. You haven't seen them. We evacuated most of the children from the school. It's just taking us a bit to get it all sorted out. Oh, my God. You haven't seen my children. Please, Sandy. Are there fatalities? Just tell me. Are there fatalities? Mary Johnson tightened her grip on Sandy's hand. Then Sandy saw it all in her somber gaze. The news the vice principal didn't want to say out loud. The news they would all be struggling with for the next few days, months, years. Children had been shot and killed. It really was happening here. Sandy couldn't breathe, couldn't think. She wanted to turn back the clock 6 hours when she had been at home pouring bowls of Cheerios for her children before kissing them on the head. She wanted to turn back the clock to 10 hours before that, when she had been tucking their wiggling forms into bed and reading stories of little boy wizards and magical spells. That was what their lives were supposed to be like. They were just children, for God's sake. Just children. A shout rose up from the crowd. Sandy and Mary turned toward the school doors just in time to see Walt and Emery come racing out with a stretcher. Move, 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 Walt was shouting. The Cabot County officer yelled at people to clear the street. A car was in the way. No one seemed to know who owned it. The officer opened the door and popped the car into neutral. 2 young men ran over to help push the vehicle out of the way. People cheered the small victory. Walt was already firing the ambulance to life. Then Sandy saw Chucky Cunningham running across the parking lot with a tow-headed little girl wrapped tight in his arms. Becky. Sandy leapt forward before Mary Johnson could stop her. She raced across the parking lot and opened her arms just as Becky saw her and cried, "Mommy! and then her little girl was in her arms. Sandy was holding her close, inhaling the sweet scent of apple shampoo. She was squeezing her tight, 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 and Becky was holding her neck so hard it hurt. "My baby, my baby, my baby. Mommy, mommy, mommy. My baby." She raised tear-filled eyes to Chucky, who she now realized was half naked and streaked with blood. "Danny?" she asked hoarsely. "I don't know, ma'am." "Shep? I'm sorry." Sandy sank to her knees. She had one child with her, one child safe, but it wasn't enough. The foreboding was grabbing hold of her again. Something cold and dark flowed through her veins. She raised her head pleadingly to the sky. "Where is my son? Oh, God, where is Danny?" Alone in the school, Rainie gripped her Glock 40 with moist palms. Her breath came in shallow gasps. She could feel her heart pounding unnaturally in her chest. She did her best to ignore the sensations as she walked to the far left side of the school, the end farthest from the bodies, and prepared to conduct a methodical search of classrooms she was already sure weren't empty. She turned her mind to dim memories of lessons learned in police courses taken years ago. Some kind of acronym thing. Access, Agile, Adapt. That was it. Adapt. A. Arrest the perpetrator if still at the scene. Was the perpetrator still at the scene? The reports of a man in black. All these closed doors. D. Detain and identify witnesses and suspects. The herd of students who'd already raced out of the building. Bradley Brown still fighting for his life. Witnesses, maybe, but other people's responsibilities now. A. Assess the crime scene. The clean halls and untouched front office. The dented lockers farther in. The spent shells on the floor. Don't overlook the obvious. That's what they said in class. What was obvious in a school shooting? The dead on the floor? P. Protect the scene. Rainie winced. The EMTs, the battered closet, the shells Cunningham had kicked across the floor, the parents who'd taken over the parking lot. The state crime scene unit was going to arrive, and her career would be over. T. Take notes. Rainie stared at her gun. She thought of the spiral notepad in her breast pocket. She wondered how she was supposed to hold that and the gun. Forget taking notes. She had to focus on step 1, arresting the perpetrator if possible. God knew what it meant that she was doing things out of order. At least she was doing them and trying the best she could. Her mind moved forward. She was searching a particularly large and complex crime scene for a suspect. She had a vague recollection of a lecturer explaining how to work a grid at a large site. Start in, spiral out, slowly expanding the area searched. She couldn't remember much more beyond the theory and decided she would have to approach this scene as a horizontal strip. She would work left to right. Quiet, calm, prepared. Rainie put her back to the wall, tucked her chin against her chest to make herself a smaller target, and led with her gun. Stay calm. Stay professional. Do your job. The first room was the hardest. The top half of the closed door was glass, but decorated with so many cut-out pictures of bunnies and tulips that she couldn't see inside. The lights were off as well, as in all the rooms in the school. Rainie slowly twisted the doorknob with her left hand. From the crouch position, she pushed the door open into the room. Shadows, long and gray in the back of the room. Sunshine, bright and fierce in the front. She rolled across the threshold and came up with her Glock held in her two-handed weaver stance. Right, left, front, back. Nothing. Rainie finally rose to her feet in the empty room. She turned on the lights and propped the door wide open to keep the premises exposed. And then she prepared for the next room. Bit by bit, she worked her way down the hall. Then she was at the intersection, where bloody gauze still covered the floor, and the dents on the bright blue lockers grew worse. She saw more blood splatters. A big dent on a bottom locker where a body must have careened into it hard. Shell casings scattered across the white-tiled floor as if someone had flung a handful down the hall. She could picture things now. The loud crack of gunshots, followed by the panic screams of schoolchildren. Little girls and little boys streaming from classrooms as the fire alarm sounded, teachers begging them in shaking voices to remain calm. The chaos of bodies running for the front doors, pushing, shoving, tripping, falling, blood in the halls. She took a deep breath, forced her pulse to slow. Stay professional, Rainie. Do your job. She checked out the 5th grade classroom, then the 6th. Next, the library, big and sweeping with endless rows of books. Nothing. Finally, she was at the end of the hall where shattered glass was strewn across the floor from the broken doors, where 3 bodies lay quiet and still. Rainie didn't want to look at the victims, especially not the children. She understood that the sight would hurt her, scar her someplace deep, where even tough guys like her were vulnerable. She knew it would make her think of other times, too, after she had worked years to forget those scenes. But this was bigger than her. It had needs that had nothing to do with her own. It was about the rights of the victims and the needs of the parents outside, though she knew that from here on out nothing anyone did for 3 sets of parents would ever be enough. The first victim, a little girl, lay on her side. Rainie felt for a pulse, though Walt had already warned her, and blood stained the entire front of the girl's shirt. Rainie swallowed hard and moved on, trying not to disturb the scene. The second victim was also female, looked approximately 8 years old. She had also received multiple bullet wounds to the chest. She was lying just ahead of the first victim, their arms stretched out toward each other, their fingers nearly touching. Had they been holding hands, walking down the hall, best friends giggling together? Rainie wanted to brush back the little girl's hair. She wanted to whisper to her that it would be all right. Her vision blurred. Tears burned hot in her eyes. She couldn't afford that. Be professional. Move on. She noted positioning. She noted victimology. She crossed to the third body. Lying just outside the computer lab door, this victim, also female, appeared to be a teacher. 3 female fatalities. Coincidence or plan? She had long dark hair and exotic features. She was also young, her smooth skin making her appear as if she were simply sleeping. Then Rainie noticed the small, neat bullet hole in her forehead. Small caliber weapon, Rainie thought. Probably a .22. Christ, the teacher didn't look a day older than herself. Late 20s, maybe. Early 30s. No wedding band, but beautiful enough that you had to think some man would be sitting alone tonight, holding her picture with shaking hands while trying to forget the future that would never be. Christ. Rainie had to take another deep breath. Only 3 more doors, all near the epicenter of violence, all dark and waiting. Time to get on with it. Rainie backed up against the wall and sat in a crouch until her hands stopped shaking. Only the teacher had a head wound, she thought. A single entry shot, dead center, delivered with a great deal of precision. The two girls sported a multitude of wounds, high, low, left, right, as if they had walked into a firestorm. But the teacher was different. Perhaps the intended target? Shooter went for her first, then encountered the two girls walking down the hall? Or maybe he started with the girls in the hall, and upon hearing the noise, the computer lab teacher opened her door. She would have been right in front of the killer. Had he gotten up his courage by then? Decided it wasn't that different from a video game? Figured, why waste bullets if he could do it with a single shot? Either scenario bothered Rainie. For the little girls to have so many wounds and the adult victim only one, there was something to that. She just didn't have the time to think about it now. Suddenly, she heard a noise, the faint screech of a metal chair slowly being pulled across the floor. Rainie scrambled across the hallway. She threw herself against the wall next to the classroom door, just as the metal handle turned and the door eased open. "Don't do this," a man said. "We can still fix everything. I swear to you, son, there's nothing that happened today that we can't handle." Shep O'Grady came into view, tan uniform stretched tight over his burly frame. His buzz-cut hair glistened with moisture, while his bulldog features were unnaturally pale. From her angle, Rainie could see that he'd managed to unsnap his holster, but he'd never had time to draw his weapon. Now his hands were held in front of him in a gesture of submission. He worked frantically to plead his case. "I'm sure it's all a big mistake, a misunderstanding. These things happen. Now we gotta work together, clear things up. You know there's nothing I wouldn't do for you." Shep took another step back, his hands still up, his gaze focused ahead. Being forced into retreat? Rainie didn't know. Then she glanced 15 feet behind Shep, where the three bodies lay. Shep was being herded into the scene of carnage, she realized, and when he got there... It was amazing how steady her hands felt, how calm her nerves had become. Shooting was something she'd done all her life. Never in the line of duty, but Shep was her boss, her friend. They went way back, had a history together few could appreciate. Everything felt natural after all. One last thought. Commit to the shot. For hesitation was the #1 killer of cops. Rainie pivoted sharply away from the wall and simultaneously shoved Shep out of the doorway. Her gun went level, her legs braced for recoil, and her fingers found the trigger just as Shep screamed, "No!" And Rainie found herself face to face with 13-year-old Danny O'Grady, pale as a sheet and bearing 2 handguns.
This ends Disc 1. Disc 1. The third victim, Disc 2.
Chapter 4. Tuesday, May 15th, 2:43 p.m. Oregon State Homicide Detective Abe Sanders had just sat down to a late lunch, a big Italian sub with double pepperoni and double cheese. His wife would yell at him if she saw him, lecture him about jeopardizing his health and turning her into a cholesterol widow. Most of the time, he agreed with her, and at the ripe old age of 42, he had the trim waistline to prove it. But not today. Today was just one of those days. Margaret Collins, an attractive blonde who manned the department phones, came walking by his desk and did a double-take. "Wow, Abe. Next thing we know, you'll be drinking beer." They were out of turkey, Abe muttered, and unconsciously held his Italian sub closer to him, as if he feared someone would take it away. The Hathaway case turned sour, didn't it? Margaret deduced sagely. She was a true crime buff and often had better instincts than any of the detectives. "Damn judge," Abe said, and took a huge bite of sandwich. "Inside a drawer isn't plain sight." He chewed busily, too polite to talk with his mouth full. After a choking swallow, he declared, "The drawer was already open." By another homicide cop. "Damn cop," Abe said, and took a bite of cheese. Margaret laughed. She winked, making him momentarily forget his wife, then sauntered away, leaving him alone with his feast. Abe chewed down another bite, but his heart wasn't really in it. Brown deli mustard had dripped onto his desk. He shook his head and set down the sandwich in favor of a napkin. Truth was, he always ordered indulgent food when cases went bad, and he rarely ate any of it. He'd fantasize about just what he'd like to order, salivate while in line, and get the largest size possible. Then he'd take it out, think about the calories, the fat content, the cholesterol level, and set it aside. Decadence just wasn't in him. He was a Type A control freak to the core, even when confronted with a loaded Italian sub or a plateful of double chocolate brownies. He'd even been known to put the lid back on a pint of Ben & Jerry's chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream after only one bite. When Abe Sanders was young, he'd been the Boy Scout with all the merit badges, the student with the good report card, and the track star with the fastest time. He'd read the classics just for the hell of it. He'd gotten the girl every guy had wanted. And he'd bought a 4-bedroom ranch in an older, nice section of Portland with an impeccably manicured lawn. Then he'd finally shocked his family. He'd become a cop. His parents joked that their neat freak son had decided to clean up the whole world. His 2 brothers, one older, one younger, told him he suffered from an overdeveloped hero complex. His chess buddies gravely informed him that the entire accounting community had wept the day he headed for the academy, that spreadsheets would never be the same. Abe himself never really talked about why he became a cop. Maybe he simply understood better than most that life was messy, even for Type A control freaks. There was his wife, whom he loved and adored, and who finally discovered after 5 years of trying that she could never have children. There was the tidy house they'd chosen as their home in the early 80s, only to have gangbangers and crack addicts move in down the block. There was Abe himself, anal, precise, obsessive-compulsive, learning that his planned path as a CFO simply couldn't hold his attention. He wanted a sense of accomplishment, a sense of change. Hell, maybe he did just want to make the whole world as orderly as his desktop files. Didn't matter in the end. Detective Sanders was a damn good cop. Other detectives rode him hard. They shook their heads at his manicured hands, told jokes about his polished loafers, tried to drive him nuts by replacing his expensive, personally purchased black stapler with a cheap gray government issue that always jammed. One day, they even rotated the tires on his car to see if he'd notice. He did. Then they worked with him. Abe Sanders with a case was a man obsessed. Abe Sanders with the case was passion and drive, and for reasons not even he could explain, anger. Pure rage at the injustices of life and the goddamn shit-faced, pea-for-brains numbnuts who took away good, honest, hard-working lives. Maybe other detectives didn't understand the value of a good stapler. But all cops knew rage. It was the common denominator no one ever spoke about and everyone understood. Abe carefully rewrapped his sandwich, placing it in the middle of the triangle-shaped paper, folding in the corners and rolling it tight. He dabbed at the mustard on his desk with a wet napkin. Then he threw everything away. The Hathaway case had burned him. Not that it was really the judge's fault. Snickers had written the search warrant too loosely, so the cops had to improvise. That never worked anymore. Lawyers ran the world, and smart cops had to learn to anticipate the fine print. That was just the way of things. Abe could count on one hand the number of warrants and arrests he'd had problems with. Being anal was good. He got up to go wash his hands, and his lieutenant stuck his head out of his office. "Sanders, need a word." Abe walked in curiously. He sat on the edge of the hard plastic chair in his lieutenant's office. And a moment later, he heard about a small town called Bakersville, 2 hours southwest of Portland, that didn't even have its own homicide force. He sat, quiet and stunned, as his lieutenant described what they believed to be the second school shooting in Oregon in just a matter of years. Already reports of casualties. Crime scene unit was on its way, county officers on their way, and state officers rushing in. No word on the shooter yet, and, oddly enough, no one could locate the sheriff. "The call has come down from the governor," his lieutenant said. "This case is high profile and, by all accounts, already out of control. The brass wants a good front man, someone with experience, solid organizational skills, and the ability to coordinate city, state, and, most likely, federal resources." "Absolutely." His lieutenant looked at his neatly tailored gray suit and strong, trim figure. "Someone who looks good to the media." Abe smiled wolfishly. He liked the press. He knew just how much to feed them, and then he devoured them alive. It made him happy. "Absolutely," he said with more enthusiasm. "You'd have to be on the road, probably 2 to 3 weeks straight at the beginning, then all the return trips." Not a problem. It wasn't. Sarah hardly noticed his presence these days. He'd finally given in to her pleas and gotten her a 10-week-old puppy. Now she was busy coddling the pup and feeding the pup and chucking it under the chin. One day he was going to come home and find the dog decked out in baby clothes and a bonnet. The damn thing would probably grin and take it, too. So far, the Sheltie seemed remarkably even-tempered. Sometimes, Abe found himself petting the creature. The little guy's downy coat was remarkably soft to the touch. Not that he wanted to get that close to anything that had no bladder control, for Christ's sakes. "Then you're on the case," his lieutenant said. "Tackle it as if you'd gotten there yesterday. And Sanders." Abe halted at the door. "The EMTs reported at least 2 children dead. It's going to be a tough one for everyone." "Is the shooter a kid?" "No word on the shooter yet. But most of them are kids." "We're assuming that's the case. Play it tight and quick. That would be best for everyone." Abe understood. When kids were harmed, people went a little nuts. Sometimes cops did too. Sanders commandeered a car. He phoned ahead for a hotel room, as he always did, grabbed what little information the department had on the still-evolving scenario, and hit the road. 1 measly sheriff and 2 semi-trained officers, he muttered as he headed home to pack his bags. Kids killing kids, and not even a homicide department to manage the mess. Good thing I'm heading out there, 'cause these yokels have got to be shitting their pants. Rainie jerked her finger off the trigger just before she pulled it back. "Danny," she gasped. The boy stood, shell-shocked. His right arm was extended halfway, pointing the .22 somewhere around Rainie's kneecaps in a sure grip. He held a .38 in his left hand, down by his side, and for a moment Rainie wasn't certain where to look. She kept her weapon trained on him, then Shep took a step toward her. "Stop!" she yelled to no one, to all of them. Shep was still armed, and though she trusted him as a friend, she couldn't count on his actions as a father. If he thought Danny was threatened, or if Danny felt threatened, Rainie could feel the situation spiraling dangerously out of control. She reined in her panic. "You," she said to Shep, keeping her gaze on Danny. "Are you okay?" "It's a mistake," Shep said desperately. "All of this is one big mistake." "Fine. But until this mistake is over, keep your hands where I can see them." "Rainie." "Danny, I want you to listen to me. You must put down your guns. Okay? I want you to move very slowly and place your weapons on the floor." Danny didn't move. His gaze swung wildly from side to side, and Rainie could nearly smell the panic roiling off his skin. He was dressed in black jeans, a black t-shirt, and white running shoes. She couldn't see any more weapons on him, but it was hard to be sure. He came from a house loaded with firearms, and she knew Shep had taken him hunting from the time he could walk. "Danny," she said in a more commanding voice, "I'm going to count to 3, and then you are going to place your weapons on the floor." "Rainie." "Shut up, Shep." "Danny, are you with me?" "He didn't do anything." "Shut up, God damn it, or I'm going to make you flatten out on the floor too." Shep shut up, but it was already too late. Danny's expression had grown wilder, and his right hand was beginning to tremble. Rainie shifted her stance for better balance. She slid her finger back on the trigger, just in case. "Danny," she said more loudly. "Danny, are you listening to me?" The boy turned his head slightly toward her. "This is pretty intense, isn't it, Danny?" He nodded shortly, both his hands shaking now. "I think you'd like this to end, Danny. I know I'd like it to end. So I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to count to 3. You are going to slowly lower your weapons to the floor. Then, when I tell you to, you're going to kick the guns over to my feet. Then you simply lie down with your hands and feet spread. That's it. Everything will be over, Danny. Everything will be all right." Danny didn't say anything. His gaze flickered past her to where the 2 girls were sprawled with their hands still outstretched toward each other. He seemed to notice the teacher as well, and a deep tremor snaked through his thin frame. Christ, he was going to go. Shoot himself or suicide by cop. Rainie didn't know which, but the end would all be the same. Dead bodies. Dead kids. Jesus, no. "Danny," Rainie said desperately. It was too late. His right arm lifted. "No!" Shep sounded wild. "Don't do it, Danny." She had no choice, her finger pulling back on the trigger. And Danny turned his gun toward his head. "God damn!" Shep hurtled toward his son. Rainie jerked her gun up and blasted her shot into the ceiling, just as Shep sent himself and his boy tumbling to the ground. Danny's handguns disappeared from view, trapped between 2 bodies. Then one came sliding out from between them. Rainie kicked it away and looked in time to see Shep grab the .22 in Danny's right hand. He squeezed hard. His son cried out. Shep jerked the weapon free and flung it down the hall. That quickly, it was over. Danny collapsed on the floor, the fight gone out of him, as his father sat up. The burly sheriff was breathing hard and tears streamed down his cheeks. "God damn," Shep gasped. "God damn, God damn. Aw, Danny." Belatedly, he tried to pull his son into his embrace. Danny pushed him away. Shep's head fell forward. His big shoulders continued to shake. Quietly, Rainie took control. She rolled Danny onto his stomach 8 feet from where 3 people would never move again. She spread his arms and legs and patted him down. Finding no additional weapons, she curved his arms behind his back and handcuffed his wrists. "Daniel O'Grady," she said as she hauled him to his feet, "you are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." "Don't say a word," Shep ordered roughly. "You hear me, son? Don't say a thing." "Shut up, Shep. You can't invoke silence for your child, and you know it. Do you understand these rights as I've said them to you, Danny? Do you understand that you're under arrest for what you did here at school?" "Don't say a word, Danny. Don't say a word." "Shep," Rainie warned again, but it didn't matter. Danny O'Grady didn't even look at his father. He stood with his shoulders hunched, his oversized black Nike t-shirt too big on him, his features haggard. He said finally, "Yes, ma'am." "Did you do this, Danny?" Her voice softened. Rainie heard her own confusion, her need for reassurance. She'd known this boy most of his life. Good kid. Used to wear her deputy's badge. Good kid. She said more firmly, "Did you shoot these people, Daniel? Did you hurt these little girls?" And he answered in a faraway voice, "Yes, ma'am. I think I did." Chapter 5. Tuesday, May 15th, 3:13 p.m. Rainie and Shep remained silent, each trying to process what they had just heard. Shep didn't argue with Danny's statement, didn't try to say it was a misunderstanding, didn't try to remind her that Danny was just a kid. He appeared too overwhelmed. Rainie herself couldn't think of anything more to say. She was a cop. She had heard a rough confession. Her duty was clear. Rainie led her handcuffed murder suspect to the front doors of the school, where a dozen flashbulbs promptly went off in her face. The media had arrived. Shit. She backpedaled furiously, yanking Danny away from the glare of hot lights and frenzy of shouted questions. He looked at her in dazed confusion, meekly submitting to her will. She wished he wouldn't look at her like that. "You can't be seen walking out with us," she told Shep after a minute. The 3 of them pressed against the hall walls like fugitives. "I'm not leaving you alone with them." "You don't have any say in the matter. I can interrogate him without you, and I can sure as hell stick him in jail without you, and you know it." Shep absorbed this with a scowl. Oregon law didn't give much special consideration to juvenile murder suspects. As long as Danny was at least 12 years of age, he could be held criminally liable for his actions and would be eligible for waiver to adult jurisdiction. His rights were the same as those of any person under arrest, and his parents had no say in things. The best Shep and Sandy could do was hire a good lawyer for their son, and be happy that he wasn't 15 years old, in which case he'd fall under Measure 11 and automatically be tried as an adult. And be happier still that Oregon didn't have so-called cap laws, which would hold Shep or Sandy criminally responsible for allowing guns to fall into Danny's hands. "What do you want to do?" Shep asked. "Take off your shirt." Shep glanced at his son, followed her train of thought and unbuttoned his sheriff's uniform. Underneath, it was a plain white T-shirt, worn in places and bleached white by Sandy every Sunday when she did the laundry. The sight of him in just his undershirt made him look all too human and tore at Rainie's emotions a little more. She resented that. Shep carefully draped his shirt over his son's head, as if the boy were made of glass and Shep couldn't bear to break him. "It will be all right," he whispered. He looked at Rainie again, humbled and waiting for her next command. "Go find Luke," she said, her voice coming out unsteady. She jerked her head toward the east exit. "Have him bring the patrol car around to the side." "I want to ride with Danny." "No. Luke's going to find a state guy, someone we don't know, and he's going to interview you. Don't look at me like that, Shep. You know it has to be done. You and Danny have been alone together. He's your son. We have to know what he said to you, what he did, why you entered a crime scene alone, and—" she smiled thinly. "Why you appointed your second-in-command the primary officer the minute you got the call." She met Shep's gaze, and for the first time saw him flush. "You didn't think I'd picked up on that, did you? Or were you hoping I'd let it go?" He didn't say anything. "Did you know, Shep? Did you hear the news and already know?" "It wasn't like that." "I don't even believe you, and I'm your friend. Damn it." Rainie was suddenly fed up. She was the primary. She had hours of work ahead of her, processing a 13-year-old boy, testing his hands for gunpowder residue, demanding to know why he'd shot up his school. Then she'd return to the crime scene, wade through it again and again in order to get into a mass murderer's head. Finally, worst of all, tomorrow morning most likely, or evening at best, she would personally attend the autopsies of 2 little girls who died holding hands. She would have to listen to the inventory of the trauma to their bodies. She would have to imagine once again what their last moments had been like. Then she would have to contemplate that another child, one she'd known personally, one she'd been proud of, had done that to them. "Get out of here," she told Shep. "Find Luke and get this show on the road." "I need to find Sandy first," Shep said stubbornly. "We have a friend, a lawyer. She can give him a call." "Get out of here." Shep finally relented. He gave his son one last glance. It looked like he wanted to say something more, but couldn't find the words. The sheriff turned and walked out the front doors. Flash bulbs flashed. A roar rose up from the crowd at the sign of fresh activity. Then Rainie caught a new sound. The faint beating of helicopters bearing down upon them. The medevac choppers had finally arrived to carry the wounded away. And Rainie couldn't help thinking that it would be much later before the M.E.'s office came for the bodies. Officer Luke Hayes was 36 years old, balding, and shorter than most women. His trim build, however, was a compact 150 pounds that turned many ladies' heads and became useful in a fight. In Rainie's opinion, however, Luke's biggest asset was his steely blue eyes. She'd seen him stare down drunks twice his size. She'd seen him hypnotized enraged housewives into lowering their favorite knives. Once, she'd even watched him reduce a growling Doberman to a groveling mass with a single, relentless look. Shep was smoke and steam. Rainie got restless and moody. Luke balanced out their tiny department with his steady presence and slow, curving smile. Rainie had never seen him ragged. Until today. Leading Danny to the east side exit, the one opposite the area of incidents, Rainie caught up with Luke just outside the door. His head was covered in sweat, and he'd soaked his uniform through. For the last 50 minutes, he'd been trying to keep panicked mothers from rushing the school building while collecting names and witness statements, and the strain showed on his face. "Are you okay?" he asked Rainie immediately. "Good enough." His gaze flickered to Danny, and his strong shoulders slumped. Rainie understood his thoughts. Luke and Rainie playing with 5-year-old Danny in the one-room sheriff's department while Shep took care of something or other. Let's play cops and robbers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Or maybe cowboys and Indians. Bang, bang, bang. You know why big cities have so many problems, Rainie. 'Cause they can't do anything like this. Can't bring their kids to the office. Don't have others helping them out. No wonder our jobs are so slow in Bakersville. We're too busy taking care of our own to have time for trouble. "We need to get going," Rainie said softly. Luke sighed, nodded slowly, and squared his shoulders. He was ready. Luke took up the post on the right side of Danny's hunched form. He looped his hand through the boy's bound arm. Rainie did the same on the left. On the count of 3, herding Danny between them, they ran the gauntlet to the waiting patrol car. Compared to the relative quiet inside the school, the sounds and sensations of the outside yard hit Rainie as a 1-2 punch. Reporters yelling questions as they spotted 2 cops hustling a cloaked person out of the school. EMTs shouting orders as they frantically loaded up the next injured student. Children crying, crying, crying in their parents' arms. A mother, alone on her knees on the ground, weeping hopelessly. Rainie and Luke kept their attention focused ahead as other officers rushed to assist them. "Move, move, move!" someone was yelling. Rainie thought that was stupid. They were all moving as fast as they could. Clear out, clear out! Come on, people, back off!" The reporters were closing in, photographers fighting maniacally for the front-page shot. Rainie heard a new scream and made the mistake of turning her head. Shep had found his wife. She was holding Becky tight against her chest and turning toward the running police line. "No!" Sandy cried, took a step, and was caught from behind by her husband. "No, no, no!" A muffled sound emerged from beneath the shirt. Danny had heard his mother and started to cry. Finally, they arrived at the patrol car. Rainie hastily stuffed Danny in the back, the shirt still wrapped around his head. The reporters were shamelessly trying to jostle in, but the officers forced them back. Rainie rounded the driver's side. Luke jumped into the passenger's seat. With 2 slams of the car doors, they shut out the chaos and were alone with their murder suspect. Shep's shirt had slipped down. Danny didn't seem to care, and it was too late to fix it now. Luke turned on the sirens. Rainie pulled away from the curb. A moment later, they hit a wall of people clogging the street. Rainie prompted them with the horn, and they reluctantly parted, all craning their necks to peer at the suspect in the back of the car. A few people looked stunned and saddened. Others already appeared murderous. "Damn," Luke murmured. Rainie stared in the rearview mirror at her young charge. Danny O'Grady, suspected murderer of 3, had just fallen asleep. Chapter 6. Tuesday, May 15th, Nightfall. Rainie worked another 6 hours. Together, she and Luke formally processed Daniel O'Grady for aggravated murder. They took his fingerprints and photograph. They tested his hands for gunpowder residue, GSR, and had him exchange his clothes for an orange Corrections Department jumpsuit that was twice his size. Later, his clothing would be tested at the State Crime Lab for gunpowder, hair, fiber, and bodily fluids, anything that would further tie him to the crime. With the Cabot County DA present, they conducted a 10-minute interview before a lawyer, Avery Johnson, showed up and coldly put a halt to further questions. He berated them for interrogating a child, informed Rainie that his client was obviously not in a stable frame of mind, and demanded that Danny be immediately moved to the county's juvenile facilities, where he could be examined by a medical doctor and treated for shock. During this whole exchange, Danny sat listlessly and appeared to be a million miles away from the sheriff's office where he had once played after school. Luke and Cabot County DA Charles Rodriguez made arrangements to drive Danny the 45 minutes to the juvie facilities. Rainie had to return to the school grounds, where the CSU had finally arrived, and some state homicide detective named Abe Sanders was ordering everyone about as if he owned the place. She exchanged one last batch of nasty stares with Avery Johnson. He told her she would be hearing more from him. She told him she could hardly wait. He told her this was a travesty of justice. She just stared at him harder, because she knew what her next line was supposed to be, and her heart wasn't in it. She sent the lawyer on his way, and, with Danny in Luke's custody, headed back to the scene of the crime. For the next 5 hours, Rainie walked the scene with the technicians from the state CSU. She reviewed with them what she knew of the EMT's intrusion on the scene, as well as her own activities, which had left gunpowder residue and sealing plaster in the key incidents area. The technicians were not amused. They took her Glock 40 to compare GSR found on it with GSR found at the scene. Then Rainie helped collect more than 55 spent cartridges from a shooting that had left 3 dead, 6 injured, and an entire town devastated. Police officers recovered 4 empty clips for the .22 and 3 speed loaders for the .38 revolver. None of the cops liked finding the rapid loaders. They were a tool designed to make a police officer's life easier, and it reminded them that this crime hit close to home. At 8 p.m., Rainie held an impromptu briefing out in the playground. She introduced herself as the primary officer and related her experience capturing Danny O'Grady in the afternoon. She thanked the various state and county officers who'd responded to the call and stayed for hours after their shifts had ended to assist with the case. Then Detective Sanders, the state liaison, took over, discussing the theory of the crime, which they were developing as they processed the scene. It appeared to be a blitzkrieg style of attack, he said, occurring shortly after 1 p.m., when the students had returned to class. According to the 3rd grade teacher, the 2 girls, Alice and Sally, had asked for a bathroom pass. Shortly after they stepped into the hall, everyone heard the first sounds of gunfire. It was unclear whether they had been the first victims or if that had been the computer science teacher, Melissa Avalon. She had been alone in the computer lab, so no one knew if she stepped out after hearing the shots or if she was shot first, then the girls. It was doubtful the medical examiner could shed any light on things, as time of death wasn't an exact science. What they were working on now was figuring out the exact path the shooter had walked and the trajectory of the shots so they could extrapolate a logical sequence of events. "No material witnesses?" Rainie asked. "None," the other officers agreed. Most students registered the sound of gunshots, then started running toward the exits with no clear idea where the shots were being fired. 6 students reported seeing a man in black. But these were the younger children, and none of them could be more specific. Where had this man come from? Where had he gone? How tall? How short? Fat? Thin? Asked to be more exact, the kids quickly grew confused. 2 officers had followed up at the houses immediately around the school grounds. Those neighbors hadn't spotted any strange man cutting across their yards. "Ergo," Sanders concluded, "this man in black thing is a dead end. Probably just the boogeyman conjured up in traumatized minds. It happens." "Wait a minute," Rainie said. Sanders shot her an annoyed glance. She could already tell he was assuming control of the case. He was the state guy, with a pretty suit and a bigger police shield than hers. He obviously had no use for small-town cops or small-town theories. The big city guys never did. "There's still the issue that 6 children reported seeing a strange man," she said firmly. "That must mean something." "That hysteria is contagious," Sanders said. "Or that they saw something out of place. Someone out of place. Look at the shootings. You're saying it's a blitzkrieg attack. Most victims are sprayed with bullets, and we got holes all over the school to match. But then there's Melissa Avalon. Single shot to the forehead. That's a very precise wound for a random attack. Maybe he had it in for her. Do we know about Danny's relationship with the teacher?" Officers flipped through their notebooks. No one had followed up on the victim's background yet. "Look," Sanders said graciously, obviously deciding that Rainie wasn't a complete idiot. "The Avalon angle does appear interesting. I'll make note of it. And tomorrow, when we start getting the case team assembled, I'll assign a couple of guys to check it out. Hell, there's still plenty of footwork to do. This is just the stuff off the top of my head." "Then, off the top of my head, I don't think we should be dismissing anything yet." Abe rolled his eyes. "Yes, ma'am." Then he muttered, "Of course, you were the one who arrested the kid." Rainie stiffened. She'd had a long day. She didn't need this kind of bullshit. The anger that welled up in her chest was dangerous. It was also out of proportion. Not just because Abe Sanders was obviously some kind of putz, but because she'd arrested a kid she knew and, damn it, she liked. "You stupid, selfish little boy. How could you be so cruel?" Abe Sanders was still looking at her, waiting to see if she'd take the bait. If she ranted and raved, she'd look unprofessional, and he could feel better about things. Rainie had no intention of giving him that kind of satisfaction. She said, "We need to have a conversation tomorrow." "Yep." "First thing in the morning." "Absolutely." 7:30? 7. "Fine. See you then." They returned to the CSU technicians still working the school. The building was now ablaze with lights, covered in a swath of yellow crime scene tape and littered with plastic strips from Polaroid film. In the hallway, sections had been cordoned off to form a grid. The most active areas were handled by men in white spacesuits with special vacuums to suck up every last particle of dust. In other places, technicians scraped blood off windows into tiny vials or sprayed down walls with luminol in hopes of bringing more carnage to light. Officers stood by, carefully recording all findings into a crime scene log that would probably fill 3 binders by morning. Rainie walked into a classroom and, with a magnifying glass, resumed combing the walls. She didn't leave for another 2 hours, and then the feel of the pine-scented air against her cheeks was shocking, and the stars appeared almost too white in the clear night sky. She needed to do at least 2 reams of paperwork. The DA wanted to file charges by noon tomorrow and would need the first wave of police reports. Rodriguez would be taking an aggressive stance. 5 counts of aggravated murder for 3 deaths. A crime so heinous, Daniel O'Grady should be immediately waived to adult court to stand trial. The 13-year-old was a menace to society. He had killed little kids. He had betrayed his community. He had reminded his neighbors that evil could be the person next door. Let's lock him up for the rest of his life. Never to date. Attend a prom, fall in love, get married, have children. To be alive until he was 80 or 90 years old, but never to live. Rainie didn't go to the office. She drove home, where she could sit on her back deck beneath the clear night sky and listen to the owls hoot. She went home, where she could strip off a uniform that smelled of death and grab a cold beer. She went home, where, finally free from prying eyes, she rested her forehead against the neck of the cold beer bottle, thought of those 2 poor little girls, of the school teacher, of Danny, of herself 14 years ago. Police Officer Lorraine Connor went home, and, alone at last, she wept. Not that far away, a man watched. He was dressed completely in black and held a pair of high-powered binoculars to his eyes. The binoculars were a recent purchase, made when the need to see her face, her expression, her clear gray eyes, had become too much to bear. Now the view made him giddy. He could see everything on her back deck, every nuance of her slender body, backlit by the moon and topped off by the porch lights. She was crying. Crying. In all the times he watched, he'd never seen such emotion from her. It excited him. It was hard to imagine, but all those years ago when Bakersville had first captured his attention, it had had nothing to do with Officer Lorraine Connor. He'd been reading an article on the internet. Small dairy community destroyed by floods, promises to rebuild. The journalist began with a melodramatic litany of rising river waters, torrential downpours, and thundering mudslides that descended upon a tiny coastal town during one week in February. How neighbor banded with neighbor to drive their cows to higher ground. How the water kept rising, deluging the lower farms, lifting entire houses off their foundations, and still rose, heading up the rolling hills. Doe-eyed cows, trapped for days in frigid, chest-high water, bawling in fear. Entire trailer trucks, bravely trying to reach more cattle, swept off inundated roads. Pinch-faced wives and children, finally retrieved by boats from their huddled last stands on metal barn roofs. Stoic dairymen, shooting their own herds to put the fragile beasts out of their misery. As the journalist assured all the readers, here was a town that had met the wrath of God. And then rebuilt. Bake sales, bingo drives, innovative programs such as Adopt a Cow, which encouraged city kids and large corporations to support individual cows with money for food and shelter. Half a dozen operations, built on higher ground and spared the flood, opening their barns, haylofts, and milking parlors to their neighbors for as long as they needed. The town was making a comeback. At the end of the article, the mayor was quoted as saying, "Of course we're helping each other. This is Bakersville. We're strong here. We care about our town. And we know what's right." The man had known then that Bakersville would be next. A perfect little place, with perfect little people extolling their perfect little values, where everyone loved everyone and everyone was a friend. He wanted them all dead. He was a patient man. He understood better than most the importance of planning. Good reconnaissance, his father had always barked. A smart soldier does his homework. His father was a shit-for-brains asshole, but the man did his homework. He identified his target. He researched. He learned. Politicians, school officials, reporters, major organizations, sheriff's department. He planned. He had all the time in the world, as far as he was concerned. What was more important was doing things right. He would show this town the wrath of God. He would show them the wrath of him. Then, Officer Lorraine Connor. The first time he saw her in person, casually walking by during one of his many recon visits, he nearly stopped in his tracks. High cheekbones, an uncompromising chin, bold gray eyes that possessed a hard, direct stare. Not pretty, but striking. Arresting, if you were into puns. Here was a woman who knew how to get things done. Not a trace of stupidity, which he'd come to expect in small-town cops. Not even a wide girth or beer gut to show how she really spent her Friday nights. She was fit, fighting trim, and supposedly hell on wheels with a rifle. Then he heard the rumors. Her mother, 14 years ago, the brutal slaying that had never been solved. The woman drank, you know, used her daughter as a human punching bag. Shameless, the old biddies hissed, their eyes bright as they imagined their own hands connecting with firm young flesh. Everyone knew Molly Connor would come to no good. They say the shotgun blast ripped off her whole damn head. Not a trace of flesh left above the neck. Just some headless torso in cheap 4-inch heels, clutching her bottle of Jim Beam. Told you she'd take the booze with her to the grave. Chortle, chortle, chortle. Young Rainie came home from school and found the mess. Least, that's what she told the cops. Came inside to find the body. Walked back outside to see a squad car pulling up to the drive. That young deputy, you know, Shep, before he became the sheriff, he was the first at the scene. Reported Rainie had brains dripping down her hair all over her back. Handcuffed her right away and took her in. Later, they dismissed the charges. Experts claimed the fact the brains were dripping down proved they'd fallen from the ceiling, that she walked in when the scene was still fresh, not that she'd pulled the trigger, which would have caused the gore to blow back onto her body in horizontal streaks, or some such nonsense. Let me tell you, no one can get convicted in this damn state. I mean, the girl's covered in fresh guts, and somehow that ain't enough? Lawyers. That's the problem. Lawyers. Course, Rainie turned out all right in the end. Sure as hell a damn sight better woman than her mom. She's not even that bad a cop. The man agreed with them there. A few taps on the keyboard and he'd learned quite a bit about Rainie Connor. Had received a bachelor's in psychology from Portland State University. Upon returning to Bakersville, she'd become the first female officer in the sheriff's department. She'd passed her academy courses the first time around. She had a file of excellent reviews. She stayed fit by jogging 3 to 4 times a week, and she always read the current issue of the FBI Law Enforcement Bulletin the minute it arrived. She was dedicated, thorough, and according to various drunken rednecks, she moved fast for a girl. The man had also learned things about Rainie's intensely private personal life. She did date men, which was subject to some debate within town, but always from an outside community. She didn't go out often, nor did she keep any one man around for long. She never let her dates pick her up or bring her home. Instead, she would meet them at the chosen restaurant, possibly return to their house, and rise and depart long before they even woke up in the morning. She seemed to have some basic need for sex, but never for sharing. That fascinated the man. She also had another quirk. Every day when she came home from work, she opened a bottle of Bud Light. And every evening before she went to bed, she emptied the full bottle of beer off the back of her deck. An ode to her dead drunken mother, the man figured. Did she picture Molly Connor dead then? Remember the headless torso and gray matter on the ceiling? It was one of the reasons he'd bought the binoculars, because sometimes her lips moved as she poured out the booze, and he was beyond general interest now, beyond objective reconnaissance. He desperately needed to know what she said. Up yours, Mom. Fuck you. The man was enamored with Rainie Connor. She had become his personal hero, and she had added something to his particular venture. She was the police officer destined to find him out, he'd decided. She alone could recognize his genius, his mastery. Finally, 10 years later, here was an adversary worthy of his talents. In the beginning, his plans for Bakersville had been modest. They had changed since then. Now the man carefully retreated into the cover of low-growing shrubs. He put away his binoculars. He took one last admiring look at his gun and allowed himself the luxury of remembering how good it had felt. Then he moved on. He still had many more things to do before the long drive back to his hotel. Chapter 7. Wednesday, May 16th, 8 a.m. Interview of Daniel Jefferson O'Grady, May 15th, 2000. This is Officer Lorraine Connor, conducting an interview of Daniel Jefferson O'Grady, who is suspected of murdering 3 people at the Bakersville Kindergarten through 8 school on Tuesday, May 15th, 2000. Assisting me is Officer Luke Hayes. Also present is District Attorney Charles Rodriguez. O'Grady has been advised of his rights and has refused counsel. The time is 4:47 p.m. Connor. Danny, can you tell us what happened today at your school? Silence. Connor. Danny, are you listening? Do you understand my question? Silence. Connor. What day is it today, Danny? Pause. O'Grady. Tuesday? Connor. Very good. Is Tuesday a school day? O'Grady. Yes. Connor. Did you go to school today? O'Grady. Yes. Connor. When did you go to school, Danny? O'Grady. This morning. Connor. With your sister, with Becky? O'Grady. Yeah. My mom drops us off. Becky doesn't like the bus. It ran over a cat. Connor. That's sad. Becky likes animals, doesn't she? O'Grady. Yes. She's freaky. Connor. Are these the clothes you wore to school today? The black jeans, black t-shirt? O'Grady. Yes. Connor. Do you wear a lot of black clothes? O'Grady. I don't know. Connor. Is there a special reason you wore all black today? Silence. Connor. Did you go to class this morning, Danny? O'Grady. Yes. Connor. You're in 7th grade, aren't you? Who's your teacher? O'Grady. Mr. Watson. Connor. Is he a good teacher? Do you like him? O'Grady. He's all right, I guess. Connor. What did you study this morning? O'Grady. We have English in the morning, then math. Then we were going to have a geography game this afternoon. Map games. The capital cities. Connor. The game didn't happen this afternoon, did it, Danny? Silence. Connor. Do you bring a backpack to school? O'Grady. I have a backpack. Connor. What did you have in the backpack today? Silence. Connor. Danny, did you have 2 guns in your backpack? Did you bring guns to school? Pause. O'Grady. I guess so. Connor. Where did you get these guns? Are they yours? O'Grady. No. My father's. Connor. Did you take them out of a drawer? O'Grady. The gun safe. Connor. The safe? It wasn't locked? O'Grady. The safe was locked. My father always locks the safe. Connor. Then how did you get the guns out? O'Grady. I'm smart, all right? I'm very smart. Pause. Connor. All right, Danny. You're smart enough to open the safe, get 2 guns, and bring them to school. Then what were you smart enough to do, Danny? Silence. Connor. Did you fire your guns at school? Did you start shooting in the hallway? Silence. Connor. Danny, I'm trying to help you, but to do that, I need to know what happened this afternoon. Those little girls and that teacher are dead, Danny. Do you understand, dead? Pause. O'Grady. My grandma died. We went to the funeral. That's dead. Connor. And did your parents cry? Did it make them very sad? As sad as they were today? You saw your father cry, Danny. Do you understand why he was crying? O'Grady. Yeah. Yeah. Connor. What happened this afternoon, Danny? What did you do? Were you just so mad? Was that it? Silence. O'Grady. I'm smart. Connor. Danny, did you kill those girls? Did you open fire on your classmates? O'Grady. I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm smart. Connor. Did you kill those girls, Danny? O'Grady. Yes. Yes, okay. I'm smart. Connor. Why, Danny? Why did you do such a thing? Sound of door bursting open. Johnson. My name is Avery Johnson, and I'm here to represent Daniel O'Grady. This interview is over. Connor. Why, Danny? Why? Johnson. Don't answer. Connor. Tell me why. Why did you kill those little girls, Danny? O'Grady. I'm scared. On the Boeing 747, Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy finally took off the headphones and set aside the tape recorder. He'd listened to the interview of America's newest mass murderer 3 times since taking off in Seattle. Now he took a moment to jot down his thoughts in a notebook he had hastily purchased at SeaTac Airport. On the outside of the red spiral book he had written, Case Study Number 12, Daniel Jefferson O'Grady, Bakersville, Oregon. The stewardess came up, took his empty cup to give him more room, and smiled charmingly. Quincy returned the smile automatically, then broke off eye contact before she would be tempted to start up a conversation. He was still preoccupied with schoolboys and the forces that drove them to kill. Over the years, Quincy had received many charming smiles from flight attendants. At the age of 45, he had dark hair that was graying at the temples, but he was tall, lean-muscled, and well-dressed. He also carried himself well. He'd been there, done that, knew where he was going, believed in always being polite, and had absolutely no patience for fools. He made his living flying to 4 different U.S. cities in 5 days and hunting down the worst predators the human race had to offer. And he had a direct, probing gaze that people found either deeply compelling or completely intimidating. Especially on business trips, when his briefcase was filled with crime scene photos of some of the most brutal slayings on Earth. After 15 years in the business, Quincy was prone to shuffling the photos like playing cards, an act that made him both proud of his objectivity and saddened by his callousness. It had been pure coincidence that Quincy was on the West Coast when Quantico called about the Bakersville shooting. In theory, Quincy was on personal leave from his job of researching killers and teaching homicide investigation classes at the FBI Academy in Virginia. Last week, however, he'd received word of a strangled prostitute's body found along Interstate 5 in Seattle. Local police were concerned the case might have connections to another string of murders committed in the 80s by the notorious Green River Killer, who was never caught. Quincy had revisited that case last year as part of a project to close out cold case files. Unfortunately, he'd not found any fresh leads. Then the new murder. The FBI's deputy director had personally given Quincy the news and told him to stay home. "These are the times when you need to be with your family," the deputy director had said. "We understand that. This case is probably unrelated. I don't want you worrying about it." Quincy had thanked the man for his concern. Then he had gone to Dulles Airport, purchased a ticket to Seattle, and boarded the plane. His youngest daughter was returning to college the next day. His ex-wife had no intention of speaking to him even if he did stay, and as for his daughter Amanda, there was nothing Quincy could do anymore for Amanda. What was done, and frankly, Quincy needed his work.
This ends Disc 2's Disc. The third victim, Disc 3.
Before transferring to a research role with the Behavioral Science Unit 5 years ago, Supervisory Special Agent Quincy had earned his stripes as one of the Bureau's finest profilers. Each year, he'd taken on roughly 120 serial rapists, murderers, and child kidnappers. He'd pursued men with IQs well above genius level and ensnared them in traps of their own making. He'd analyzed crime scenes awash with blood and found the case-breaking clue. He'd saved lives, and he'd made mistakes that sometimes cost lives. He knew how to handle that kind of stress. In fact, his ex-wife, Bethy, routinely claimed he didn't know how to live without it. According to her, his world had become as dark as the murderers he analyzed, and without a brutal slaying to unravel, he simply didn't know what to do with himself. Quincy didn't care for that image of himself, but neither did he refute it. His line of work did take its toll. He spent so much time enmeshed in cases of extreme violence, it was easy to lose perspective. All county fairs became places where child molesters lay in wait for new victims. All basements housed human remains. All charming, good-looking law students were secretly psychopaths. Frankly, Quincy would never, ever take a ride in a Volkswagen Bug, the vehicle of choice for many serial killers. He just wouldn't do it. Nor, he had found, could he watch his daughter die. In Seattle, the prostitute's murder turned out to be a one-off crime, eventually traced to a trucker passing through the area. Quincy had gone so far as to peruse Homicide's cold case files, ostensibly to offer fresh perspective, but really to delay going home, where he would no longer be super agent, capable of capturing even the most vile of villains, but instead helpless parent, resigned to waiting by a hospital bed like any other person for the inevitable to occur. Then, a young boy had walked into his Oregon school and opened fire, and Quincy, in a matter of speaking, had been saved. Like most Americans, Quincy had only peripherally noticed a small but tragic shooting that occurred in November 1995 at Richland High School in Linville, Tennessee, leaving 2 dead and 1 wounded. The tiny town, population 353, seemed too remote to have any connection with Quincy's life, and the small murder spree seemed an isolated occurrence. But just 3 months later, another shooting occurred. Frontier Junior High, Moses Lake, Washington. 3 killed, 1 wounded, by a 14-year-old student. Almost exactly a year later, a new shooting in Bethel, Alaska. 2 killed, 2 wounded, by a 16-year-old gunman who had lined up a gallery of friends to watch his rampage. 8 months later, 16-year-old Luke Woodham murdered 3 people and wounded 7 in Pearl, Mississippi. 2 months after that, 3 more students die at Heath High School in West Paducah, Kentucky. The pattern was clear. Jonesboro, Arkansas, Springfield, Oregon, Littleton, Colorado, Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Other schools, other tragedies, seared into the national consciousness. Headlines screamed of an epidemic of violence sweeping across America's youth. Video games, some cried. Too many guns, not enough parents. Or maybe it was Hollywood, or Capitol Hill, or Jerry Springer. But something had to be done to stem the tide. Ban guns, censor cartoons, install metal detectors, enforce dress codes, something. In the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, researchers such as Quincy were less certain. Were the shootings a genuine trend or a statistical anomaly? Were these normal children motivated by outside forces such as the media, or did this point to a deeper developmental issue? What really drove teenagers to kill, and how could shootings be prevented? Even at Quantico, the leading criminal experts didn't have ready answers, and that frightened them, for they had children too. 6 months ago, Quincy had begun a major research effort to dissect the minds of juvenile mass murderers and identify ways to help them, as well as to prevent future shootings. The goal was to devise a system that would help identify potential mass murderers for school officials and law enforcement agencies. Also, Quincy hoped to formulate action steps to help parents and teachers deal more effectively with potentially violent teens. Identifying future shooters, however, was easier said than done. Unlike serial killers, mass murderers were not a homogeneous bunch. People went postal because they'd had a bad day, because they were mentally unstable, because someone influenced them, because they were high, drunk, stoned, because they were in love, out of love, confused by love, because they sought glory, because they sought revenge, because they sought death. Mass murderers could be young, old, rich, poor, well-educated, poorly educated, well-adjusted, or loners. Their attacks could be random or well-planned. In addition, many mass murderers ended their rampages by taking their own lives, making it difficult to get more information. What had brought that person to the breaking point? What had the shooter been thinking during his rampage? Would he repeat his act, given the chance, or was it a one-time homicide spree? Most of the time, no one ever knew. The best experts could do currently was a risk assessment of individuals, a checklist of behaviors statistically found in mass murderers. Mass murderers, 1. Had a history of violence. For example, wife beating, child abuse, brawls, etc. 2. Inspired subjective fear in people. After shootings, there were always a few neighbors or co-workers who had a bad feeling about the person. They avoided the man at work, didn't let their children play with the boy, were sure never to be alone with the guy, etc. 3. Exhibited antisocial behavior, either a loner-type personality or someone who deliberately violated societal rules. 4. Had poor social skills. 5. Liked to make threats realistic or idle. 6. lacked a support system, for example, came from a fractured family, had few friends, etc. 7. Felt wronged by life, the corporation, peers, spouse, etc. 8. Were under severe situational stress, for example, recent job loss, impending divorce, death in the family, etc. Quincy felt that the checklist wasn't a bad tool. Human resources departments of many major corporations routinely used it to identify potentially dangerous employees. In the wake of school shootings, school counselors across the country had also requested the information for their offices. Unfortunately, the checklist was proving too vague when applied to youthful offenders. What was situational stress for an 11-year-old? Getting braces? Having a pimple? Breaking up? What was a history of violence for a grade school boy? Throwing rocks? Tearing wings off flies? Engaging in rough sports? Add to that the significant number of children who came from broken homes, and that every teenager worth his salt felt deeply and grievously wronged by life, and a statistically improbable number of youths emerged as future homicidal maniacs. Hardly an encouraging thought. Children were simply too hard for adults to understand or predict in the best of circumstances. Their coping skills were limited. They were a bundle of hormones, and they generally believed everything must happen now, today, immediately, with no thought of long-term consequences. Finally, juveniles were highly motivated by peer pressure, a rare factor in adult homicide. Children were also proving more susceptible to media images and outside influences such as cults and hate groups. In short, the more Quincy learned, the more he realized how much he had left to learn. This would be a long assignment. Years, he was beginning to think, of spending quality time with kids who killed kids. He was both intrigued by the task and repelled by it. In other words, his general state of mind. The fasten seatbelt light came on. The plane was preparing for descent. Quincy gathered up Danny O'Grady's interview tape and notes. His brow furrowed. He didn't have much information on the case yet, but already there were a number of elements that bothered him. The shooting of the teacher seemed so exact, for one thing. He wanted to know more about her and Danny's relationship. Then there was the timing of the shooting. Why, when all the students had gone back into class? That struck him as an attack strategy devised to limit the amount of damage, as if the shooter didn't want many people hurt. Finally, there was the interview. Judging by the tone of the child's voice, Quincy would bet he'd been in a state of shock. Not the best time for a thorough interrogation. Plus, while the investigating officer had done a nice job of trying to open the boy up by resorting to simpler questions, she had used too many leading questions. That was always dangerous with children, as they were prone to giving the answer they thought the adult desired, instead of the right answer. Danny's repeated reference to being smart bothered Quincy as well. Something else needed to be asked. He wondered what the chances were of the boy's lawyer agreeing to an interview. Then he wondered what the chances were of the local police welcoming his assistance with the case. Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy smiled. A local police officer welcome a Fed with open arms? Hardly. He was already placing bets on which expletive Officer Lorraine Connor would use first. Chapter 8. Wednesday, May 16th, 11:08 a.m. You little shit. Go behind my back to the DA one more time, and I'll tie you up, take you out into a field, and personally introduce you to Bakersville's homegrown cow pies. Got it? I simply needed some information. You tried to yank my case. Only when it became clear that you weren't qualified to handle it. Rainie's eyes bugged open, and she nearly foamed at the mouth. She was having a bitch of a morning, which had already included one very terse conversation with Abe Sanders at 7 a.m. Apparently, that had not gotten the job done, however, because here it was just after 11, and she was going to have to take her scissors and cut him down to size. How dare he ask the DA to remove her as primary officer on the case? How dare he try to claim state jurisdiction of her homicide? Didn't he know better than to mess with a woman who'd gotten only 4 hours of sleep? Rainie moved out from behind the hastily erected desk. Actually, a piece of plywood laid atop 2 sawhorses that had just been placed in the brand-new Op Center for the Bakersville case team. Sure, the command post was really the attic of Town Hall, stifling and dusty and hot, but she'd managed to commandeer a coffee pot and a water cooler from the mayor's office. Already, that made these quarters luxurious compared to the 20-by-20 headquarters of the sheriff's department. Rainie had been working her damnedest this morning. Up at 4:30 to burn the knots out of her muscles with a good hard run. She then typed up the police reports from the night before, met with the mayor about getting more space for her case team, and prepared for her first meeting with Abe. She'd thought they'd made the ground rules perfectly clear at that time. The case would require state and local cooperation. Abe would serve as point man for the state's resources, handling the physical evidence, managing the CSU, and adding his own considerable experience to the investigative efforts. Rainie's department would provide the ground troops, herself, Luke, and 3 volunteer officers, to conduct interviews and pull records. They knew the people in their town the best and would get more cooperation from the school and parents than state officers would. Abe was welcome to process the crime scene and commandeer the school computers in search of further evidence. Rainie knew she needed help, but she would not, could not, should not give up jurisdiction of the case. End of story. Or so she'd thought at 7 this morning. You messed up, Sanders said now, obviously worried she hadn't gotten the message the first time. You're inexperienced, and it showed. I secured the scene and arrested a murderer. Shame on me. You trampled the scene, he corrected with a grimace. My God, you let in the EMTs. Haven't you ever seen what they do to a place? Why not just invite the fire department and throw a party? I ordered Walt docked. He chose to violate those orders, something Bradley Brown is still very grateful for. He might have lived anyway. Might have lived? Are you guys paid by the body or what? Sanders remained unswayed. EMTs ruin scenes. Simple fact of life. So do concerned parents running after their children and school bureaucrats trying to do head counts. We got there as fast as we could. Geography is another simple fact of life, and geography places that school in the middle of a residential area and us 15 minutes away. Can't stop what we aren't there to manage. Fine. What about once you were there? Discharging your weapon in the middle of the scene? He raised a brow. An armed murder suspect drew down on me, Rainie snapped. Value a crime scene. Don't plan on dying for it. Oh, now I get it. You were afraid for your life, so you shot up the ceiling. I stand corrected, officer. That makes perfect sense. You insufferable. Rainie fisted her hands at her side. She counted to 10 a second time and noticed that another man had just appeared in the doorway, also wearing a sharply pressed suit. God help her, the state men were multiplying. She forced her fists open and managed in a more reasonable tone of voice, "As I wrote in my report, Detective, which you have no doubt read, edited, and found fault with the font size, at the last minute the suspect's father threw himself in front of me, forcing me to alter my fire. So, you're trigger happy? That's how you want to go on record? Hey, have you ever pulled your weapon on the job? Have you ever been in the line of fire? What the hell do you know about being trigger happy?" Sanders scowled. Apparently, Mr. Perfect never had been at the front lines. Look who was the inexperienced one now. Rainie's triumph, however, was short-lived. "Well," the state detective said briskly, "that brings us to all the problems with the arrest." "What?" "First off, the confession. Have you talked to the DA yet about the confession?" "Hell, I called Rodriguez in to listen to the confession. Everything was by the book." "Apparently not everything. O'Grady's lawyer is already seeking to have the confession tossed." "You thought he'd asked to have it entered into evidence instead?" Sanders ignored her sarcasm. "He claims the boy was in shock at the time and in no state of mind to waive his rights. He also points out that your questions were leading, which is inappropriate when interrogating a minor. He has a score of experts lined up to contend that you put words in Danny's mouth, getting him to say exactly what you wanted to hear." "Like I wanted to hear that my boss's son killed 3 people," Rainie grumbled, then waved her hand in a dismissive motion. "Fine, it doesn't matter. We still have the positive GSR results and the 2 handguns. We can build one hell of a case off that." Sanders smiled thinly. For the first time, Rainie understood that they really were in trouble. "Yes. The gunpowder residue found on Danny O'Grady's hands and clothing." Sanders adopted the demeanor of a thin-lipped defense attorney. "Is it true, Officer Connor, that you discharged your weapon at the scene?" "Yes. As I explained, isn't it true that any time a gun is fired, it emits gunpowder residue?" "Sure. But I was hardly standing over Danny." "But it would get on your hands, wouldn't it, officer? And then, didn't you pat down the suspect, Danny O'Grady? Didn't you touch his clothes, his arms, his hands, as you searched for weapons, as you twisted his arms behind his back for the bracelets? In fact, couldn't all that gunpowder found on his person really have come from your hands, from discharging your weapon?" Rainie was stunned. Christ, she hadn't thought of that. Everything had happened so fast. First, trying hard not to kill Shep or his kid. Then needing to get Danny immediately restrained. What was she supposed to do? Tell a murder suspect to stay there like a good boy while she ran to the lavatory to wash her hands? "The lab can do more tests," Rainie mumbled desperately. "There are different kinds of gunpowder. They could prove what's from my weapon, what's from his." "Oh, they're trying to," Sanders assured her, resuming his normal punching tone. "We don't know yet if it's possible, however. Looks like Danny was using his father's ammo, and wouldn't you know it, Shep does his ordering for the department and for himself, all from the same manufacturer. Tricky, huh?" Rainie had a headache. She almost rubbed her temples, then realized she couldn't afford to give away that much. Plus, That man was still standing in the doorway, taking everything in with no apparent regard for their privacy. If he was a reporter, she'd have to kill him. "Do we at least have the murder weapons?" she asked Abe, since he was the one in charge of evidence. "ATF took the weapons for ballistics testing. We don't have results yet." "But what else could they be? If all else fails, we've got Danny's prints on the guns. That's something," Abe said. "No prints on the guns." "What?" "No way. I saw him holding those guns. I made Shep leave the building before me. There's no way the weapons were wiped clean. Not wiped clean. Smeared beyond lifting one clean print, such as what might happen when an experienced police officer pretended to wrestle a handgun from his child's grip." "No," Rainie said. "Why not? Because Shep is your boss? Because you feel indebted to him?" "Don't go there. That has no bearing on anything." Sanders, however, had no learning curve. Everything has bearing. In the hands of a good defense attorney, Connor, the Andy Gibb poster you kissed every night when you were 12 can have relevance. I asked around. You were arrested for murder 14 years ago at the tender age of 17. Arresting officer, one Shep O'Grady. And the man who worked to have the charges cleared, one Shep O'Grady. Because he realized he made a mistake. Who cares? Fact remains that you work together. You have dinner at his house. And 14 years ago, he helped you out of a bind. Then 6 years after that, gave you a job some people still question. You think that won't come up during trial? Shep's got loyalty to Danny, you've got loyalty to him, and you three are alone at the scene. Face it, chain of custody on this case is screwed. Nothing inappropriate happened in that building, Detective. You weren't there. You don't know how things went down. Sanders was silent for a moment. Then he said quietly, dangerously, "No, I don't think you know how things went down. Shep made you the primary officer before ever arriving at the scene. Why? When you arrive at the school, Shep's car is there. But for 45 minutes, there's no sign of him. Where's the sheriff? What's he doing? He already stated that Danny was holding him hostage in that classroom. Do you know that? Do any of us really know that? From where I'm sitting, you search this whole school without them ever peeking out their heads. Then, when you're due to enter that classroom anyway, they finally show themselves. Next thing you know, you're front row center for a little display that magically makes you discharge your weapon, obliterating a key piece of evidence, while giving Shep O'Grady a chance to handle the other 2 key pieces of evidence. Damn convenient if you ask me. Rainie was incredulous. You think Shep staged an armed confrontation between a police officer and his son on the off chance it would eliminate some of the evidence against Danny? He didn't stage it for any officer, Connor. He staged it for you. You've known Danny for 8 years. Hell, according to everyone in this town, you and Luke helped raise Danny O'Grady, watching him every afternoon in the office. What were the chances you'd open fire? Shep is a good cop. He wouldn't tamper with evidence. He's a father. Don't kid yourself. I was there. I saw it go down. I know what happened. Yeah. Well, Shep's already going all over town claiming there's trouble with the evidence and that he's certain his kid will walk. Who do you think pointed out that you discharged your weapon before frisking Danny? Who do you think is claiming the scene is foobar? Shep's got his own agenda. You just don't want to see it. And that's why you need to hand over the case to someone who's perfectly objective, to someone who has experience, to someone who loves looking good in front of a camera. Sanders shook his head. He appeared disgusted. Connor, I got a 90% conviction rate. Hate me if you want to, but show me a little respect. You're the one keeping the case out of ego. I just want to push it ahead to conviction so everyone can get on with their lives. Then you're an idiot, Rainie told him flatly. You really think locking away a 13-year-old kid will make us feel better? Give us a sense of closure? Personally, I'll be driving by that school for the rest of my life, wondering what really happened yesterday afternoon. And all the parents and teachers will be wondering the same thing. What drives a boy to kill? Why did 2 little girls have to die? Why didn't we prevent this from happening? More than an arrest, my town needs an explanation, and I'm going to get it for them. Now get out of my office, detective, and the next time you talk to Rodriguez, pull that stick out of your ass. It's really not helping. Rainie returned to her desk and sat down. A moment later, she had the satisfaction of hearing Sanders storm away. It didn't improve her mood, however. She was already growing weary of their battles. And disheartened. Sanders was right. She'd fucked up yesterday. She'd done her job earnestly. And that meant nothing in the criminal justice system. She'd captured a suspect, but destroyed the evidence. Soon she'd only be fit for a job with the LAPD. And her credibility would come into question. People still whispered. Of course, it was a small town. If people didn't whisper through the long, rainy winters, everyone would lose their minds. Rainie Connor's tough. Gotta watch out for her. Killed her own mother. Rainie sighed, then became aware that the man in the navy blue suit was still standing there, watching. "Can I help you?" she asked sharply. "Officer Lorraine Connor?" "I don't know. Who's asking?" The man smiled, a wry tilt of one corner of his mouth. The gesture crinkled the corners of his eyes and momentarily startled Rainie. Lean hunter's face. Penetrating blue eyes. She did a quick double-take before she caught herself. Then she was embarrassed. Whoever the man was, she already wished he'd turn and walk away. He said, "I'm Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy of the FBI." Ah, shit. He smiled dryly again. And it got to her again, even now, when she definitely knew better. She wished for a bottle of beer. The agent moved into the room and, without waiting for an invitation, took a seat. "I take it that gentleman is with the state." Mr. Perfect is a state homicide detective. God help us all. A 90% conviction rate is impressive. So is his spelling ability. You still want to deck him after a 5-minute chat. Problems with the case? "I screwed it up royally," she assured him. "And now you're resting on your laurels." "Hardly. I'm planning my next line of attack." The corner of the man's lip twitched. Rainie was happy to see that she had amused him, but she still wasn't in the mood for a chat. She sat forward and cut to the chase. "What do you want, G-Man? I'm tired. I have a triple homicide to investigate, and I'm not giving up jurisdiction of my case, just so you know. I am here to help. Bullshit." "Okay. I'm one more bureaucrat placed on this earth to mess with your mind and question your abilities. Finally, some honesty in law enforcement. I also want to talk to Daniel O'Grady. Rainie leaned back. That answer she believed. She just wasn't sure what it meant. She tilted her chair onto its back legs, absently placing one foot on top of her desk, then crossing her other foot over it. Her legs still ached from running this morning. She stretched out her calves while she gave Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy another appraising stare. Experienced, she thought. Well established in his career. Probably in his 40s, graying slightly at the temples. Worked well with his short-cropped hair and distinguished suit. Added to his power. She was willing to bet money Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy consciously did a lot of things to add to his image of power. He didn't need much help, though. It was all in his eyes, that piercing, steady stare. This man had seen some things on the job. He'd taken on a few things more. Nothing overwhelmed him anymore, and for a moment, Rainie was envious. "You a profiler?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "I do some profiling. I also teach classes and research various subjects for the behavioral science unit." "You study serial killers?" "Serial killers, rapists, and child molesters," he said with a straight face, then added, "It makes for very pleasant dreams." "What do you want with Danny?" "He's a suspected mass murderer. That's different from a serial killer." "Very good, officer. Plus, he's a juvenile mass murderer, which is distinctly different as well. Unfortunately, we don't understand these distinctions, hence my new research assignment." Rainie's brows shot up. "You're researching school shootings?" "Correct." "You're going from town to town, investigating kids murdering other kids?" "Yes." Rainie shook her head. She didn't know whether to be amazed or appalled. "Traffic accidents I can handle," she told him. "Drunken brawls, stabbings, even the occasional domestic incidents. But what went down in that school yesterday? How can you focus on something like that full time? How can you keep from waking up screaming every night?" "With all due respect, officer, I have a bit more experience with violent crime than you." Rainie grimaced. "Thank you. Words I haven't already heard 12 times this morning." She straightened up in the chair and let her feet hit the floor. "Well, sorry to break it to you, Agent, but I doubt you'll get to speak with Danny. His parents got him a crack defense attorney who's placed him off limits to all interviews, despite the fact that Danny has confessed twice and was found holding the murder weapons. He's pleading innocent." "Do you think he's guilty?" "I think I have a case to put together." "That's a careful answer." She smiled at him wolfishly. "I may be inexperienced, Soup Spag, but I learn quick." "Soup? Spag?" "Supervisory Special Agent. In local law enforcement terms. We're not big on titles, you know." "I see." Quincy appeared a little dazed. Rainie had a feeling he wasn't sure what to make of her yet, or how to handle her. The thought pleased her. She liked keeping the feds guessing. In the end, it might be the only thing she had to show for her day. So she supposed she should have known. She'd no sooner started feeling smug than the FBI hunter went on the attack. He said calmly, "I don't think Daniel O'Grady shot up his school. And I don't think you're certain of it either, Officer Connor. I think we're both still wondering what really happened yesterday afternoon. And better yet, how we can prove it. Chapter 9. Wednesday, May 16th, 11:43 a.m. Rainie drove Quincy to the school. Quincy sat in the passenger's seat, gazing out the window with what he was afraid must be an incredulous stare. He had not been to Oregon in many years and had forgotten its stunning beauty. They drove through rolling, verdant pastures liberally sprinkled with black and white Holsteins and topped by red farmhouses with bunches of yellow pansies. He could smell freshly mown grass and the salty tang of ocean air. He could see towering mountains ringing the valley, their summits carpeted in dense Douglas fir. King-size cab trucks whizzed by, their powerful V8 engines gunning. People waved to Rainie as they passed, and about half a dozen black labs lolled their tongues as they panted merrily out the window. Up ahead, everyone slowed for a John Deere tractor that was laboring down the road. No one honked at the aging farmer or yelled at him to pull over. They simply waited and waved politely when they finally had room to pass. In answer, the farmer touched the brim of his faded red baseball hat. "That's Mike Barry," Rainie said, as they swung wide around the green tractor, breaking her silence for the first time since they'd gotten into the patrol car. He and his brother owned the two biggest dairy farms around here. Last year, they bought out 3 family farms that were destroyed by the floods. One belonged to Carl Simmons, who's 60 years old and has no family left. Mike arranged for a living trust, so Carl can stay in his home until the day he dies and never worry about a thing. The Barry brothers are good people. "I didn't think there were many places like this left," Quincy said honestly. Rainie turned to look at him. "There aren't." She went back to driving. Quincy didn't bother her again. He could tell that her mood had turned pensive, and in truth, he was growing troubled himself. For all his talk of objectivity and professionalism, it was difficult to look at such beautiful countryside and contemplate the savagery that had gone on in the grade school. So far, few things in Bakersville were as he'd anticipated. That included Officer Connor. All PC platitudes aside, most female cops he'd known were broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, and frankly, butch. He wouldn't use those terms to describe Officer Connor. Her 5'6" figure appeared fit and pleasantly curved. Her long chestnut hair, worn unapologetically loose, framed a startling, attractive face with wide cheekbones, firm jaw, and full lips. Then there were her eyes. Not blue, not gray, but somewhere in between. Quincy imagined that the color shifted with her mood, becoming soft flannel when she was contemplative, icy blue when enraged, and when she was intrigued. Her head tilted slightly, her lips parting in anticipation of a kiss. Quincy skittered away from his thoughts and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. It wasn't like him to think of a police officer that way. Business was business, especially these days. He moved his analysis to her qualities as a cop. She was inexperienced. Her handling of the crime scene and the suspect proved as much. But he didn't think she was dumb. In his 30-second appraisal, she had struck him as stubborn, smart, and naturally analytic. He already understood she was fiercely loyal to her community and, at times, proud to a fault. He suspected she lived for her job, had few close friends, and few outside interests. This, however, was cheating. he was drawing heavily on the profile of the surviving child of an alcoholic, which could go one of two ways: an underachieving drunk or an overachieving workaholic. Since Rainie obviously wasn't the former, he imagined she was the latter. She had yet to prove him wrong. All in all, she was a different sort of police officer from what he'd expected. Probably different from what Detective Abe Sanders had been expecting as well, and thus they were butting heads. With all due respect to Bakersville's Sheriff's Department, most small-town police officers had good people skills, but weren't the brightest bulbs on the Christmas tree. They made roughly $20,000 a year. Their cases were routine. They had a tendency to settle into ruts as masters of their tiny domains, and what analytic abilities they did have atrophied as they patrolled Friday night football games. Of course, Quincy was an arrogant federal agent, paid extra to look down at all other forms of law enforcement, especially those mental midgets in ATF. Rainie turned off the rural route, and farmland gave way to a neighborhood. Minutes later, a sprawling white school building came into view. Yellow crime scene tape roped off the parking lot, and mounds of wrapped flowers threatened to bury the chain-link fence. Rainie pulled the patrol car over. "You haven't been here yet today, have you?" Quincy asked quietly. She shook her head, still looking at piles of flowers, balloons, and teddy bears. 2 feet deep, stretching along a good 10 feet of fence. Loose roses and pink ribbons and tiny, tiny crosses, handmade signs saying, "We love you, Miss Avalon," and a large red carnation heart reading, "For my daughter." Rainie's eyes had grown overbright. She sniffled roughly, and Quincy knew she was fighting hard not to cry. He turned to the makeshift memorial. "It's one of the amazing things," he said after a moment. "On the one hand, these incidents are so tragic, they make us fear the worst about humanity. What kind of society produces children who attack other children with assault rifles? On the other hand, these incidents are so tragic, they bring out our humanity. The small acts of courage that get the kids through the day, from the EMTs entering a war zone to the teachers risking their lives to tackle a shooter. From the brother who protects his sister with his own body, to the mother who administers first aid, setting aside her fear for her own child to help someone else's. And all around the globe, it strikes a nerve. People feel a need to send flowers, poems, candles, anything to let your town know it's not alone. Bakersville is in their thoughts and their prayers." Rainie wiped the corner of her eye, then blinked a few times. "Yesterday," she said thickly, "the call went out that the hospital needed more blood to handle the casualties. The Elks immediately opened up their lodge to the Red Cross. Next thing you know, there was a line of people extending 4 city blocks waiting to give. The grocery store sent out their bag boys with free lemonade for everyone. A couple of older ladies set up playstations for the kids. There were people in that line for 2 or 3 hours, and they never complained. Everyone just said it was the least they could do." That was the story the Bakersville Herald carried today on the front page. The news of the shooting was in a smaller box in the lower right-hand corner. Not everyone agreed with that prioritization, but I thought they might have a point. The shooting is about an individual. The aftermath is about a town. Something like that. Rainie unfastened her seatbelt. "If you don't mind, Agent, I spent most of yesterday in that building, and now I'd just like to get this over with. Not being an experienced profiler type, There are many things in that school it hurts me to see." Quincy followed her into the school. He already had his notepad out and his mind working overtime. Earlier, in her office, Officer Connor had agreed to walk Quincy through the crime scene for his notes, as well as to refresh her own. He wouldn't say that they were working together, more that Rainie shared his concerns about Danny's innocence. Thus, she was allowing him to tag along as a quasi-observer, quasi-expert. Of course, she told him frankly, the minute he tried to claim the case as his own, she reserved the right to cut him off at the knees. At the time, she'd looked at his kneecaps quite seriously. Quincy had the feeling that Officer Connor wasn't known for playing nice with others. Perversely enough, he liked that about her. Now they walked down the yawning hallway toward the back of the school. Quincy noted the floors dusted with printing powder, the small sections of cut-out tiles that must have been spotted with blood and been carted away to the lab. According to Rainie, the CSU had finished up round 1 of processing the scene this morning. There would be future visits as the task force sought to finalize a thorough walk-through of the events on that day. Then there were the mounds of evidence it would take months to sort through. Quincy estimated that a school of this size would yield hundreds of footprints to sort and thousands of fingerprints to match. The crime scene log would probably grow to 6 or 7 volumes. "This is where I found Walt and Emery assisting Bradley Brown," Rainie said, pointing to a bloody area at the intersection of 2 main hallways. She looked at him expectantly. "Was Brown conscious?" "Yes. I asked him if he'd seen anything, and he said no. He heard the shots, came running up this hall, turned right, and boom." Quincy turned right, where the level of violence was clearly depicted by the outline of 3 bodies on the floor. "Everything happened down there?" "That's what we think." "In the hallway, not a classroom?" "That's correct." "How did Danny end up in the hallway?" According to his teacher, he never returned to class after lunch. Mr. Watson said he'd wondered what was going on, but Danny was hardly ever late, so he figured there must be a good reason he hadn't returned yet. "What time was that?" The school runs 3 lunch periods. Danny's is the last, ending at 1:20. Students have 5 minutes to get to class, signaled by a bell at 1:25. Danny wasn't in his classroom at 1:25. At 1:35, dispatch received a call about shots fired. So Danny skips his class, and the girls are in the hallway because Alice needed to use the restroom. Sally was her buddy. In the 3rd grade, you travel in pairs. Their teacher gave them a hall pass. What about the other fatality? Melissa Avalon. She's alone in the computer lab? Yes, it's her lunch break. She keeps the lab open for students to use during cafeteria hours, then closes up shop at the 1:20 bell. And that's scheduled, correct? At 1:20. She's always alone in the lab. Rainie nodded, easily following his train of thought. It's looking more and more like she was the target, isn't it? Sally and Alice just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's my assumption at the moment, but let's not jump ahead. Quincy moved to the janitor's closet, arching one brow at the mess. "I take it Officer Cunningham is one big boy," he murmured. Rainie grimaced. He was doing his best at the time. Things were intense. "Becky O'Grady was hiding in the back of the closet?" "Yes, all the way in the back, curled up in a ball. She appeared to be suffering from shock, and I couldn't get her to answer many questions. I understand that Sandy took her to the emergency room, but the doctors said she just needed time." Do you think she saw what happened? I don't know. Luke talked to her teacher this morning. She claimed Becky was in the classroom right up to the time of the shooting. Mrs. Lund thinks she got separated from her class during the mad dash to exit the building. It was a good 30 or 40 minutes before Mrs. Lund even realized Becky was gone. So now we have 2 questions. Quincy ticked them off on his fingers. First, what happened to Danny O'Grady between the end of lunch, 1:20 p.m., and when you finally confronted him at 2:45-ish? Over an hour unaccounted for. Quincy frowned. Rainie smiled thinly. Not completely unaccounted for. Shep was with him. He claims he arrived at the school a little after 1:45. Students had already fled the premises. He went inside to offer help and encountered Danny, dazed and confused and picking up the guns. Picking up the guns. Oh, I like that. As if the boy simply stumbled upon them. You don't believe Shep either, do you? He's not the most objective witness, Quincy observed. I'll stick with my analysis for now. We don't know what Danny did between 1:20 and 2:45. The next question we have is what happened to Becky O'Grady from roughly 1:35 to your arrival at around 1:50. He frowned again. I don't like the fact that the 2 students unaccounted for just happened to be brother and sister. I don't believe in coincidence. You don't think Becky's part of it, do you? Rainie was startled. For heaven's sake, she's 8. Has someone followed up with her yet? Luke Hayes and Tom Dawson are going to try to interview her this afternoon. I'm not optimistic, though. Shep and Sandy are pretty hostile right now, and we don't have the right to question her away from her parents. I doubt anything will come of it. You could ask the DA to subpoena her as a witness for the grand jury. Rainie shrugged, and then surprised him by saying, I looked into that this morning. According to Rodriguez, there's still no way of enforcing testimony. Her parents could simply coach her to say she doesn't remember. That would be that. My guess is that if we hope to get anywhere with her, we need to play nice. Who knows? Shep and Sandy have to be wondering what really happened yesterday. Maybe sooner or later they'll be willing to let Becky talk. Perhaps they'll even let Luke ask her questions this afternoon. I'm just not betting on it. How well do you know them? Quincy asked. Well. Quincy nodded and let her move away. He didn't think she was aware of it, but she had wrapped her arms tightly around her middle, as if she was trying to block out the scene. The stance made her appear younger, more vulnerable. She was looking at the outline of Melissa Avalon's body. By all accounts, Miss Avalon had also been beautiful, compassionate, and dedicated to her job. Wordlessly, they moved down the hall to the shattered doors. Quincy stopped at the door across from the computer room. Danny came out of this classroom? Yes. He was backing Shep through the door at gunpoint. Holding both the .22 and the .38? Yes. How did he seem? Agitated, wired. Rainie's brow furrowed as she contemplated his question further. He seemed hostile toward his father. Holding him at gunpoint would appear hostile. Rainie shook her head. There was more to it than that. Shep was telling him that everything would be all right. Then he was trying to tell him not to speak to me. But everything kept coming out as a command, and that made Danny withdraw even more. I think he has a big chip on his shoulder regarding his father. Shep rides him hard. How so? Shep was a big football star in his high school days. Super jock. Danny, Rainie shrugged. He's small for his age, not good at sports. I think Shep believes he just needs to try harder, and I think Danny wishes his father would leave him alone. Have you ever heard Shep call his son stupid? Rainie shook her head. You're talking about the interview tape, aren't you? Danny's obsession with being smart. That's the oddest thing. See, Shep's not the kind of father to worry that much about grades. Bad day on the football field? Yes. Bad day on the report card? Hey, these things happen. I don't know where that was coming from. Does Danny have any close friends? We're still working on that. We'll want a complete list of all students absent yesterday, plus notes on whether they knew Danny O'Grady and can account for their time. Alibis for children, Rainie muttered and rolled her eyes. Why the ones who were absent? Because no one says the shooter had to be in attendance that day. Plus, they still might be involved. In several of the shootings, other students played a role, either encouraging the main suspect's actions or enjoying the show. What? Bethel, Alaska, Quincy said. Evan Ramsey did the shooting, but 2 14-year-olds encouraged him. One went so far as to teach him how to use the shotgun. Both assembled some of their other friends to join him in the cafeteria for a show. Wonderful. Luke Woodham also appears to have been influenced by other kids, Quincy reported. In this case, I'm wondering if that's where Danny's obsession with "I'm smart" is coming from. It sounds rehearsed and overly vehement. Either it's a phrase he's using to compensate for genuine doubts about his intelligence, or it's a cover for something else. Something that's still too frightening or overwhelming for him to say. How did he seem after the shooting? Distant, withdrawn. He sobbed a little when he heard his mother's voice. Then he fell asleep like a baby in the back of the patrol car. Quincy nodded, not surprised by her description. He's dissociating, keeping himself distanced from the events until he's able to deal with them. That's a normal reaction to any kind of trauma. The question becomes, how long will the dissociation last, and how will he react when his mind does start to process what happened? He's on suicide watch, Rainie volunteered. I understand that's standard procedure for a case like this. It's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, Danny is probably suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and now will go through its various symptoms. One day, he might talk about everything very matter-of-factly, then collapse weeping the next day. He might sound cold at times as he repeats the day's events over and over again. He'll probably refuse to call victims by name. All of this can be interpreted one way or another by well-meaning people, and none of it means he's guilty. It simply means he's experienced a trauma, whether as a perpetrator or a witness, and his mind is struggling to cope. That fact, however, can get quickly lost. Rainie sighed. I don't know, she said. Maybe we're making this too complicated. On the one hand, some things don't make sense about the shooting. On the other hand, what shooting makes sense? And who else could have done it? All the students present that day were in class when the shots were fired, so they're accounted for. The only 2 students with time lapses are Danny and Becky, and neither choice is appealing. Maybe in the end, it's just too hard to believe a child did it. So I focus on the question because it's easier than the answer. It's good to focus on questions, Quincy said. It's your job. Well, it's not a good job today, Agent. Maybe tomorrow it will be, but I'm not particularly enjoying it today. She headed for the side doors, obviously disturbed again. Quincy wasn't surprised when she stopped by the broken windows and gazed out on the rolling green hills and afternoon sun. Recharge, he thought. Sometimes he had to do that himself. He bent down and inspected the shooting area more closely. He noted the way the bodies had laid and tried to picture in what direction they'd fallen. Then he explored the door frame around Melissa Avalon's computer lab for telltale holes. 10 minutes later, he was done making notes. Now he had many questions for the medical examiner. He turned back to Rainie, who was still standing by the broken doors. She was no longer looking outside, however, but staring at the outline of Melissa Avalon's body. Her gray eyes were impossible to read, her features stilled. Quincy wondered how few hours of sleep Rainie Connor had gotten last night, and for just one moment he was tempted to ask her. To step over the line and into her space, because once upon a time he'd been the inexperienced agent with a homicide, and he understood how some images stayed in your head long after you turned out the lights. Some nights, he did wake up screaming. But that was neither here nor there. He said, "I'm done now." Rainie led him from the building.
This ends Disc 3. The third victim, Disc 4.
Chapter 10. Wednesday, May 16th, 12:52 p.m. Outside, Rainie and Quincy encountered Principal Stephen van der Zanden. A slightly built man with an expressive face and twinkling eyes, he now appeared subdued as he surveyed blood-red roses piled against the chain-link fence. The wind ruffled his dark, thinning hair and pressed his gray suit against his frame. He didn't seem to notice. He walked the fence line, adjusting arrangements so that names showed more clearly, then pushed back 2 teddy bears to reveal a framed portrait of Melissa Avalon. Rainie and Quincy walked up to him quietly. Principal van der Zanden and his wife were relatively new to Bakersville, having moved into the area 3 years earlier, when van der Zanden accepted the job at the K-8. Not having kids, Rainie had never met him until last summer, when they'd rubbed shoulders at a town function. Van der Zanden had impressed her then with his enthusiasm for his students and his rapport with their parents. No project was too big in his eyes, no student too small for his attention. He'd been giggling like a schoolgirl over having secured the federal grant for Bakersville's first computer lab, and could barely wait to surf the web himself. He also seemed a little bit flirtatious, but he had a few glasses of wine under his belt when she'd run into him, and frankly, the whole crowd was pretty loose by then. Principal van der Zanden. Rainie shook his hand. She could tell he was preoccupied. Yesterday evening he'd returned to the school to survey the damage and inquire as to when he might have the building back. With only 1 month to go before school was out for the summer, no one knew what to do about classes. They could bus the kids to neighboring Cabot, but that town was nearly 40 minutes away. And after everything that had happened, parents wanted to keep their kids close to home. "How are you, sir?" Rainie made the introduction between van der Zanden and Quincy. She still wasn't sure what she thought of the federal agent's presence, but so far he was proving less annoying than the state detective. There was something to be said for that. "Are you an expert?" Van der Zanden homed in on Quincy's credentials. "Can you tell me what happened in my school?" I don't think there's any such thing as an expert when it comes to these crimes. Maybe we should have gone with metal detectors. Van der Zanden turned back toward the building. After the Springfield shooting, Oregon educators were warned. But even then I thought of it as an issue for the high schools to address. We have kindergarten students here. I didn't want them starting their educational experience, passing through giant security stations and being patted down by armed guards. What kind of message would that send? Personally, I don't believe in metal detectors, Quincy said, but added before the principal could be too encouraged. They would simply make the students better targets by creating long lines in front of the building. Oh, this is ridiculous. Van der Zanden shook his head and expelled a gust of pure frustration. I've been up all night with calls from frantic parents wanting to know what to do. The teachers are frightened, the school board overwhelmed. On top of all that, Alice's parents asked me to give the eulogy at her funeral. Of course, I'll do it, I'm honored, but still. You go into education. You fantasize about watching your students grow up, maybe even attending their wedding or admiring their firstborn child. You certainly don't expect to give the eulogy at their funeral. Did you know that Sally's and Alice's parents are going to pay the burial expenses with money from their college funds? Van der Zanden obviously didn't expect an answer. He turned away to adjust another bouquet. Quincy and Rainie exchanged looks. They would just let the man talk. Apparently, he had a few things to say. The flowers started arriving first thing this morning, Van der Zanden added after a moment. I've seen pictures of the flowers sent to the other schools, so I expected something like this. Still, to see it. Notes and cards from all over the country. Teddy bears and balloons from hundreds of strangers. He turned to them, sounding angry again. I received calls from 2 other principals who've been through this, and half a dozen child experts who are experienced in this area. It's like we joined some club. I don't want to be part of a club. I wish we were alone. I wish we were the only place this had ever happened. Instead, we're what? The 11th, 12th, 13th school to go through this? Damn it! We should have known better. He pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly trying to pull himself together and not having much luck. His gaze returned to the picture of Melissa Avalon. He pinched his nose harder. I'm sorry. It's been a long 24 hours. It's okay, Rainie said. Take your time. I needed time last night. Now I need a vacation. Well, that's neither here nor there. I'm sure you have more questions, though I already told Detective Sanders the little I know about things. Detective Sanders? Rainie inquired sharply. Warning lights went off in her head. She didn't ignore them. What did you tell Detective Sanders? Not much. Van der Zanden shrugged, obviously caught off guard by her tone. I was in my office when I heard the shots. I came out to the main entranceway to see what was going on, and heard someone scream. The next thing I knew, the fire alarms went off and everyone began running for the door. At the time, I figured it was something minor. A student had fired a cap gun in the halls, and the smoke had triggered the alarms. Or someone had lit a few firecrackers as a prank. These things happen. The first time I realized it was serious was when I saw the face of Mrs. McLean, the 6th grade teacher. She was white as a sheet. Her hands were shaking. I told her to calm down. It was just a drill. And then she looked at me. She looked at me and she said, I think some students have been shot. I think someone just shot at us. I think he's still there." Even then, it wasn't until I saw Will's bloody leg in the parking lot that I realized she'd been right. Someone had opened fire in our school. "Did you hear anyone say Danny's name?" Quincy asked. Van der Zanden shook his head. "I heard Dory screaming about a man in black coming to get her. Of course, Dory is only 7 years old, and we've had problems with her imagination before. Once she had the entire second-grade class convinced they couldn't go to the bathroom because little trolls hid inside the toilets to snatch children for lunch. You have no idea how messy it can be when 21 7-year-olds won't use the restrooms. I had parents calling me for weeks." "Were a lot of children around when she was going on about the man in black?" Rainie asked. "Everyone was around. We'd evacuated the whole school into the front parking lot, as specified in our fire drill manual." Rainie blew out an exasperated breath. "Well, that explains that batch of interview answers," she muttered to Quincy. "One hysterical girl, 250 impressionable minds." She returned to Principal Van der Zanden. "Are you sure none of the teachers saw anything? What about Mrs. McLean? I can't believe someone was shooting a gun in the hallway and no one noticed." "I don't think the shooter was standing in the hallway. One of the teachers said that it sounded like the shots were coming from a room at the end of the West Wing. Maybe the computer lab. I know that from where I was standing in the main entranceway, I couldn't see a thing." Rainie glanced at Quincy. He nodded faintly, sharing her thought. The killer started with Miss Avalon, then turned to see Sally and Alice, shot them as well, then ducked into the now empty computer room as all hell broke loose. It would explain the lack of witnesses as well as the random firing pattern. "What can you tell us about Danny O'Grady?" Quincy asked Van der Zanden. "Was he a good student? Did he get along well with others?" "Danny's a fine student. He's made the honor roll several times. He was hardly ever sent to my office with discipline issues. Miss Avalon, was just telling me the other day that she'd never seen anyone so good with computers. He has a natural talent for it." "What about enemies?" Quincy pressed gently. "Was Danny picked on by other students? Was he considered popular by his classmates? Or was he often a target of their unwanted attention?" Rainie nodded her head at this question. She should have thought to ask it herself last night. Rightly or wrongly, most school shooters felt painfully persecuted by their peers. Rainie had even read somewhere that these homicides weren't that different from teen suicide. The less popular kid felt an unbearable amount of pain and decided to do something about it. In the case of a school shooting, however, the kid didn't just plan to end his own life, but to take some of the offending party's lives with him. That's the thing with teenagers. They came up with sentences that didn't always fit the crime. Van der Zanden seemed to be struggling with Quincy's question. He finally shook his head. "I wasn't aware of anything," he said, then added more reluctantly, "I'm an adult, however, and an authority figure. In other words, while I try to be in touch with my students, I'm still probably not the best judge of what really goes on among 20 adolescents during a 30-minute recess." "What about close friends of Danny's who might be able to tell us more?" "I don't think Danny has close friends. He's quiet, keeps to himself." A thought seemed to strike Van der Zanden all at once. "You know, There was this incident not too long ago. Quincy and Rainie perked up. There's this older boy, Charlie Kenyon. Do you know him? Oh, sure. Rainie supplied for Quincy. Charlie's the son of our former mayor, 19 now. A bit too much money, way too much free time. He was sent off to military school back east 4 years ago, but he returned last spring no worse for the wear. Now he fancies himself some kind of minor hood. Hangs out where he's not wanted, drives under the influence every other weekend. We've brought him in 6 times, but it's always misdemeanor stuff, and his father's quick with bail money and high-priced lawyers. I don't get the impression Charlie's feeling a need to reform any time soon. Van der Zanden nodded his head with real emotion. That's Charlie. About 2 months ago, he started hanging around our school after hours. Teachers would see him lounging outside the fence, talking to kids on the playground. As long as he was on the street side of the fence, however, there was nothing we could do. Then one day, Mrs. Lund saw Charlie hand Danny a cigarette through the fence. She immediately took the cigarette away from Danny and wrote him up, but there was nothing she could do about Charlie. He told the boy not to sweat it. Detention is when all the fun stuff happens, or something like that. We sent a note home to Danny's parents, and we never caught him smoking again, but we'd still see Charlie around. I don't know why he insisted on bothering us at the K-8. You'd think he'd be more interested in the high school. Did Charlie know Miss Avalon? Quincy asked. I don't think so. She moved to town just last year, when we got the federal grant. Then again... Principal Van der Zanden flushed. He looked at Rainie with something akin to embarrassment. She was very pretty. Rainie filled in for the tongue-tied principal. Very, very pretty. She's a very good teacher, Van der Zanden added immediately, but his dark eyes appeared wistful. Melissa Avalon had been beautiful. How old was she? Rainie inquired. 28. Young enough and pretty enough to attract a 19-year-old, Rainie concluded, and looked at Quincy. He appeared deep in thought. Miss Avalon moved to Bakersville recently? Last summer. We hired her in August. Frankly, we'd given up on getting the grant, and then boom. You know the feds, obviously. Where did Miss Avalon come from? She'd just gotten her master's from Portland State University. Was this her first job? Her first full-time teaching position. She subbed in Beaverton's school district before that. That's one of the reasons we hired her. Van der Zanden gave them the apologetic look of a veteran civil servant. We have a very tight budget here, and new teachers are cheaper than experienced ones. Do you know anything about her private life? Rainie asked. Where her family lives, anything. Van der Zanden hesitated. He looked self-conscious again and wouldn't meet Rainie's gaze. I believe she has parents in the Portland area. What about past relationships? Maybe an old boyfriend she left behind. A current beau who wanted more of her time? I think you should ask her parents about that sort of thing. It's not appropriate for me to be commenting on the private lives of my staff. Principal Van der Zanden, we don't have a lot of time. Phone calls are fast, officer, he said firmly. It's the advantage of modern life. Rainie frowned, not liking the principal's sudden lack of cooperation, but before she could push harder, Quincy pissed her off by taking over the interview. What about Danny's relationship with Miss Avalon? Did they get along well? Did he have any problems in her class? Oh, no, Van der Zanden said emphatically. That's the crazy thing about yesterday. I would have sworn Miss Avalon was Danny's favorite teacher. Certainly he loved being in the computer lab and was one of our most adept students on the internet. Before school, during lunch, after school. It seemed he was always in the lab. Sometimes Miss Avalon even stayed late just for him. On the internet? Rainie jumped in. Do you know what he'd do on the web? Where he'd go? I'm not sure. Visit websites, look things up. Did he go into chat rooms? Probably. Miss Avalon had it set up so students couldn't access X-rated sites. She had one of those filters installed. Otherwise, students were free to roam. The whole point was to encourage them to be more computer savvy. Did he play computer games? Quincy asked. Any specific ones? I don't know. In all honesty, the only person who would is Miss Avalon. Rainie nodded, chewing on her bottom lip. Danny loved the internet. That put a new spin on things. An adept user could go just about any place, learn just about anything. The Springfield shooter, Kip Kinkle, had used the internet to learn how to build bombs and rig booby traps. Right before they were murdered, his parents had even commented to friends that they were happy to see their troubled son take an interest in computers. Finally, something nonviolent. It also meant Danny could have been exposed to any number of crackpots and loose cannons. Forget just Charlie Kenyon. Danny was a young, troubled boy whose family was going through a hard time. His vulnerability would have been boundless. We need to search those computers, Rainie muttered. Detective Sanders already has them. Didn't he tell you? Oh, you know Detective Sanders. He's such an efficient little... It must have slipped his mind. Rainie smiled sweetly for Van der Zanden, though her sarcasm wasn't lost on Quincy. Did Danny often stay late after school? Quincy returned to the original line of questioning. Van der Zanden glanced at Rainie. She shrugged. It's a murder investigation. Everything is going to come out sooner or later. Van der Zanden sighed. He appeared tired and worn again. A man due to have many more sleepless nights and ethical struggles over how to best serve his students. He said quietly, Danny's parents have been having marital difficulties. Sandy got a new job, Rainie told Quincy bluntly. She likes it, but it's a lot of hours. Shep didn't want her to work in the first place, let alone if it came in the way of getting dinner ready. Are they separated? Nah, they're Catholic. Oh, got it. Sandy came in one day to meet with Danny and Becky's teachers, Van der Zanden explained. She expressed that there was a great deal of tension at home, and she knew it was hard on the children. She wanted their teachers to understand what was going on and keep an eye out for the kids. Becky has certainly been more withdrawn this year, and Danny has had a few issues. The smoking, Rainie prompted. And 3 weeks ago, Danny came to school agitated. He couldn't remember his locker combination, and something in him just went. He started pounding on the door with his fists, and yelling how much he hated the locker and the school, and how was he supposed to remember anything when everyone knew he was stupid? Stupid? Quincy interjected. You heard him say he was stupid? Oh, yes, I was there, Agent. It took both myself and Richard Mann to subdue him. Danny was yelling stupid, stupid, stupid over and over again. I was very worried about him. Quincy looked at Rainie. She shrugged. She didn't know where this was coming from either, but Danny seemed to have an issue with his intelligence. He was on the honor roll, Quincy asked the principal again. Yes. You considered him a good student. His teachers were pleased with his performance. Yes. He wasn't the best in some subjects, but then when something interested him, I don't think there was anything he couldn't do on a computer. Principal van der Zanden, did you ever hear his parents call him stupid? Sandy? Never. She loves those kids. As for Shep, van der Zanden arched a brow. Let's just say he was more concerned about the size of his son's muscles than the power of his brain. Did Danny do many after-school sports? Shep made him try out for football. He got on the team, but sports aren't Danny's forte. He's small for his age, a bit awkward. Unfortunately, his father can be rather forceful. He wanted his son to play football, so Danny played football. In all honesty, however, Danny mostly warmed the bench. He just wasn't any good. You know, you really should talk to the school counselor, Richard Mann, about these things. He met with Danny a few times after the locker incident and would know a lot more about his state of mind. We'll be sure to do that, Rainie told the principal. She remembered Richard Mann from yesterday. He'd been very efficient in setting up the first aid station and clearing the parking lot. She also remembered him as being on the young side, and that made her immediately wonder about him and pretty Miss Avalon. More food for thought. We're going to need a copy of Danny's school records from you, Rainie told the principal. His report cards, incident slips, everything. I'm not sure. We can get a subpoena if we have to. I'm just asking you to save us all some time. All right. All right. There's just so much to do. Van der Zanden looked at his school building. The front doors were closed. The interior seemed shadowed and foreboding from this distance. Yellow crime scene tape still roped off the parking lot and wove through the chain-link fence, while dark red stains spotted the school sidewalk, blood from the wounded students who had clutched neighbors' hands while waiting for the medevac choppers to arrive. It was impossible now to look at the building and not think of death. I understand that Columbine had to completely refurbish the inside of the high school, the principal murmured. After the shooting, they ripped out the carpet, repainted the walls, redid the lockers. They even changed the tone of their fire alarm, which had sounded for hours that day. And their library, that poor, tragic library, simply doesn't exist anymore. They covered up the entrance with a new bank of lockers and brought in a trailer to house the books. He looked at Rainie and Quincy. There were no twinkling lights in his eyes. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here, he said honestly. The damage isn't that extensive, and yet it is. I want the children to feel safe again, but in this day and age, schools can be scary places. I want the building to be welcoming, but I don't want to pretend nothing happened. I want us to move on, but I don't want us to forget. I don't know how I'm supposed to do all that. When I was training to be a principal, the biggest threat we could imagine was an earthquake. They certainly hadn't started the duck-and-run drills in the L.A. schools for drive-by shootings. Nor had they ever envisioned that schools would become war zones for rival gangs and street disputes. Now we have teachers and students dying in the halls. Small towns, big towns, black, white, upper class, lower class, it doesn't seem to matter. And the human in me wants to rail against that, wants to live in denial. Well, the principal in me knows I can't do that. I have an obligation to my students. If this is the world we live in, then this is the world I must prepare them for. But how do I do that? I'm not sure I'm prepared for this world. I know Miss Avalon wasn't. "Have you arranged for grief counseling?" Quincy asked gently. "Of course. Several child psychologists are coming into town." "I didn't mean just for the students. I meant also for you and your staff." Of course. Principal van der Zanden's attention drifted back to the memorial. It rested on the poster that said, "We love you, Miss Avalon." His figure swayed. He suddenly looked small to Rainie. A slight, vulnerable man growing old in front of her eyes. She really was trying to help him, van der Zanden said to no one in particular. She really cared for her students, especially Danny. If you could have seen the time she spent with him, all those hours after school, because she knew he didn't want to go home. She helped him learn basic programming. She laughed with him over internet jokes. She was so patient, so caring. Sometimes I hate Danny O'Grady, and that makes me feel worse. What kind of principal hates a student? What kind of man fears a child? Principal van der Zanden obviously didn't expect any answers. He squared his shoulders. He walked back to his car while clouds finally moved over the sun and the first drops of spring rain began to fall. After a moment, Rainie said, "I think he needs some help." "You would, too, if you just lost the woman you loved." "Principal van der Zanden is a happily married man." And Quincy said, "Not when he was with Melissa Avalon." Chapter 11. Wednesday, May 16th, 4:46 p.m. Sandy O'Grady kept thinking that Danny was dead. Small communities had their rituals, their established ways of dealing with the major passages of life. Almost all involved food. Someone was getting married. Bake the bride's favorite bread and tape the recipe card to the baking tin for her future kitchen. Someone was having her first child. Pile up the homemade sugar cookies, cut into the shape of little booties. A graduation barbecue. Bring Mama's award-winning 3-bean salad. The yearly race to bale hay before the Oregon rains ruined the crop. Bring fresh corn and tomatoes from the garden, plus bags of sugar and rock salt for the ice cream maker. Maybe include a package of chocolate chips. Someone died. Bring out the casseroles. Dad's ham and potato surprise. Grandma's 7-layer taco supreme. Bake a ham, baste a turkey. Make it big, hearty, and rich. And deliver it with plenty of Kleenex and a shoulder for the widow to lean upon. Then return 2 days later with a pan of brownies or a couple of apple pies. Sooner or later, even the most stoic survivors turn to sugar for solace. It's simply a way of life. Yesterday evening, on the O'Grady front doorstep, the first casserole had appeared. It was accompanied by a note that said, "Deepest sympathies." No name attached. Sandy realized then how bad the days would be. Neighbors understood their torment. Some even sympathized. But in these circumstances, no one knew what to do. When Danny had been transported to Cabot County's juvenile detention hall, he'd been wearing a bulletproof vest. The police had spent the evening in the O'Grady's home. Men Sandy and Shep had never seen before, wearing grim expressions and navy blue windbreakers emblazoned with the letters CSU, cordoned off Danny's room. They pulled apart his bed, disemboweled his closet. They tore into his desk, dismantled his furniture, and boxed up everything he had ever touched. They shredded Danny O'Grady's bedroom, dusted it down with fingerprint powder, then left as somberly as they came. Becky hid in the coat closet. Sandy's parents came over. They hugged Sandy and wept. They pulled Becky from the closet and cried harder. They looked at Shep stonily, so he would know that whatever had happened, it was his fault. Then Sandy's mother moved into the kitchen and started baking. Her father sat on the couch and did his best to look strong. The parish priest had paid a visit. He sat with Sandy and Shep. He reminded them that the Lord gave no burdens that could not be borne. He assured them faith would get them through this time of sorrow. He took to speaking of Danny in the past tense, which at once seemed natural and nearly drove Sandy out of her mind. Danny was not dead. Danny was not a burden. He was a confused and frightened boy, lying now in an institutionally gray juvenile hall with bars on the windows. He was in a state of shock, the doctors told Sandy and Shep when they tried to visit this morning. Curled up tight, with his arms wrapped around his knees, as if he was so exhausted by life he was trying to return to the womb. No, they couldn't see him yet. He needed more time and more sleep. Maybe tomorrow. Sandy didn't want to leave. She didn't want to return to a house that magically produced casseroles, and to a mother who was turning out row after row of pies as if a properly fluted crust was the secret to managing life. She didn't want to spend another minute with the priest who had married her and Shep, and who now looked at them with the solemn compassion usually reserved for lepers. She didn't want to stare at her garage, where early this morning someone had scrawled, "Baby Killer," with dripping red paint. Danny wasn't a stone-cold killer. He was a child. He was her child, and she wanted her family back. She wanted to be a warrior mom, slayer of all dragons for her children. Except no one could tell her which dragon to slay. No one could tell her what had happened yesterday afternoon to turn her 8-year-old daughter into a silent ghost and her 13-year-old son into a mass murderer. Now their lawyer, Avery Johnson, was speaking with them in their kitchen. They had just returned from the preliminary hearing in front of the juvenile court judge, where Sandy had been shocked by the informality of the proceedings. The room had looked little different from a high school classroom, with its plain white walls and linoleum-tiled floor. The judge, wearing a dark robe, clearly was surprised to see 2 lawyers in suits. His opening comment had been, "You guys don't come here often, do you?" In this very simple room with very simple proceedings, the county DA, Charles Rodriguez, a man Shep had worked with for years, a man Sandy had invited to her house for dinner on numerous occasions, formally filed a petition for waiver to adult court, given the heinous nature of Daniel O'Grady's crimes against the community. He charged their son with 5 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count for the first victim, and 2 counts for each additional victim, as they were part of a multiple homicide. If found guilty in adult court, Danny could receive 5 consecutive 30-year-to-life sentences. He had gone into the care of the county yesterday evening. He would never come home again. Sandy kept thinking that Danny was dead. "Now, you have to look on the bright side," Avery Johnson was saying. "Danny's only 13 years old. He has statistics on his side." "Statistics?" Sandy asked weakly. She was mangling a piece of freshly baked apple pie. Her mother had served it with a giant scoop of vanilla ice cream just 10 minutes ago. Sandy watched the ice cream melt into little flowing rivers. Then she formed dams with bits of baked apple. After a moment, Shep took her plate and ate the pie himself. In times of crisis, he always gained an appetite while she lost hers. "In the upcoming hearing," Avery was saying, "we must argue what's in the best interest of the child and the community. Basically, a waiver hearing focuses on two key aspects of Danny's personality. Does he pose too great a risk to others to be sufficiently handled by the juvenile system? And is he amenable to rehabilitation? Naturally, the DA is going to argue that Danny's act proves he's a dangerous felon, beyond all hope of rehabilitation. Thus, he falls outside the jurisdiction of juvenile court. The judge should cart the child away to adult court, which has the means to handle a master criminal. Our job is to prove otherwise, and the good news is that the statistics are in our favor. The majority of children who commit violent acts won't reoffend in adulthood. Furthermore, and we must emphasize this, studies show that there is a higher chance of recidivism with a child who is incarcerated with adults than with a child who is held in juvenile facilities. Thus, it's in the state's own best interest to keep Danny in juvenile jurisdiction, where he can be rehabilitated and then start over on his 25th birthday as a productive member of society. "You're assuming Danny is guilty," Sandy said shortly. "Why are you assuming that my son is guilty?" Avery, an older man with wire-rimmed glasses and expensive suits, gave her a faint smile. He had eaten his pie within minutes, then gently patted his upper lip with his paper napkin as if it had been made of the finest linen. Sandy wasn't sure if she liked him yet. She thought he might be too pompous, too rich and oozing of success for her taste. But Shep had been taken with him since they first met at some law enforcement function where Avery was the keynote speaker. Shep went so far as to call him a friend, though Sandy knew that wasn't really true. Avery Johnson moved in circles beyond them. He lived in a gorgeous home in Lake Oswego and was hardly taking this case out of the goodness of his heart. Sandy imagined the man charged $500 an hour and was racking up billable time even as he ate their pie. She didn't know how they were going to pay him. She had no idea what kind of lies Shep must have fed the man about their financial circumstances to even get him to show up. She just knew that Shep wanted Avery Johnson. He was the best there was, and Shep wouldn't hear of anything less for his son. That was his idea of fatherhood, and it both enraged Sandy and broke her heart. "Sandy, you can rest assured that I will never let a jury think your son is guilty." Avery smiled at her again. "But we're not at a jury trial yet. 6 months from now, it will be Charles Rodriguez and myself discussing Danny's future with Judge Matthews, who, frankly, is a miserable old fart who would like to bring back corporal punishment to public schools. He probably does think Danny is guilty. He probably thinks Danny should hang. Fortunately, that's not germane to the hearing. At this point, we're simply addressing which court should have jurisdiction over the case. So I need to argue that, guilty or not, Danny's and the community's interests are best served by keeping this case in juvenile court." "Because even if he's a mass murderer now, when he grows up he'll be magically cured?" "Exactly. And there's nothing magical about it. I've been reading articles on juvenile crime all night, and the experts call it desistance phenomenon. From ages 12 to 18, male teens exhibit a spike of criminal activity as their rise in hormones and developmental changes outpace their coping skills. Then, at 18, as they become adults, get jobs, and find more permanent relationships, they settle down. Criminal activity falls off, and even teens once described as troubled go on to lead normal lives. So, if Danny is innocent, he's innocent. But if he's guilty, he's merely going through a phase? That's what we're going to argue in court? Sandy's voice was becoming shrill. She couldn't help herself. It sounded ludicrous. It sounded insane. Shep shot her an impatient stare. For God's sake, Sandy, what do you want to hear? He just told you his job is to keep Danny out of adult court, and this is the way he can do it. Sandy, Avery began soothingly. Sandy cut him off. I don't know what I want to hear. Maybe that my only son isn't capable of killing 3 people. Maybe that my firstborn child isn't a murderer. It's all been a big mistake. She slammed her hand down on the table. Look at you two, discussing legal theory as if it makes a difference. This isn't a ball game. It doesn't boil down to who wins or loses at the end of the night. This is our son. This is our community. How are we going to walk down the streets if Danny is found guilty? What are we going to tell Becky? My God, Shep, didn't you see what they wrote on our garage? They're going to kill him. Our neighbors hold Danny responsible for the murder of 2 little girls, and sooner or later someone is going to kill him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Sandy pushed back from the table. She got up, paced 4 steps around the tiny kitchen, then realized she was crying uncontrollably. Shep didn't get up to console her. Last night he had tried to come to her bed after months of sleeping on the sofa. His voice had sounded ragged. He'd told her he just wanted to hold her. Maybe they could put aside their differences for a while. Once they'd been good friends. Sandy's anger had been too tight in her chest. She had looked at her husband, the father of her children, raw and vulnerable with his big shoulders sagging. And all she could think was that if Danny had been driven to murder, it was Shep's fault. He pushed the boy too hard. He had never appreciated that Danny was different, more intellectual, more like her. Instead, Shep had tried to force him into his arrogant, macho world. He had broken their son. He had broken their family. Sandy hated him. And then, as abruptly as the emotion had overcome Sandy, it ripped through her body and she had nothing left. She stood in their kitchen, empty, exhausted, and swaying on her feet. She turned toward the doorway, and there was Becky, watching her with somber blue eyes. "Don't let the monster get you, Mommy," Becky said. Then she turned and walked back into the family room, where Sandy's parents were watching TV. Sandy returned to the table and had a seat. "I know this is an emotional time for you," Avery began. "Jesus fucking Christ," Sandy said. Shep sighed heavily, got up, and cut himself a 3rd piece of pie. "Look," Avery said briskly, "let me walk you through the whole process. Maybe by the end it will be clearer to you what we're trying to accomplish. The next 6 to 12 months are going to be crucial to Danny's future." Sandy held up a hand. "Why do we have to wait 6 to 12 months?" "Because it's going to take that long for everyone to prepare for the waiver motion hearing. It's not a small thing." "But Danny can't come home, can he? You said there's no bail for juveniles accused of murder. So what is this? My son isn't even on trial yet, isn't even found guilty of murder, and he's going to spend at least 6 months locked up in a juvenile detention hall? For God's sake, how can that be legal?" "It's the way the system works." Well, fuck the system. Sandy was beyond reason and knew it. Avery Johnson gave her that small, soothing smile again. And then his voice got sharp. Mrs. O'Grady, I know you don't want to hear this, but there's a good chance that Danny committed these crimes. He was found holding Shep at gunpoint. He brought your family's guns to the school. And furthermore, he confessed twice. He's in shock. You said so yourself. He doesn't know what he's saying. The guns, Mrs. O'Grady. The guns. How did 2 handguns get from your safe to the school? Sandy looked at Shep helplessly. He stabbed the air with his ice-cream-covered fork. My son didn't do it, he said stoically. For the first time, Sandy felt a rush of warmth toward her husband. Avery Johnson said sternly, You're a police officer, Shep, and not even you can prove your son's innocence. I will. You can't. I got 6 months. Avery Johnson sighed. He clearly thought they were both in denial. He tried again. Even if you managed to explain away how your guns came to be at that crime scene, why your son held you hostage, and why your son confessed twice to 3 murders, the fact remains that Danny is a troubled boy. He obviously has issues. Thus, all legal necessities aside, as parents, you should be able to see the value of the next 6 months as an opportunity to get Danny the help he needs. He'll be examined by child development experts. He'll take a battery of psychological exams. He'll have his childhood, his family, his friends, all thoroughly explored. While I'm sure it may be awkward at times, the result should be a better understanding of who Danny is and what problems he's facing. Does that make sense? Sandy finally considered the matter. She glanced at Shep, who was rolling a bite of pie around in his mouth in a manner that indicated he didn't really taste it. She could tell the lawyer's words had depressed him. His shoulders had slumped again. Danny had problems. Danny had issues. It was Shep's way to deny all things he didn't like to hear. But he had no more words left. The lawyer's comments had struck too close to the secret doubts in their hearts. What if Danny was troubled? What if they had turned their little boy into a monster? There were such dark shadows beneath her husband's eyes. Sandy had to look away. She knew that after leaving her room last night, Shep had lain down on the floor next to Becky's bed. Their little girl had refused offers to sleep in her parents' room, instead building a wall of stuffed animals around her bed. Big Bear, her favorite doll, was reserved for special bodyguard duty. Hannah the horse was positioned at the door. 12 Beanie Babies cordoned off the windowsill. Pugsley the dog was handed over to Sandy just in case she needed protecting too. Becky whimpered many times in the middle of the night. Once, around 3 a.m., Shep caught her leaping out of bed and running for her closet. When he tried to shake her awake, she whimpered harder, so he finally carried her back to bed with Big Bear. Becky mumbled for him to look out for monsters before falling more deeply asleep. At 6 a.m., Shep moved to the couch in the family room. At 7 a.m., when Sandy went to check on Becky, she found her curled up in the far corner of the closet, 4 dresses pulled down to hide her gleaming blonde hair. Becky still hadn't said anything about what had happened yesterday, and the doctors predicted she never would. Whatever she had experienced was too traumatic for her 8-year-old mind, and she was now working resiliently to lock it all away. Sandy and Shep were instructed to make their daughter feel safe while being careful not to sound dismissive of her fears, whatever that meant. Sandy had the feeling she and Shep were aging exponentially these days. She would dearly love to pick up the phone to speak with Margaret or Liz or Margie about it, the way the four mothers had been comparing notes on their children for the last 6 years. Except she couldn't do that. Her children might be suffering, but her son was supposedly the cause of everyone's pain. It was now her job as his mother to pay his dues. What if Danny did do it? Sandy ventured for the first time, staring tremulously at the rich, successful Avery Johnson, who held their future in his hands. What if all the experts study Danny and conclude that he is a killer? This is what I've been trying to explain. The point of this trial isn't to say that Danny is a killer. It's to evaluate whether he will kill again. Juvenile court is going to appoint a forensic psychologist to evaluate Danny, his personality, past behavior, violent tendencies, etc. There's a whole range of parameters this psychologist will analyze, hence it takes some time. When he's done studying Danny, the expert will write up a report. In this case, given the seriousness of Danny's alleged crime, the forensic psychologist will probably make 2 statements. One will say, presuming Danny did commit mass murder, he has X% chance of killing again. If he didn't commit mass murder, he has Y% chance of being rehabilitated. I don't understand. If Danny didn't do the crime, then he should have a 100% chance of leading a normal, healthy life. How can there be a second statement? The forensic psychologist is looking beyond this moment, Mrs. O'Grady, to Danny's entire life, not just this one act, which he may or may not be guilty of. Danny has always been a very good boy, Sandy said automatically. Avery Johnson looked at her sympathetically but firmly. Danny suffers explosions of violent rage. He spends a lot of time with guns. He has a reputation for being antisocial. These things are going to come up, Mrs. O'Grady. The forensic psychologist will be looking at all sorts of factors, including tensions in your family and other sources of stress. Shep bowed his head. Sandy knew what he was thinking. Their crumbling marriage. Shep's raging temper. Not a great model for dealing with aggression, though Shep, God bless him, had never lifted a hand against her or the children. The furniture, however, was not always so lucky. Shep finally spoke up. What if we don't like the experts' findings? Can't we get our own shrink? Absolutely. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll petition juvenile court for our own forensic psychologist. They'll still appoint the expert, but he'll work for us. What does that cost? Sandy asked hesitantly. I mean... She glanced at Shep. She could tell he was angry she'd brought up money. But she couldn't help herself. Sheriff paid only $25,000 a year, and Sandy barely made $9 an hour at her job. She'd been hoping for more. She'd been hoping to be salaried after this new deal with Walmart closed. But that already seemed 1,000,000 years ago. She'd run out of the office and never looked back. In the evening, Mitchell had left her a very nice message telling her to take all the time she needed. But she could tell he was disappointed. He needed help for the meeting now. With her gone, he'd have no choice but to find someone else. That was business. The juvenile court pays for the experts. It comes out of the court's funds. It won't cost us anything? Sandy asked. Her husband growled. Avery Johnson assured her it wouldn't. For the first time, she saw some compassion in his eyes. He probably understood a great deal more about their finances than she'd thought. The advantage of having our own expert is that he'll be subject to patient-client confidentiality. Danny can be perfectly honest with him, and if we think that's too damning in the end, we simply won't have our expert testify. No one will be the wiser. But us, Sandy said. If you have the information, you can get Danny help, Avery said calmly. If you keep him out of adult court, she countered. That's the challenge, he agreed. For a 13-year-old boy, adult court spells doom. They were all silent for a moment, contemplating the road ahead and the young life at stake. Sandy rubbed her aching temples. Danny didn't do it, Shep said stubbornly. I'm going to prove it. The phone rang. Shep automatically picked it up. He said hello, then his face froze and he slammed the phone down. Wrong number, he muttered. But they all knew he was lying. The phone had been ringing all morning. Disembodied voices yelling, I hope they rape the bastard good. I hope in prison they fucking tear him apart. Baby killer, baby killer, baby killer. Sandy had lived in this town all her life. She had loved it with her whole heart. She turned back to Avery Johnson. What are our chances? Tell me honestly. What happened to the other boys accused of mass shootings? Nearly all are in jail for life. But most of the shooters were 16, which made them fall automatically under the jurisdiction of adult court. But not everyone. There's been an exception? Jonesboro. Those 2 boys were too young, and Arkansas didn't have a statute for sending juveniles to adult court. They remained in juvenile custody? I believe they were ordered held until their 21st birthdays. Sandy felt hopeful for the first time. And did that work out, Mr. Johnson? She asked anxiously. Are they safe, productive members of their community now? Nobody knows yet, Mrs. O'Grady. Nobody knows. Chapter 12. Wednesday, May 16th, 5:57 p.m. The man's favorite service provider was AOL. He liked the way it grouped headline news and made it easy to jump from story to story. Double-click on news summary. Sheriff's son suspected in small-town slayings. 2 paragraphs later, double-click again for the in-depth report. Whole world mourns. 3 families devastated. President cries out for greater gun control. Yada, yada, yada. A sidebar gave him additional options. He could chat with others on the subject. See a timeline of all the recent school shootings. Read an interview of other school shooting survivors discussing how each new incident reopened their wounds and ripped out their hearts. He read that article. Open wounds, bleeding hearts. God, he loved journalism these days. For that matter, he kept the December 20th, 1999 edition of Time magazine under glass. Anything for inspiration. 2 hours before, he downloaded the most recent articles on the Bakersville story. Not as much coverage as he'd hoped. Only 3 dead, that was the problem. Front-page news had become a lot more competitive than when he'd first started. He'd have to remember that. 6 p.m. The man pushed away from his laptop. Damn, he was hungry. This motel didn't offer much in the way of amenities. He'd hoped for a larger hotel, a nice innocuous chain. No such luck within driving distance of Bakersville. He'd had to go with a cheap, privately run place. On the one hand, the owner seemed overly interested in his guest. On the other hand, there wasn't a large staff working all hours of the night to notice the man's activities. Win some, lose some. The man's stomach grumbled again. He decided to try the local bar. 15 minutes later, coat and hat in place, he journeyed down the tiny main street into a dimly lit tavern. 3 local men, clustered around the single TV, looked up curiously. The lone, balding bartender gave him a small nod of greeting. The man took a seat in front of 3 silver keg levers and ordered a beer. "Anything good on the news?" he called down to the other men. "Senate wants some new gun law. Hold the parents accountable for whatever damage their kids do with guns." "About time," the man's friend mumbled. "As they say, the apple never falls far from the tree. These kids had to get their ideas from somewhere." The third man eyed the first 2 levelly. He had an old, weather-beaten face from a lifetime spent riding a John Deere. He said quietly, "Shep's a good man." The other 2 shrugged, and almost immediately began studying their feet. Apparently, they felt in no position to argue. So the man at the bar drawled, "Shep's a good sheriff, sure. But a father? Don't you think a father is a separate thing?" The 3 men turned away from the TV. For the first time, they truly studied him. The older man, ruddy face, spoke first. "I don't think we caught your name." "Oh, I'm just passing through. Business, you know. Generally, I love traveling down the coast. Pretty countryside, nice people. But this time, a 13-year-old boy shooting 2 little girls, then murdering that poor teacher. Such a beautiful woman, such a horrible waste." He turned back to the bartender, whose welcoming demeanor had already disappeared. "Can I get an order of buffalo wings? Extra hot, extra blue cheese." "Nobody knows if Danny O'Grady did it," Ruddy Face said stiffly. The bartender nodded. "Come on, Darren," one of his friends said softly. "My wife heard it straight from Luke Hayes's mother that Danny confessed. And I'm telling you that the O'Gradys are good people." "Any other suspects?" the man at the bar asked casually. "Some kids reported seeing a man in black," Ruddy Face said instantly. "Come on, Darren. No one believes that. They're kids. They're frightened and they got a big imagination. Doesn't mean it's not true." The other men frowned, but once again deigned not to argue. "I heard the O'Gradys have marital problems," the man at the bar said next. Ruddy Face tried his cold stare on him. He was large, barrel-chested, and thick-armed even now, from a lifetime of work. The man at the bar was not impressed. Old men like Ruddy Face didn't engage in bar fights. They used their age and position to shame their opponents into silence. Well, he'd finally met his match. The man at the bar had no shame. "I'm just saying what I heard," he said evenly. Ruddy Face took a step forward. One of his companions caught his arm. "Leave him alone, Darren. Man's got a right to his opinion." "Last summer," Ruddy Face said in a clipped voice, "I drove to Bakersville for the weekly auction. Damn if I didn't blow out a tire on my trailer and nearly kill us all." Shep O'Grady was passing by in his patrol car, his son sitting in the passenger seat. They pulled over and helped me out. And Danny didn't just sit there. He got out of the car, helped line up the spare, and worked on tightening the lug nuts like a fine young man. When I thanked them both, he told me, "No problem, sir," and shook my hand. I don't know what happened in that school, but I wouldn't be too quick to judge a boy or two parents the rest of you have never met. The man at the bar said, "Really? That's interesting. 'Cause I heard Danny O'Grady has a nasty temper. Hangs out with the wrong crowd. Trashed his own locker. My client has a son at Bakersville K-8, and he said everyone knew Danny O'Grady was not right in the head." Ruddy Face drew his bushy white brows into a thick, thunderous glare. His friend once more caught his arm. "Face it," his friend said in a placating voice. "Tragedies like this aren't meant to make sense. Makes me wonder sometimes if each generation don't need a war simply to have a way to vent." "You think war makes for better youths?" Ruddy Face asked incredulously. The friend shrugged. "I remember shooting up Germans and Koreans, but never our schools." "That's a load of horse shit, Edgar. I'm just saying, drug addictions and double amputees, that's what you're saying. Yeah, war works wonders for young men." "Well, what do you think is going on, Darren? These shootings keep happening. Jesus, how many has it been now?" All the men fell silent, even the one at the bar, who was fighting not to grin. Ruddy Face said shortly, "I guess we'll just have to see what happens." Edgar snorted. "If anything happens, Bakersville doesn't even have a sheriff anymore. I hear that woman's in charge." "Officer Lorraine Connor," the man at the bar said, and the bartender eyed him curiously. Edgar nodded. "Yeah, that's right. She's taken over the case. God knows she's barely old enough to vote." "They also brought in a Fed," the man at the bar offered. "Some expert in school shootings." "The Fed's got an expert in school shootings?" The bartender spoke up for the first time. The man grinned at him. "Interesting, isn't it?" he said. "Now we just have to find out if the man is any good."
This ends Disc 4. The third victim, Disc 5.
8 p.m. The streets of Bakersville had descended into dusky shades of gray, and Rainie's mood had grown tense. After speaking with Principal Vander Zanden, Rainie and Quincy had paid a visit to Melissa Avalon's tiny apartment, hoping to learn more about her life. By all appearances, Melissa Avalon was specifically targeted in the shooting. Perhaps she'd even been the only intended victim, and Rainie was having a hard time believing Danny O'Grady would purposely shoot the one teacher who'd been kind to him. Which raised the question of who Melissa Avalon was, and better yet, who might have wanted her dead. After hearing Quincy's suspicion of an Avalon-Vander Zanden romance, Rainie was starting to lean in the principal's direction, or maybe his betrayed wife. Quincy, on the other hand, wasn't convinced of anything yet. He seemed to buy Melissa Avalon as the primary target, but he didn't think that meant the shooter had to know her. He'd murmured something about plenty of strangers having murdered plenty of young pretty women simply for being young pretty women. Rainie really didn't want to know what the agent read at night. Unfortunately, Sanders had halted their investigation cold by getting to Avalon's apartment first. Drawers were rifled, the kitchen dismantled, the bed ripped apart. The crime scene technicians had even pawed through the woman's tampons. Rainie would have to wait for the state's report on the evidence, or beg Sanders for information about her own damn case. It didn't leave her feeling amused. She had stormed back to the task force center with Quincy just in time to meet Luke Hayes and Deputy Tom Dawson. They had hoped to interview Becky O'Grady before dinner. They had failed. Avery Johnson had been at Shep's house. He had demanded to be present for the interview, and Sandy and Shep had insisted on sitting in as well. That had put an 8-year-old witness in a tiny family room with 5 scrutinizing adults. Becky did the logical thing. She held her stuffed bear tight, curled up in a ball on the sofa, and fell asleep. After 15 minutes, Luke and Tom headed for the door. Shep didn't see them out. The lawyer took care of that after informing the officers that the O'Gradys would be changing to an unlisted number immediately due to harassing calls. Also, he wanted patrols to guard the family's safety. Hadn't they seen what some hostile redneck had written on the O'Grady's garage? The graffiti had really bothered Luke. He took 2 Polaroids for their files. Then he drove straight to the hardware store, where he purchased 1 bucket of primer and 1 bucket of white paint. He and Tom had spent the last hour personally repainting Shep's garage. Neither Shep nor Sandy ever came out to thank them. Rainie didn't know what to say. Tragedies brought out the best in towns, but they could also bring out the worst. Luke and Tom had no sooner left than the mayor paid Rainie a visit. He'd just received a call from Sally Walker's parents. What was this about the autopsies being pushed back until the next day? Why couldn't the families get their daughters' remains back so they could get on with the funerals? The parents were furious. Also, had Rainie managed to catch George Walker on the 5 o'clock news? That's right. The father had appeared on camera, stating to anyone who would listen that Danny O'Grady was getting away with murder. He'd killed 3 people, and the Bakersville Sheriff's Department would never go after him because he was Shep's son. Favoritism, plain and simple. So all you mothers out there had better round up your children and lock the doors. One day soon, Danny O'Grady would be back in town. All afternoon long, there had been a run on rifles at the sporting goods store. Not just in Bakersville, but also in neighboring Cabot County. People were frightened, the mayor stated bluntly. People were angry. So Rainie had better wrap this case up quick, or there would be a hell of a lot more violence in these small-town streets. Right after the mayor left, Rainie got out a new box of No. 2 pencils. She sat across the sawhorse desk from Quincy and methodically broke every single one in half. Then she broke the halves in half. Then she composed her thoughts. It did her no good. Day 2 of the investigation, and she had nothing but a longer list of questions. Why had Danny shot the one teacher who had apparently been trying to help him? Had Charlie Kenyon influenced Danny to act? Or maybe someone Danny met online? It seemed far-fetched to think that a stranger could influence a teenager to kill, but by all accounts, Danny was a vulnerable kid, and God knows stranger things had happened. The single small-caliber shot to Melissa Avalon's forehead. The scattered wounds on the others. It seemed as if she ought to know more by now. But instead, she had no answers, and she had worked herself into a state where the mere sound of Quincy's pen scratching against paper made her want to grab his notebook and beat him over the head with it. He'd laughed when she broke the pencils in half. The Fed guys never knew how to have any fun. He wasn't so bad, really. Cool in his detached FBI sort of way. curious in how he kept staring at his cell phone as if he was both expecting an important call and dreading it. And intense. More intense than she would have guessed this morning. There was something about the way he had moved through the scene at the school, something about the way he had meticulously picked through Melissa Avalon's ravaged apartment, as if every bit of information was going into his brain, and by sheer force of will, he'd make the pieces fit. She had the impression that Quincy might be a little bit bright, and a little bit serious, and a little bit strong. That made her stomach tighten, which was something she needed right now about as much as a hole in her head. Damn FBI agent. Damn state detective looking to prove a point. Damn Danny O'Grady. And damn a bunch of drunken fools who'd decided the only answer to violence was more violence. Christ, didn't they know how much paperwork they were going to cause her? Rainie glanced away from the window in the night descending upon Bakersville's streets. She looked down at her new sawhorse desk, found that her hands were still fisted at her sides, and knew that her jumbled thoughts were all just noise. She could handle an FBI agent and a state detective. She honestly didn't give a rat's ass about what the mayor wanted for some press conference, and she wasn't afraid of a few local boys full of too much beer and not enough common sense. She'd dealt with that before. What she didn't know, what she genuinely feared, was tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., when she would drive to Portland to watch the chief medical examiner cut open 2 little girls. The thought of it unnerved her. She didn't want to see Sally and Alice again. Not now, when she knew their names and their families, and that they had been best friends from birth. She didn't want to think of their final walk down that hall, or the single cemetery plot that would now hold twin coffins. Last night, for the first time in over 5 years, Rainie had dreamed of her mother's death. The blood and brains on the wall, the smell, the god-awful stench of seeping human fluids and fresh gunpowder settling into the carpet. The headless body slumped on the floor, looking so strange and alien, Rainie wouldn't have known it was her mother except for the bottle of Jim Beam still clutched in her lifeless hand. And as she'd been staring, 17 years old again, gray matter dripping down onto her hair, Danny O'Grady had come walking out of the kitchen and calmly handed her the smoking shotgun. "I only did what you wanted done," he'd said, then exited out her front door. Rainie had woken up in a cold sweat at 4 a.m, shivering uncontrollably. She forced herself to walk into the tiny living area, where the brown carpet and gold-flowered wallpaper had long ago been replaced. She studied every single aspect of the room, new, modern, 14 years later, and she could have sworn she saw blood on the ceiling. Rainie went back to bed, but she knew from the trembles in her hands when she woke up an hour later that her dreams had still been unkind. This case was getting to her. She hadn't expected that after all these years. It frightened her, and it made her mad. "I want dinner," she stated abruptly, standing up at the crude desk and beginning to gather her things. Quincy looked up from his notebook. His expression was mild, but he'd discarded his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and loosened his burgundy tie. It made him look more approachable. It also emphasized the dark circles beneath his eyes. Apparently, Super Agent hadn't been sleeping much even before arriving in Bakersville. "They have food in this town?" he asked with feigned surprise. "And here I thought we skipped lunch out of necessity." "Lunch is for sissies," Rainie said. "Come on, I'll take you to Martha's Diner. Best chicken fried steak in town. Quincy raised a skeptical brow, maybe questioning Martha's claim to fame, maybe already anticipating his arteries hardening. Either way, he grabbed his navy blue jacket and followed. Martha's diner was quiet at this hour. Most working folks had already eaten, and most farmers would soon be in bed. Nothing like several thousand cows to ruin a town's nightlife. Rainie recognized the credit union's president, Donald Layden, eating alone after his divorce. Then Rainie spotted Abe Sanders. Sitting alone in a corner booth, Sanders was holding his cell phone with one hand while picking at a skinless chicken breast with the other. In between comments on the phone, he chewed raw carrots from a Ziploc bag. Then Rainie noticed the Tupperware container of lettuce. The state detective traveled with salad. If she hadn't known before, she definitely knew now. Abe Sanders was the Antichrist. "Yes, I hear the puppy," he was saying with some exasperation into the cell phone. "No, Sarah, you don't need to put him on the phone. No, no, hey!" His voice suddenly changed to a higher pitch. "Hi there, Murphy. Yes, you're a good dog. You're such a good dog. Now put your mom back on the phone. Really. Put your mom... Sarah. There you are. Yeah, I said hi. But he's a dog, for Christ's sakes. He doesn't understand the modern miracle of AT&T. Wait a minute. Is he whimpering now? Why is the puppy whimpering? What happened? What? Really?" Sanders sounded surprised, then sheepishly pleased. "Murphy goes around the house each morning looking for me? He misses me? Huh. I'll be damned. He really is a smart little guy." Sanders finally noticed Rainie and Quincy staring at him. He sat up quickly, looking caught red-handed, and hastily said goodbye. He was still blushing when he snapped shut his flip phone. "New puppy," he muttered. "My wife. She's kind of nuts about the thing. You know how it is." He swallowed, then nodded toward the empty side of the booth. "Want to have a seat? I got some news." Rainie already felt wary, but she slid into the red vinyl booth while introducing Quincy to Sanders. The two had obviously heard of each other, and the handshake was perfunctory. "So what brings you to Bakersville?" Sanders asked after Quincy blew off Rainie's suggestion of chicken fried steak and ordered a Caesar salad. Rainie shook her head to let him know he was making a mistake, then ordered the steak, mashed potatoes, and an extra helping of gravy. She hadn't eaten all day, and she'd be damned before she was shamed by two men into eating salad. She was still trying to decide if a chocolate malt would be overkill when Quincy answered. "I'm researching school shootings for the behavioral science unit. Naturally, I'm interested in this case." "You're observing?" Quincy looked at Rainie. "Something like that." "We don't need federal help," Sanders said bluntly. Quincy smiled. "Don't worry, Detective. I wouldn't dream of stepping on Officer Connor's toes by claiming jurisdiction over the case." "I hear she has very strong feelings on the subject, and that she's very good with her sidearm." Rainie grinned at the unexpected compliment. Sanders scowled. "Well," the state man said briskly, wiping his hands on his napkin, "the whole thing will probably be moot by morning. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I wrapped up the majority of the case today." "Really?" Rainie gave him a dubious glance. "And here I thought I'd destroyed the case just this morning." "Sometimes the evidence comes together in spite of an officer's best intentions," Sanders assured her. "I'll remember that." "What new evidence?" "Oh, didn't I tell you?" Sanders feigned surprise. Got some info back from ATF today. Tracing Danny's .38 revolver and .22 semi-auto was simple. Both registered to one Shep O'Grady. Furthermore, the CSU recovered 5 .38 caliber slugs from the area of incidents last night. Today, the ME confirmed that blood and fiber on the slugs are consistent with the 2 juvenile DOAs. And, drum roll here, ballistics determined that rifling on the slugs matches Danny's revolver. You were right, Connor. We got at least one of the murder weapons. So the .38 was used to kill the 2 little girls, Rainie said with a frown. That still doesn't prove Danny was the one who pulled the trigger. Yeah, but we also got Danny's prints on all the casings recovered at the scene. A good lawyer will still argue that only proves Danny loaded the guns, not that he fired them. But at this point, the circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. We can tie Danny to the murder weapon. He has no alibi for the time of the shooting. And we have a witness, you, who places him in the school immediately after the shootings, holding his father hostage. Even if we can't get his confession entered into evidence, I think we have enough for a jury to connect the dots. What about Melissa Avalon? So far, the evidence ties him only to the girls. Don't know about Avalon yet. It appears she was shot once in the forehead with the .22 semi-auto. No exit wound, of course, so we have to wait for the ME to retrieve the slug during tomorrow's autopsy. Cases like this generally aren't promising, though. .22 caliber slugs are only 40 grains and made out of soft lead. Most of the time, they're too deformed from ricocheting around the skull to yield any rifling marks. We'll have to see. On the other hand, I learned some dirt today when I got my hair cut. According to the rumor mill, Avalon and the principal were really tight, if you know what I mean. Big deal, Rainie said. Quincy figured that out after a 10-minute chat with the principal. Go Fed. Quincy shrugged modestly. Sanders looked chagrined. You knew he was stepping out on his wife? His reaction to Miss Avalon's death seemed overly intense for the circumstances. Huh. Sanders scowled, grabbed a fresh carrot stick, and then recovered. It doesn't matter to the investigation, he said firmly. I checked with the administrative staff, and Principal Vander Zanden was in his office when the shots were fired. From what I can tell, Danny is the only one unaccounted for at the time. Something else to put in our reports. There are still the students who were absent yesterday to consider, Rainie said. 21 students out sick, Sanders reported. 16 already have alibis in the form of anxious parents. I bet you the other 5 are cleared by tomorrow afternoon. What about the computers? Quincy asked. Principal Vander Zanden said Danny spent a great deal of time online. I'm curious about that. Sanders looked at him shrewdly. You're thinking outside influence, he said. It's been a factor in several of the shootings, and I'm surprised by Danny's sophistication in breaking into what I would presume to be a state-of-the-art gun safe. Sanders grunted. Don't know enough yet about the gun safe to determine how hard he had to work to get into it. I do know Shep had a hell of a gun collection. We're lucky Danny went with 2 small handguns instead of the rifles. God knows what kind of damage he could have done then. Do we know why he chose the .38 and .22? Quincy asked. Sanders looked at Rainie. She shook her head. He didn't comment, and I didn't think to ask. I guess I assumed because they were easier to fit into a backpack. Concealment. But Danny was a hunter, wasn't he? Quincy asked. Sure, since he was very young. Did he spend a lot of time with handguns as well? Rainie had to think about it. In the meantime, their dinners arrived. Quincy's salad looked fresh and crisp. the advantage of being in farm country. Rainie's chicken fried steak, on the other hand, was smothered in thick gravy with a pat of butter melting on top. The smell made her stomach growl, but when she picked up her fork, she discovered that the conversation had already destroyed her appetite. "Shep generally tells hunting stories," she said after a moment. "I know Danny has some marksmanship awards, but I think they were with a .22 rifle." "First place, junior division," Sanders confirmed. "We seized the trophy from his bedroom." Rainie grimaced. She didn't want to think what it must have been like for Sandy and Shep to watch their son's room be boxed up by crime scene unit personnel. Or what kind of impression that must have made on Becky. Quincy was talking. "So Danny's most comfortable with a rifle, but selects 2 handguns. He has a love-hate relationship with sports, but goes after the teacher of the computer lab, whom he supposedly adores. He hides in a room so nobody will see him, but never leaves the building after the shooting. Interesting." He turned to Sanders again. "About the school computers." "Techies are examining them now," Sanders said. "Looks like a main computer and 3 workstations. The school had a firewall server, so the good news is that it probably has a record of which workstation visited which internet sites at what time. In theory, the lab rats will have a complete rundown for me of all the sites visited by the end of the week. I did get a call this afternoon saying that the computers have been messed with, the cache file purged, the web browser's history file deleted, etc. So it appears that someone made an effort to cover their tracks. The techies weren't too concerned. Something about probably being able to find things in the cookies, or God knows what. They were going to start work on it in the morning." "If there are any problems, we have excellent recovery agents at the Bureau," Quincy mentioned casually. Yeah. Sanders definitely had no intention of parting with his evidence. He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm sure we'll be fine. We already got a lot of evidence in place. At this point, the computer stuff will just go to state of mind." "We don't have anything connecting Danny to Melissa Avalon," Rainie pointed out. "Then the DA just pursues the charges for killing the girls. That's fine by me. There are only so many consecutive life sentences a man can serve." "A boy can serve," Rainie said absently, giving up on her dinner altogether and stealing a piece of Quincy's lettuce. "Only so many consecutive life sentences a boy can serve." Sanders rolled his eyes. "Like age has anything to do with it these days. We're about to be overrun by an entire generation of juvenile psychopaths. Isn't that right, Quincy? Dual-income families have turned out a batch of super predators who have no sympathy or remorse. Blast 'em up on Nintendo, blast 'em up on the streets. Murder pregnant women. Run home to watch Bugs Bunny on TV. The New York Times ran a whole article on it." "I wouldn't believe everything you read," Quincy said. "Why not?" "I read that article in the early 90s, and we've had how many school shootings since then?" "Half a dozen, I'm sure," Quincy said mildly. "But we still had one of the safest school years on record in 1998. Sanders gave Quincy a dubious look. The FBI agent returned it levelly. "In the 1992-1993 school year," Quincy said, "a time frame I'm sure that article quoted, there were 55 fatalities. As you point out, however, this is before we experienced the rash of school shootings. In the 1997-1998 school year, we saw 3 school shootings, and yet total fatalities for that year were only 40, nearly a 30% decline. The truth is, violence in schools is a lot like airline crashes. Tragic and shocking and headline-grabbing, but by no means indicative of the whole sector. Children are still safer at school and in planes than in the family's minivan. But then again, these incidents aren't magically going away, Rainie countered. She stole a crouton from Quincy's salad and gave him her own version of his hard, direct stare. In the beginning, maybe you could dismiss this as a phase, but it's been years now. One shooting is scary. 7 are downright terrifying. We face troubling issues, Quincy agreed, but we shouldn't lose perspective. Overall, juvenile criminal offenses have declined in the last 5 years. And as we've cracked down on drugs and gangs, schools have become safer. That's the good news. On the other hand, he added, as he saw their growing skepticism, some teenagers are shockingly violent and lacking in remorse. And unfortunately, the media distorts that fact. Normal boy kills 10. Perfect family murdered by 14-year-old son. It leads us to rampant paranoia, and if we're not careful, fear of all children. The truth, however, is that the overwhelming majority of children who commit these shootings aren't, quote, unquote, normal. Several have suffered from recognized mental disorders and were supposed to be on medication. Even the ones who weren't under a doctor's care probably had a strong degree of attachment disorder, making it easier for them to contemplate murder. What's attachment disorder? Sanders asked. It's the failure to bond, Rainie said instantly, then shrugged and helped herself to more of Quincy's salad. I studied psychology in college. I remember a thing or two. Very good, Quincy assured her, then frowned and pulled his salad protectively to him. She stole another crouton. He gave up. Everyone needs to bond, Quincy explained to Sanders. In theory, as children we bond with our parents. We cry. Our parents respond to our cry by feeding us. And we decide our parents are good people and love us. We bond. As we grow older, this bond extends to the rest of society, helping us be good friends, neighbors, husbands, etc. Unfortunately, not all children form bonds. The baby cries and is hit. In that case, instead of learning to trust or care about others, the child becomes egocentric, lying compulsively, manipulating others, being incapable of feeling empathy. For the most part, we see this phenomenon in abused or abandoned children. Lack of bonding, however, can happen in good households too. It's just not as common. Good parents have bad kids? Sanders asked, and rolled his eyes to show his opinion. Quincy wasn't fazed. Absolutely. A mother suffers from severe postpartum depression and is unable to meet her infant's needs. Or the newborn suffers from a painful medical condition and it's not in his mother's power to meet his needs. Or the newborn simply isn't amenable to bonding. No matter how hard the mother tries, the baby pulls away. It's rare, but it happens. So yes, good parents can end up with one child who is very social and one child who is very antisocial. Sanders gave Quincy another dubious look. I don't buy it, he said bluntly. You're saying these kids are little freaking psychopaths from birth. Well, if that's the case, why doesn't anyone notice? Why do all the headlines read, "Normal boy kills 10"? Think Ted Bundy, Rainie offered conversationally. Everyone thought he was a handsome, charming man. Only problem was that he raped and murdered young girls as a hobby. Oops. Exactly, Quincy said, and gave her an approving nod. Rainie found herself smiling back. The Fed had warm blue eyes when he smiled like that. Dazzling Paul Newman eyes. Still sounds like psychobabble to me, Sanders was harumphing. The kids are murderers. End of story. The best solution is to lock them up and throw away the key." "Age doesn't matter?" Quincy asked mildly. He was still looking at Rainie. Belatedly, they both returned their attention to the salad. "Nope," Sanders said. "If the kid is capable of doing the act, he's capable of paying the price." Quincy shrugged, obviously less convinced. He stabbed another bite of salad, then surprised both Rainie and Sanders by saying, "Maybe. God knows I've seen some things." He paused. "Some kids are dangerous," he said finally, more forcefully. "Some of the youths I've interviewed probably are beyond all help, let alone our ability to imagine. But not all of them are like that. And our legal system is based on the philosophy that we'd let 100 guilty men go free before sending one innocent man away. It seems clear to me, then, that we have an obligation to try to identify which youths are amenable to rehabilitation, not to simply lump all offenders together, then ship them out of sight." "Can you really help a kid who's committed murder?" Rainie asked curiously. "Sometimes. The younger the child is, the better the chances. Also, attachment disorder is a range. Some of the kids I've interviewed represented the extreme end of the spectrum. To put it in Sanders' terms, they are little freaking psychopaths. And I'll agree with him there. It's safer for us all to lock those ones up and throw away the key." Quincy smiled dryly at the state detective. Then his voice dropped. He appeared more somber. "However, that's not the case for all of our teenage offenders. As we discussed before, Officer Connor, mass murderers are not homogeneous. Some of the school shooters were definitely more followers than leaders. They were troubled. They were vulnerable. They let themselves be manipulated into performing a violent act because they were hurt and disturbed and didn't know how to deal with that. They did what they did, but afterward, they also felt remorse and regret. I think these kids probably could be reformed. Given their ages, it seems a shame not to try." "And if we're wrong, and they kill again?" Sanders quizzed. "You gonna be the one visiting the family's home to tell them how your failed science experiment murdered their wife, sister, mother? You gonna be the one on TV trying to explain why we thought it was such a great idea to let a known killer loose on society?" Quincy gave him a faint smile. "It happens. Some of our most prolific serial killers, Kempner, for example, are graduates of the juvenile system. Killed young, were sentenced to rehabilitation, came of age, killed even more people." "At times like this, I'm glad I don't have a kid," Sanders said. Quincy finally sighed. He set down his fork and seemed to lose interest once and for all in the salad. "Things are becoming more complicated," he murmured. "Do you know we're now using our serial killer profiling techniques in high schools?" Rainie arched a brow. Sanders exclaimed more eloquently, "You're shitting me." "I shit you not, Detective. In the wake of the recent shootings, several school districts have implemented student profiling. School administrators have a checklist of suspicious behavior to use to evaluate each student's potential for violence. Things like animal cruelty, abusive language, writings containing graphic violence. A few of our agents are now teaching classes in behavioral science and psychological profiling to teachers." "What happens if a student is profiled as potentially dangerous?" Rainie asked with a frown. "Do they call the cops, pat him down, and confiscate his video games?" "Most districts have a policy to notify the parents. Then the student can be sent to counselors or be expelled. It's being taken quite seriously." "So are the Salem witch trials." "Yes, but the witches never killed 13 people. Schools are under pressure. 3 years ago, Principal van der Zanden rejected the notion that a shooting could happen here. How much do you want to bet he's regretting it now? And if the school board hears of profiling next week, how much do you want to bet your teachers will be searching for future homicidal maniacs in between grading papers? They all grew silent. Sanders shook his head. Man, I could not be a teacher, he said vehemently. I see 2 to 4 homicides a week. Nice, fresh kills. And still the thought of what's going on inside the classroom scares me to death. Half of these teachers are being bullied and harassed by their own students. And now they're supposed to actively wonder which little boys are cold-blooded killing machines? Yeah, they'll sleep well at night. Rainie shrugged. Teachers should be used to it by now. When was the last time the PTA called for better parenting? It's always the school's fault. No matter what happens. My God, why aren't schools doing a better job of raising our kids? Quincy smiled dryly. Spoken as 2 people who don't have children. I wonder what did it for Danny O'Grady, Sanders mused out loud. He doesn't seem so different from the other school shooters to me. Bit of a loner, spends all his time in a computer lab, and can't cut it on the football field. I haven't found a teacher yet who knows of any close friends. Then you throw in the fact that his father seems to have a God complex, his parents are fighting all the time, and little Danny pretty much cut his teeth on a hunting rifle. Hell, maybe profiling would have saved the school from him. Seems like it was only a matter of time. Quincy shook his head. I don't think profiling would have identified Danny O'Grady. He was a good student, polite with his teachers, diligent in his studies. We've heard no stories of torturing pets, and not even a fascination with fire. Danny is angry, but there's still no evidence that he's homicidal. Oh, the kid did the deed, Sanders said confidently. Connor caught him red-handed with the murder weapons, and he's confessed twice. Case closed. Now we just gotta wrap everything up before this whole frigging town explodes. Redneck assholes. There ought to be an IQ requirement for owning a gun. Rainie didn't say anything. It was after 9:30. The diner was nearly empty, and in spite of Sanders's big words, they all appeared pensive. Food for thought, Quincy said in the hushed solitude of the restaurant, wiping his hands on his paper napkin and getting ready to stand. All of the school shooters crave notoriety. They walked openly into their schools and pulled out their guns in plain sight. They wanted their classmates to know it was them. They wanted full recognition of their vengeance. But Danny O'Grady managed not to be seen by a single person. In fact, one of the teachers claimed the shots were fired from within the computer lab, as if the killer was deliberately seeking to remain unnoticed. He panicked. He was scared, Sanders said. Second thought. School shootings are about displaced rage. Now, by all accounts, Danny has a domineering, intimidating father. I imagine he does have some displaced anger. So why didn't he target the football coach, a macho man like his father, or star athletes who would represent the kind of boy his father wants him to be, or the school principal, a classic father figure? Why would he deliberately seek out Melissa Avalon? Young, female, and an expert at the subject he loved the most. What about her would incite his rage? Maybe he developed a crush on her. She refused his attentions, and he snapped. Third thought. Most shooters go after as many victims as possible. Overkill and inciting terror in their peers is part of their fantasy. They want to feel powerful. So why did Danny wait until after lunch when everyone was back in their classrooms? And why choose smaller handguns when he's comfortable with rifles and they'd inflict more damage? Maybe it wasn't a real school shooting, Sanders said with a scowl. Maybe he just wanted to get back at Miss Avalon because she hurt his feelings or looked at him the wrong way, and it was more than he could take. So he snaps, plots his revenge against her, and the other two girls simply get in the way. Not a bad theory, Detective, but you have one problem. What? You can't tie him to Melissa Avalon's death. You're saying that she's what this was all about, and yet she's the one victim you can't prove he killed. How do you explain that? Sanders finally spluttered to a halt. He was wide-eyed and thinking hard. Quincy's lips curved into an ironic half-smile. I don't know what happened yesterday afternoon in that school, Detective, but I think there's more to it than meets the eye. We need to keep our minds open at this point, and we need to know what's in those computers, especially after what your technician said. What did my technician say? That somebody tried to erase the web browser history and cache files. You don't erase what isn't important. Shit, Sanders said. Quincy smiled again, but the shadows were darker around his eyes. They all rose from the table. Rainie reached for money, but Sanders surprised her by picking up the tab. Then they were outside, where the night air smelled of pine needles and fresh spring rain. No one had anything more to say. Sanders walked back to his car. Rainie and Quincy remained standing alone. She studied his face again, his blue eyes that could be both warm and hard. She wondered if he was right about Danny, and the fact they still knew so little frustrated her. She wanted answers for her community. She wanted answers for Shep and Sandy. She wanted answers for herself, so she could finally get visions of the school out of her head and the night would stop closing in on her. The Fed was watching her, the look on his face hard to read. She studied his hands again. Those hard-earned calluses. The absent wedding ring. I need somewhere to sleep, Quincy said at last. She said, I know just the place. Chapter 13. Wednesday, May 16th, 10:03 p.m. Ginny's motel hotel wasn't seedy. The mattresses were 20 years old, and the scarred maple dressers had been picked up at garage sales. But the flowered curtains were hand-sewn, the worn white sheets freshly laundered, and the rugs vacuumed vigorously each day. Ginny ran the front desk, her gray hair in pink sponge curlers, and her massive frame covered by a dark blue muumuu with an orange flowered print. She explained to Quincy that she had opened the motel hotel 10 years ago, when her fourth husband, George, had passed away. After so many years of taking care of men, she'd decided to run a business where she could have a new man over every night. She winked flirtatiously when she said this. Quincy hoped she was joking. Ginny went through her spiel. She served homemade muffins every morning, Toll House cookies every night. She'd wash your laundry for $2 a load. Please leave the dirty clothes piled by the front door. Finally, the motel hotel wasn't as rustic as it seemed. She'd installed state-of-the-art data lines so she could check her stock portfolio every hour online. She slapped a laminated list of access numbers for local internet providers on top of the desk. Then she invited Quincy to visit her site at bigmama.com. Rainie suppressed a smile. Quincy began to back away slowly from the muumuu. Moments later, he and Rainie were in the parking lot, where the tiny string of rooms spread out in a pink-painted V. "Where the hell have you brought me?" Quincy asked Rainie as he found his door and fumbled with the key. "Local color," Rainie told him. "Only tourists stay at the Motel 6. "Can't I be a federal tourist?" "Of course not. Ginny knows the best gossip in Bakersville. After Walt, of course. Show up for breakfast tomorrow morning. Down a few bran muffins. You'll be amazed how much you'll learn." "And how clean my colon will be," Quincy muttered, and shoved the old door open. Inside, Rainie watched as Quincy set his duffel bag on the single queen-size bed, placed his computer beneath the pine table, and identified the location of the phone jack. She imagined that she was observing a ritual the agent had performed in hundreds of hotel rooms in hundreds of small towns. He checked the closet, grabbing the extra pillow for the bed, then hung his jacket neatly on the back of a chair. Next, he entered the tiny bathroom, inspecting the stock of soap and shampoo. Finally, he returned to the front of the room, studying the window and the door locks. A single curved latch, which appeared older than dirt, held the window shut. Quincy grimaced. The door cheered him up about as much. One chain easily snapped. One bolt lock that could be jimmied by a 2-year-old. He shook his head. "Is anyone around here aware of basic safety?" "And spoil our small-town charm? The city council would never hear of it. Besides, what kind of idiot robs a Fed?" "I'm going to need a broom handle to jam this window," he said seriously, "and a chair to stick under the door." "Don't you carry a gun, soup spag?" "Yes, but requisitioning sticks involves less paperwork." Quincy went outside, found a suitable twig to jam the lower window casing, and jury-rigged the room the best he could. Apparently, he did take safety seriously. Then again, Rainie had caught a glimpse of the photos he carried in his computer bag. She supposed if she did nothing but stare at murder victims all day, she would be obsessed with bolt locks and window guards as well. Finally, Quincy dusted off his hands. He'd done all he could do with his accommodations. Now his gaze drifted to the phone. Rainie watched him quickly look away. Unfortunately, there was little else in the room to hold his attention. Ginny didn't believe in TV. The night was thick outside, the room filled with shadows. Nothing left to do but say good night, and hope they didn't wake up too many times, dreaming of little boys armed with assault rifles and little girls fleeing down long dark hallways. "Rainie?" Quincy said after a moment. "Can I buy you a drink?" Rainie was startled. She hadn't seen the offer coming. She stared at him harder and tried to decide what it meant. A drink. Just a drink? With smart, capable supervisory special agent Pierce Quincy? He struck her as the kind of man who lived his life by certain rules. But his gaze was softer now. Not an agent anymore, she thought. A man addressing a woman. She honestly wasn't sure what to do with that. She felt restless, edgy. She'd seen too much death, and tomorrow morning she would rise at the crack of dawn to examine it some more. She should be alone, sit on her back deck, cradle an icy bottle of beer, and listen to the hoot owl mourn. But she wanted to go to a bar. Some place where the music was loud and the dance floor crowded and all the women were pretty, while all the men had a gleam in their eyes. She could pick a date. She could pick a fight. On nights like this, she wasn't sure which she preferred. She just knew that sometimes she was her mother's daughter, and she never trusted herself when she was in this kind of mood. Go home, Rainie. You know the drill. She studied Quincy instead. the firm set of his lips, the strong line of his shoulders, that blue, blue gaze of a man who knew what he was about. God damn him. 30 minutes later, she'd changed into civvies and they were sitting at a bar. Tequila's was a happening place. Plank floor covered in peanut shells, tiny booths covered in scarred brown vinyl, pitchers of beer that went for $1.50 on Wednesday nights, and all-you-could-eat mozzarella sticks during happy hour. The jukebox belted out country favorites. On the dance floor, half the couples moved easily to the rhythmic steps of line dancing. Deeper in the shadows, other couples moved to other rhythms in perfect time. Rainie yelled her order for a bottle of Bud Light over the din. Quincy surprised her by ordering the same. He struck her as a Heineken man, but live and learn. For a while, they simply sat, watching the dance floor, absorbing the noise and loosening up until the lessons of Bakersville's K-8 and Danny O'Grady seemed far away. "Nice place," Quincy said shortly. "Fun," Rainie said. "Come here often?" "Careful, soup spag. Next thing you know, you'll be asking my sign." Quincy grinned. It was a good look on his face, especially with his shirt sleeves rolled up and his silk tie loosened. He took a long pull from the beer bottle. "Nice and cold," he said. "How's yours?" "Don't know. I'm an alcoholic, Quince. Came from an alcoholic mother. Probably had an alcoholic father. I'd know if my mother had sobered up long enough to remember his name." He gave her a curious look. "We didn't have to come to a bar." "Not a problem. I've been sober 10 years. I know what I'm doing." "But you still order a beer?" "Yep. I like holding the bottle in my hand and knowing I can set it down again. It's the sense of power, I'm sure. Plus," she slipped him a wink, "beer bottles are a goddamn phallic delight." Quincy burst out laughing. She grinned back at him. She bet he didn't laugh often, which was too bad. He sounded good, laughing. He looked good, too. "And you?" she asked, setting down the bottle. "Tell me the truth, soup spag. What really brings you to Bakersville?" "The job, of course. So much crime, so little time." "Travel a lot?" 3 or 4 cities a week. I'm either a federal agent or a rock star." "Hell on relationships," she said casually. His lips curved at one corner. She hadn't fooled him. "I was married," he said. "Lasted 15 years, which was probably 7 more than I deserved. I used to carry a photo of her in a silver frame in my briefcase. Every hotel room I stayed in, the first thing I would do was place her picture on the table. Unfortunately, that didn't match her idea of quality time. We divorced. I learned to work without her photo on my desk. And you?" "I don't do relationships. Have a strict policy against them. I figure if half of the American people are getting divorced, that's good enough for me." Quincy gave her a skeptical look. She could tell he was trying to evaluate her statement for truth versus bravado. "You're young, intelligent, beautiful. What about starting a family?" "Oh, no. I don't do children. They're small, needy, easily destroyed. Let's be honest. I've come a long way from my family history, but I'm still the child of an abusive alcoholic, and we don't make great parent material. For the Connors, the cycle ends here." "You shouldn't underestimate yourself, Rainie." "I don't underestimate myself. I'm simply honest." She watched him take another swig from his beer. He was definitely interested. She could see the light in his eyes. He was reluctant, bemused, but interested. Call her a fool, but it made her smile. She leaned forward, sweeping her long hair to one side as she prepared to get serious. "So tell me more, Quincy. We're here in a bar, a long way from crime scenes, and you're almost through your first beer. Tell me all the baggage. I like starting with the junk out in the open. It saves time later." "I don't have interesting baggage." "Everybody does." "No, I just have typical law enforcement stuff. The ex-wife. The 2 grown children who barely know I exist. Too much dedication to the job. Not enough attention at home. The usual mistakes." "Yeah? So why are you avoiding phones?" He jerked, caught off guard. Then he gave her a more measured stare. It pleased her to surprise him. She was beginning to realize that with an academic like him, it was a form of flirtation. "I didn't realize it was that obvious." "Pierce? Don't call me that. Only my ex-wife uses my first name. Everyone else calls me Quincy, like the medical examiner from the old TV show. Serial killers and their sense of humor," he murmured. She kept looking at him. He finally set down his beer. "One of my daughters," he said abruptly, "is in the hospital." "Is it serious?" "She's dying." "No, that's not true," he corrected himself. "She's dead. She's been dead for 4 weeks. 23 years old and involved in such a bad automobile accident that the front windshield carries an imprint of her face. I know. I made the police show it to me." He looked off in the distance a moment. Rainie was struck by how haggard he appeared, then how exhausted. "Now she lies in a hospital room," he said quietly, "where machines breathe for her and pump her heart and feed her food, while the rest of us sit by her side day after day, desperate for some miracle to save her. Except that her brain is dead and the machines can't fix that. The miracles of science take us so far, and yet not nearly far enough." "Jesus, shouldn't you be there?" "Yes." "Well, why aren't you?" "Because if I had to spend one more minute sitting in that room, watching that mockery of human life play out in front of me, I was going to lose my mind." His eyes suddenly glinted with moisture. He brushed it away with the back of his hand and looked at her almost impatiently. "Rainie, my daughter doesn't have a face anymore. Her vehicle hit a telephone pole going 35 miles per hour without her seatbelt on. Do you really want to hear how the force of impact pushes a body not just forward, but up in the air? That steering wheel columns are designed to collapse so they won't crush a person's chest or internal organs, but that they also can't halt all the G-forces once they've been unleashed. How the body keeps going forward, keeps going up, how the person's skull now slams into the metal frame of the windshield, which isn't designed to collapse, which isn't designed to give way. And then comes the nose and face, slamming into the windshield, shattering all those bones, while the skull is driven deeper into the person's brain. My daughter doesn't have a head anymore. She has a pulpy mass carefully held in place by staples and thread and miles of fluffy white gauze. The only reason she was even put on life support was that her doctors were waiting for permission to harvest her organs. But now she's there, a grotesque doll animated purely by machines. And my ex-wife, Bethy, keeps mistaking that for life, so she won't let go. And I don't think it's right. I don't think there's any dignity in that. And I don't think my younger daughter, Kimberly, should have to sit at her sister's side and listen to her mother and me fight over when to pull the plug. My feelings on the subject are clear. Now it's up to Bethy to figure out when she can let go. So you arrived, you gave your expert advice, and you left. Quincy blinked several times. You know, you could at least pretend not to see through me, he said at last, particularly when you're sober at the time. He took another swallow of beer, looking as if he needed it now. His bottle was nearly empty. The waitress stopped by to ask him if he wanted a second. He hesitated, his gaze clearly thirsty, but then shook his head. Surprised you didn't go to whiskey, Rainie commented. I did, for a week. Then I had to give it up due to irony. Amanda was killed by a drunk driver. Ah. I tried eating. Potato chips, candy bars, gummy bears, anything that came out of a hospital vending machine. But I kept forgetting to chew, and that made things difficult. I resumed jogging. That seems to do the trick. You? 12 miles, 4 days a week. Bet I could run you into the ground. I'm nearly 15 years older than you, Rainie. I bet you could run me into the ground. Quincy, you're not that old. The space between them sparked again. He looked away first. Now it's your turn, he said abruptly. Tit for tat. All right. She brought up her chin gamely and got a good grip on her Bud Light. My mom was a drunk, a mean drunk, a promiscuous drunk. Trailer trash, you know the type. She got into a lot of brawls, hung out with men who beat her, and following the trickle-down theory of family management, returned home to beat me. Except one day when I came home, she'd been decapitated by a shotgun blast to the head, and unfortunately for me, I was the first person at the scene. Did Shep O'Grady arrest you? Yep, she shrugged. I would have arrested me too. The whole town knew what she was doing. Now here she was dead, and I had her brains in my hair. I made a great suspect, but I was the wrong one. And who was the right one? Officially, it's still unsolved. Unofficially, they're pretty sure it was her man of the moment. A neighbor saw him at the house right before she heard the gunshot. Maybe it was some kind of lover's quarrel, or maybe he was just too drunk to think straight. My mother didn't exactly date rocket scientists. He was a trucker, I think. They put out an APB, but no one ever saw him again. Just some guy passing through, and now it's been so many years I don't even remember his name. Rainie shrugged again. Given the way my mother lived, I don't think the story could have ended any other way. And for you? Quincy said quietly. After all that, I'd think you would have left Bakersville for good. I tried. Went to Portland. Enrolled in the university. Got drunk. For 4 years. Then joined AA. When I finally graduated, I decided I might as well go home, because for all of my running, I was ending up in the same place I began. Besides, I like it here. I inherited my mother's house, all paid for, which is good when you're making 15 grand a year. You still live in the house where you grew up? He gave her a skeptical look. I don't mind. It's the deck I like the best anyway. She gave him a funny smile. Honestly, I like small-town police work. I get to deal with people, not paper. And Bakersville is a good community. We have a lot of nice folks. Excluding the neighbors who never said a word about your mother beating you each night, and excluding the neighbors who still believe that you're a murderer. Oh, the ones who think I killed my mother don't mind. In their opinion, what goes around comes around. But you don't think that, do you, Rainie? And these last 2 days, staring at Danny O'Grady, that must have been very difficult for you. She stiffened. Her hands tightened around her Bud Light. Don't psychoanalyze me." "I'm not," he said evenly. "I can't help noticing, however, that today you gave an instant explanation of attachment disorder. Combine that with the fact you grew up in an abusive household, in circumstances not that different from those experienced by most violent kids. These issues aren't new to you. You've given it some thought. Long after this case is over, you'll still be giving it some thought." "Well, at least my interest is personal and not some misplaced hero complex." She had lashed out reflexively. It didn't occur to her just how bitter and vicious she sounded until she saw him wince. "Touché," he murmured. Rainie promptly looked down, embarrassed. It was in poor taste to ask a man to share his troubles and then hold them against him. She wanted to be a better person than that, but she knew she wasn't. She had a quick temper and a bristly personality. Apologies came hard to her. "I don't mean to make you self-conscious," Quincy said quietly. "Danny bothers me," she said abruptly, before she changed her mind. "I saw his eyes. Trapped, angry, confused. I know that stare, and I looked at those bodies and I wondered. Everyone says kids can't be that angry, homicidally angry, but I know they can be. Sometimes it's hard not to be young and helpless and defenseless." Her voice broke off. She sat there, holding the rest of the words in and feeling her heart beat against her chest like a trapped bird. "You worry you could have been Danny O'Grady?" Quincy asked. She didn't say anything. "You're not Danny," he said firmly. "I know that. I'm a woman, and women don't displace rage. We don't become mass murderers or serial killers. We focus our anger instead, going after whoever hurt us, or self-destructing. It doesn't matter, though. That's not what this is about. It's the violence, I think. Because it's a shooting and not an automobile crash or combine accident. I'm not sure. But it's bringing it back, everything, like it happened yesterday. And everyone was just so busy wondering that day if I'd killed her or not, no one bothered to ask me how I felt. I'm not sure I even bothered to wonder how I felt. All those times, all those nights, the screaming fits. But she was my mother. And it took so much bleach to get the blood out of the ceiling. I think I scrubbed for days, and still you could see the pink stains, and she was my mother, for God's sake. The only family I had. "Rainie, are you okay?" "Yes, fine. Damn it. I need to shut up." He had taken her hand at some point. She didn't remember when, and the fact she hadn't noticed such a thing jolted her. She always noticed when she was touched. All these years later, she was very careful about physical space. She took her hand back, raking it through her hair and discovering that she was more agitated than she'd realized. Quincy was looking at her again with concern. It made her want to laugh flippantly, but that would do no good. "I'm sorry," she said shortly. "I accuse you of treating me like a patient, then I treat you like a shrink." "I'm not your therapist," he said evenly. "Let's keep that straight." "Of course not. I don't need a therapist." He raised a brow. She grew more flustered. He took back her hand. His gaze was reassuring. "Rainie, listen to me. What you're going through is very real. It's called post-traumatic stress syndrome. 14 years ago, you suffered a major trauma. And even though you've dealt with that trauma on many levels, it still affected you. Now you're going through a similar situation, and that's bringing the first one back. It happens to everyone. When the Gulf War happened, the Veterans Administration had to set up hotlines for the Vietnam vets who were suddenly experiencing flashbacks to 20-year-old firefights. Sadly, every time one of these school shootings happens, it puts all the other families and all the other communities through the ringer again. Flashbacks, nightmares, anxiety attacks, all part of the drill. I'm a professional. It's my job. Will attend homicide. Won't bat an eye. You're human. His finger squeezed hers. You're an intelligent human. Your brain is going to work in spite of you. Well, take this brain back. It's stuck on instant replay and I've had enough. He smiled faintly. The older the trauma, the sooner it will fade. In the meantime, it might help to talk to someone. Does the sheriff's department provide any mental health resources? Our department doesn't even provide coffee. Perhaps some of the professionals flying in to help the kids. Yeah, perhaps. But her tone of voice told them both she'd never go. Seeking out a real professional would be too much like admitting a weakness. She didn't do that anymore. It's getting late, Quincy said. Rainie looked around. The music was dying down and the tables had cleared out. He was right. They should both be going. Separate rooms, she knew. She had said too much, and you couldn't hook up for a one-night stand after baring your soul. She rose on her own. After a moment, Quincy followed suit. Quincy, sorry about your daughter. Thank you. It doesn't help, but it does. I know. She hesitated. I'm also sorry for what I said earlier. The misplaced hero complex. I'm not the best at playing nice with others. And here I thought it was part of your charm. Quincy placed his hand on the small of her back and guided her toward the door.
This ends Disc 5. The third victim, Disc 6.
Outside, the night was cool, and Rainie was back to watching him expectantly. His hand still rested on her back. His body was close. She could smell his aftershave, subtle and expensive. She didn't know what it was about him. He was strong, intelligent, sophisticated. She'd never tried finding someone who challenged her. She'd always just gone with the unquestioning young stud, the kind who wouldn't ask too many questions. It was safer. Now she studied the exposed hollow of Quincy's throat, where a light smattering of dark hair rippled across it. Now she gazed at his other hand with those long, deft fingers. Now she looked up into his face and peering blue eyes that saw too much. She took an instinctive step back, confused and suddenly spooked. His head had already dropped forward, and his lips brushed her cheek. I'm not your therapist, Rainie. I know. His lips brushed her other cheek, warm, firm, dry. I don't know what I'm doing here. I have policies about these things. His lips fell to the hollow of her neck. Her head had fallen back. She knew better, but she didn't. The kiss was light. It teased her. No fraternizing, she murmured. He raised his head. No one-night stands. No passing through. I'm too old for that shit, Rainie. I've been to too many towns, spent too much time studying the worst that men can do. I've tried marriage and I've tried fatherhood, and I have all the things I'm proud of in my life and all the things I wish I'd never done. I don't believe in one-night escapism anymore. I don't see the point. She tried to open her mouth to argue, but he cut her off by brushing his lips over hers. She startled in surprise. He stopped, lingered, his mouth moist, seeking. His hands were splayed across her back. He held her lightly, giving her plenty of room, and that made her both grateful and disappointed. She had just started to lean forward when he broke off the kiss. "I'm interested in you, Rainie," he murmured against her ear. "You're not what I expected. You're smart. You're complicated. And I already know you won't go home with me tonight." "I won't," she whispered. "You're going to torture yourself with the drive to the ME's office tomorrow. You're going to dream of your mother and dead little girls. Don't. I'm not your therapist, Rainie. I'm simply a man who's been there." His hands fell from her back. He stepped away, and she felt the night intrude bitterly. Her arms grew cold. She shivered as she watched him walk over to his car, but she didn't call him back. She had her own vehicle to drive home. One of her rules. One of her many, many rules designed to keep herself safe. Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy drove away. And after another moment, Rainie went home alone. Chapter 14. Thursday, May 17th, 1:08 a.m. Shep was waiting for Rainie on her back porch when she got to her house. Judging by the pile of empty beer bottles at his feet, he'd been there a while, and the wait had done nothing to improve his mood. "Where the hell have you been?" he demanded when she finally walked through the sliding glass door. Rainie eyed him for a minute. It was late, well past midnight, and she didn't have the patience for this conversation. On the other hand, she supposed she should have seen it coming. She loosened the cuffs of her worn chambray shirt. "Go home, Shep." "Aren't you meeting with the ME first thing in the morning?" "Christ, Rainie, this is a murder investigation. What are you doing running around till the small hours of the morning?" "I believe I'm acting as primary on the case. Now get the hell off my back deck." Shep pretended not to hear her. He set down his beer and stood authoritatively, as if he was still acting sheriff. The fact that he swayed on his feet didn't help. Rainie shook her head. "We gotta talk about this case." "You're drunk. You're not thinking straight. And if anyone sees you here, George Walker will have even more ammunition to take to the 5 o'clock news. Suspect's father cavorting with police."
"Danny didn't do it."
"We got his prints on the casing, Shep."
"Not all of them."
"What the hell does that mean?"
"Oh, Sanders didn't tell you, did he?"
Shep got a smug glow in his eyes. He pounded his chest.
"I got my own contact at the State Crime Lab. When I talked to him this afternoon, he told me they'd found prints on the shell casings from the 38 and the 22, except for one 38 casing. A single casing with no smudges, no dirt, no prints. In other words, wiped clean. And get this, there's something odd about the shell casing. My contact couldn't tell me what, but he'd sent it out for further analysis. So there you go. Something's odd about the evidence, Rainie. Something else went down in those halls, and this proves it."
"Oh, Jesus Christ, Shep. Not all shell casings will yield prints, and you know it. Now for the last time, go home."
"One casing wiped clean, Rainie. I'm telling you, someone else was at that scene. This proves it. Maybe Danny helped, okay? Okay? I can see that much. He got the guns. Maybe he thought he was helping a friend. But someone else pulled the trigger. You gotta help me with this, Rainie. You gotta believe me."
"I don't have to do any such thing."
"What does that mean?"
Rainie looked her boss in the eye. She said crisply, "First, you appoint me primary, Shep." not even at the school yet, and you already know something's up. Then there's that whole confrontation with Danny. You get me to discharge my sidearm. You manage to get your prints all over the guns. 30 seconds later, most of the physical evidence is destroyed, and you made sure everyone knew it. Officer Connor screwed up the case. Danny will walk away scot-free. What the hell went down in that hallway, Shep? You want me to help you? You tell me what was really going on that afternoon.
Rainie, I swear to you.
Bullshit. Cut the crap. Her temper went. She was suddenly bone-weary and deeply resentful of Shep. He'd made her part of this tragedy. And now he was on her back deck, begging for her help, after playing her like a fool. How dare he do that to her, especially when she'd considered him a friend? You knew what was going on, Shep. You suspected Danny. Why?
Don't you yell at me, Lorraine Connor. I may not be on active duty, but I'm still sheriff of this town.
What the fuck happened, Shep? What did you do?
This is no way to treat me. Didn't I help you out all those years ago? All those questions I could have asked. All those questions that have still never been answered about what went down that day. I never followed up. I let sleeping dogs lie. Now it's your turn to do the same.
Get off my property.
He's my son. God damn it, Rainie, he's my son.
Shep's shoulder suddenly convulsed. He stood on her porch, surrounded by half a dozen empty beer bottles, and wept into his hands for his child. Jesus Christ. Rainie went into her house. She fetched 2 fresh bottles of beer from the fridge. Back outside, she wordlessly handed one to Shep. The other she cradled in her hands, waiting for that feeling of power, of control. It didn't happen tonight. Jesus Christ. After a moment, Shep pulled himself together. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his shirt. He twisted off the cap of the bottle and downed half the contents in a single swallow. Then he downed the other half. How'd you get here, Shep?
Drove.
You're not driving home.
I know.
They stood in silence. Rainie looked up at the night sky. It was clear following this afternoon's rain. The stars were like pinpricks of silver against black velvet. She loved this kind of night. Perfect for sitting on her deck, listening to the owls and imagining the waves crashing against the rocky shore. The inside of her house might hold all the bad memories of her childhood, but the outside held the few precious things that had been good, the land and the trees and the sky. The knowledge that no matter what happened, she was only a small part of it in the end, and the stars would be here long after she was gone and the last tears had dried. Maybe other people were overwhelmed to think of their tiny size in relation to the cosmos. She was comforted by it.
I gave Danny the combination for the gun safe,
Shep said quietly.
He asked for it 2 weeks ago, and I gave it to him.
You went to all the trouble to get a state-of-the-art gun safe, and then you gave your child the combination?
Sandy's gonna kill me.
Shep, you're in such a world of hurt.
I didn't know. Danny said he wanted practice breaking down handguns since he'd already mastered his rifle. Hell, I was happy he was interested. You gotta understand, Rainie. Guns are about all Danny and I have left. I tried football. He's just no good. I tried basketball, baseball, soccer. The boy has no athletic ability. He just wants to read or surf the web or some such garbage. You don't know what it's like to be a father, Rainie, and realize one day that you got the son you always wanted and somehow he turned out to be his mother. Did you know the pistols were missing?" Shep was silent, which was answer enough. "Jesus, how can you be so smart and yet so dumb?"
"Don't you think I just got punished enough?"
"No. I think George Walker got punished enough. I think Alice Benson's parents got punished enough. Damn it!"
"I didn't know, Rainie."
3 days ago, I checked the safe for the pistols. They still weren't there. So I asked Danny about it. He said he hadn't gotten them back together yet, that was all. The minute he reassembled them, he'd put them in the safe. I didn't think about it again.
Until you got the call.
But Danny didn't do it.
I swear to you, Rainie, that boy doesn't have a single aggressive bone in his body.
Hell, if he was more like me, maybe I could imagine it.
But he's his mother's son. He wouldn't hurt a fly. What did you find when you got to the school, Shep?
It's just like I said in my report. When I arrived, the building was already evacuated. Someone said they saw the shooter run from the building. Someone else said there were still wounded kids inside. So I went in. And in the computer lab, I found Danny holding the revolver and the semi-auto...
Holding them? Not picking them up.
Holding them. He'd just picked them up.
Shep.
All right. He was holding them, damn it. Holding both guns and looking faint. The minute I said his name, he pointed them at my head.
And that doesn't tell you anything?
He was panicked, Rainie. Frightened and... hell, he'd been crying. I swear to you there were tears on his cheeks. For Christ's sakes, this is Danny. Danny, who used to wear your deputy's badge. Danny, who liked to play under the desks. Danny, who always wanted to sit by you at dinner.
Shut up. I don't want to hear it anymore. Rainie walked away from him. She stood at the edge of her deck, her arms wrapped tight around her middle for warmth. In the distance, she saw a flicker of light, as if the moon had caught a piece of glass. It troubled her, and she was trying to focus on the source when the trees rustled abruptly and a large bird took flight.
"If Danny's involved," Shep said from behind her, "it's only because someone else got him into it. He's been troubled lately, and maybe he's impressionable. At 13, all young boys are impressionable."
We know about the lockers, Shep, and we know about Charlie Kenyon. The Danny in my mind is a sweet little boy, and just yesterday morning I would have agreed with you. But I'm not sure anymore. There's a lot more to him than meets the eye, and these kids, they're always somebody's sons, Shep. They're always somebody's children. Shep's head fell forward. Rainie had told him the truth with the best of intentions, but she couldn't stand to see him look so defeated. She offered quietly, "We're trying to learn more from the school computers. Maybe if we can find a record of him talking to someone online, hooking up with an outside influence. I don't know."
Good, good.
Shep's voice had picked up.
"That's the thing. Find out who really did all this."
You really want to know what happened, Shep? Let us talk to Danny. The FBI agent, Quincy, he's a trained psychologist and an expert in mass murderers. He'll know how to handle Danny. He'll get to the bottom of this.
No.
Shep, you want me to help Danny, but you don't. Make up your mind.
No interviewing him. He's confused right now. Maybe he even wants to take credit for things. Some kids are like that, you know. But I don't want my kid spending the rest of his life in prison because he felt a need to brag.
What about Becky? She might have seen something.
The doctors say she's in shock.
Quincy's an expert.
Since when did you start thinking so much of an outsider? Wait a minute. That's where you've been, isn't it? You went out with the Fed.
Well, tie stones to my feet and drown me in a river.
That's not funny.
Shep, if you want answers, give me some help. At least let Quincy interview Becky.
Our lawyer will never go for it.
It's not his call.
I can't. I gotta talk to Sandy first. Let me talk to Sandy.
Thank you, Shep, Rainie said seriously. Sandy has a good head on her shoulders. She'll do the right thing. Shep, however, didn't look convinced. He said wearily,
I got a son in juvenile detention for murder. I have a daughter sleeping in closets. And I have a neighbor spray-painting baby killer in my garage. The right thing? I don't know what that is anymore. I already heard from the mayor that we're not allowed to attend any of the funerals. He thinks it'll upset people too much. For God's sake, this is my town, Rainie. I know George Walker. I used to bowl with Alice's uncle. Now it's come down to this.
Rainie didn't say anything. She didn't have the words to comfort him.
Someone else pulled that trigger,
Shep said tiredly, stubbornly.
Mark my words. And you gotta help me prove it, because a state detective and a federal agent aren't going to care. They don't live here. They don't know Danny the way we do. So it's just you and me, the way it was 14 years ago. Just you and me again.
You didn't do me any favors 14 years ago, Shep. Shep's gaze simply fell to the deck. Rainie sighed. She moved over to the deck railing and dumped out her bottle of beer. She said what she needed to say, soft, so no one could hear. Shep didn't pry. He knew better after all these years. After a moment, she turned back to him. Come on, Shep. I'll drive you home. Crouched behind a dense cover of trees, the man finally released his breath. It had been no good. She always ducked her head when she spoke, so even with the binoculars, he couldn't see clearly enough. Maybe if he brought a video camera one night, he could record her actions, then play them back for someone who specialized in lip reading. An expert might be able to see enough. But that would be sharing. He didn't want to share. Rainie was special. His. He planned to keep it that way. The man rocked back on his heels, pursing his lips as he considered his options. His head was buzzing a bit. He'd stayed in the bar long enough to have 2 beers, even though he shouldn't have. But Ruddy Face had still been standing there, looking down at him all stern and tough. It had punched buttons better left alone, and he'd found he couldn't back down. So he'd stayed, drinking down beer he couldn't taste, and feeling that measured, hateful stare. Then he'd simply started to laugh. The whole thing was too damn funny for words. Old men thinking war would be good for kids. Give 'em a Hitler and they won't have to kill one another. The man had started to laugh, and he was still laughing when he left the bar, watching old Ruddy Face shake his head. Fuck Ruddy Face. Fuck 'em all. If only they knew. The first time the man had picked a town for one of his projects, he hadn't been anxious, more like curious about what he could do. He'd had a vision. It started as a dream late at night. A way to pass the hours when he was alone and no one cared. Then it took over his waking hours. It became an obsession, a fierce burning need gnawing away at his gut. Show the old man. Show up the old man. Fucking show up the old fucking man. he'd head out to the cemetery, guzzling $100 bottles of the fucker's precious brandy and feeling the fury beat like a drum in his veins. You think I'm weak? You think I'm dumb? Well, let me show you. The first time, he'd been very careful. No ties between himself and the community. He'd selected the town by computer, researched it by computer, approached the players by computer. When it had finally been necessary to conduct some on-site activities, he'd worn disguises and used only cash. The 3 P's of a successful mission: patience, planning, and precautions. See? I was listening, you old fuck. In the end, it had been easy. Screams and smoke and blood. Beautiful, fantastical death. Not a tremor in his hand, not a care in the world. But then, it had been over. Police came, investigated, arrested, moved on. Case closed. He returned to everyday life, visited the cemetery again, guzzled another bottle of brandy. Who's weak now, old man? Who isn't feeling very smart? And then, nothing. Story faded from the news. Town got on with things. People moved on with life. And he was alone again, feeling his power, knowing the things he knew, and bored. Time for a second strike. Raise the stakes, prove his point, elevate the game. He picked the next town more carefully, spent longer reconning in the area, studying the rhythms of life. Still lots of patience and planning, still many, many precautions. Computers were a wonderful tool. Then, one day, everything was in place. Screams and smoke and blood. Beautiful, fantastical death. This time, he lingered afterward. From a ways away, of course, using binoculars. But still he lingered, adding an extra zing. Cops arrived on scene. Dull, unimaginative, small-town yokels. Saw what he wanted them to see. Thought what he wanted them to think. Made their arrest. Felt good about themselves. In fact, everything went so well the man decided not to go home right away. He hit upon the hotel plan. In a separate city, of course, though frankly he wasn't convinced even that precaution was necessary. He rented a car, drove back into town, hung out in the local bars and listened to the local folks talk. He had so much fun, he even went to the funerals and watched the mothers cry. Who's smart now, you old fuck? 5 days later, it was all over and done. Reporters packed their bags. Lawyers worked out some deal. He returned to the ordinary world of his acceptable life, and eventually this film also faded from his mind. He needed something more. His plans worked, but the thrill was lacking. From what he could tell, he was too smart. Hear that, old man? He could make the cops dance on a pinhead, and they'd fucking thank him for the floor space. He needed a place more challenging, a target more riveting, and an opponent more worthy. He needed to expand the playing field. Bakersville had come to him like a goddamn wet dream. The perfect place, the perfect target, and the perfect cast of Keystone cops hot on his trail. Finally, he was having some fun. Big burly Shep crying over his son. Smart, pretty Officer Connor worrying about her town. And now, Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy, Quantico's best of the best. Finally, he had a game worth playing, which was good,
because as far as he was concerned, he was no longer producing a single-act play. This game was just beginning. Do you remember what it felt like when you pulled the trigger, Officer Connor? Do you still dream about the wet sound of your mother's exploding head? Someday, I want to hear all about it. But not tonight. Tonight, he had to drive to Portland. He still had work to do. The first time Becky O'Grady fell asleep, she dreamed she stood up to the monster in her school. She planted her feet in the hall. She yelled, "Bad, bad monster! Leave my brother alone! Don't you hurt my friends!" The monster was ashamed. He crawled away. Then Alice and Sally hugged her and cried. Pretty Miss Avalon kissed her on the cheek and told her she was very brave. Everyone was happy, including her mommy and daddy, who never fought again, and Danny, who gave her a kitty. The second time Becky fell asleep, she dreamed she stood up to the monster and he bit off her head. At 5 a.m, Becky O'Grady crawled to the hall closet and piled coats on top of her shoulders. But she knew it wouldn't do any good. The monster was coming. She hadn't saved Danny, and she and the monster both knew it. Soon he would come for her. Soon it would be her turn. Becky whimpered for her mother, but mostly she cried for Danny, because when he had needed her most, she hadn't saved him. Chapter 15. Thursday, May 17th, 7:50 a.m. Sandy stood at the kitchen sink, washing the same flower-bordered plate over and over again. Outside, the sun was shining. She had cracked the window to let in the fresh morning air, and now she could hear the sounds of her neighborhood preparing for a new day. Somewhere down the street, a lawn was being mowed. Probably Mr. McCabe. He was a retired school principal who took religious care of his yard. In June, people drove in from miles around just to admire his roses. A dog barked 3 or 4 houses over. Then came the sounds of a mother yelling for her child. Andy? Anthony? Maybe Andrea, the Simpsons' 4-year-old daughter. Last Halloween, she dressed up as a cowboy. Not a cowgirl, she'd told everyone. A cowboy. Sandy really liked the child, even if she insisted on calling her Mrs. O'Grady, which made Sandy feel old. She turned the plate in her hand and rhythmically washed the back. When she and Shep had first moved into this neighborhood 11 years ago, they were one of the few couples with kids. Since then, the neighborhood had grown, and so had the families. There must be 5 toddlers on this block alone. 2 of the girls in Becky's class lived just 4 blocks over. There were a number of boys as well, though most of them were too young for Danny. Sandy had always thought that was a shame. It was so easy for Becky to find someone to play with, whereas Danny had to be driven to someone's house. That took planning. That took having a parent home to serve as chauffeur. Danny had never complained, though. He seemed content to read books or stay at school or play on the computer. Later in the evening, she'd sometimes go on walks with him around the neighborhood. They'd wave at the other families. Danny would check out houses with DirecTV. Or sometimes she'd walk and he'd ride his bike around her and show off stunts like riding no-handed for her amusement. She'd always liked those walks. She'd felt safe, passing through their modest community where everyone worked hard and knew one another's name. This morning, Sandy didn't feel comfortable enough to step outside to get the morning paper.
She was too afraid people would stop and stare, and she wasn't sure which bothered her most, the looks of anger or of pity. She stayed in her kitchen, a prisoner under house arrest, and scrubbed her appliances until they sparkled. Then she attacked the kitchen floor, all the while pretending it was just another day in the neighborhood and her life hadn't really ended 2 days ago. This morning, Sandy had called the detention center at promptly 7 a.m. It had been 48 hours since she'd last spoken with her son, and she desperately needed to see him. Was he frightened? Was he scared? Did he understand what was happening to him? Did he miss her or call out her name in the middle of the night? What if he was having nightmares? What if he wasn't getting enough to eat, or the blankets scratched, or the sheets itched? For God's sake, she was his mother, and she needed to be with her son. The head of the detention facilities, a Mr. Gregory, had firmly but politely informed her that Danny had already begged them not to let his mother in. The director had located Danny in the cafeteria first thing this morning to mention that his parents wanted to visit. Danny had immediately grown so agitated that staff members had had no choice but to return him to his room. It appeared he was too traumatized to deal with his parents. Maybe in a week or two. Sandy had never heard of anything so ridiculous. If her son was traumatized, all the more reason for her to come. She could bring his favorite toy, bake his favorite cake. Please, something, anything. Don't leave me on the outside like this. Don't leave me feeling so helpless. Mr. Gregory informed her that her son was still under suicide watch, and they'd had to return Danny to his room because, at the mention of seeing his parents, he grabbed a fork from another youth and tried to puncture his own wrist. She and Shep were not to visit. Period. The sound of the lawnmower stopped. A sharp bang as Mr. McCabe removed the clippings bag. He was probably dumping the grass on his flower beds. Sandy had seen him do it 100 times. Churning the grass clippings into the beds to replenish the nitrogen, working the soil tenderly with his old, gnarled hands. She finally set the plate in the drying rack. The dishes were done. Her countertop sparkled. Her floor was freshly mopped. She'd even cleaned the stove and wiped down the microwave. Now it was 8 in the morning and Sandy didn't know what to do. She turned toward Becky, who was eyeing her somberly from the kitchen table. "Would you like more cereal, honey?" Becky shook her head. The bowl of Cheerios placed in front of her 15 minutes ago still appeared to be untouched. "What about some fruit?" Sandy coaxed. "Or what about pancakes? I can make you chocolate chip pancakes." Sandy regretted the words the moment she said them. Chocolate chip pancakes were Danny's favorite. Becky shook her head. Sandy resiliently turned toward the refrigerator, searching for more options. Becky hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days. "I know," Sandy said brightly. "How about some salad?" She eagerly pulled out the clear glass bowl. The salad had been among 4 dishes that had arrived on their front porch yesterday. The others had contained macaroni and cheese, a ham and potato dish, and some kind of mystery meat surprise. This bowl had impressed Sandy, however. The mixture of strawberry jello, apples, bananas, walnuts, and whipped cream was a favorite children's salad, and it touched her that others were thinking of Becky. God knows the little girl was suffering too. Sandy held up the brightly colored salad for Becky's inspection. Becky had always loved jello and whipped cream. A slight hesitation. Then finally Becky nodded. They had a winner. Sandy dished up a large bowl for her daughter, humming slightly to herself in honor of having scored a victory. She poured a glass of orange juice to go with Becky's breakfast. After another thought, she poured a glass of juice for herself as well and joined her daughter at the table. From the living room came the sound of Shep snoring. He'd been out most of the night and returned at some small hour of the morning reeking of beer. Sandy knew without asking where he'd gone. Rainie's house. Whenever he was troubled, whenever he had something on his mind, he always went there. Once, Sandy had entertained wild notions of what must be going on at the Connor residence. Everyone had heard stories of Rainie's mother and what kind of woman she'd been. Sandy had imagined her husband and his deputy rolling around in a torrid embrace. She had fantasized about them laughing together and giggling madly over what an idiot pretty little Sandy's sermon must be not to suspect a thing. One night, in a fit of jealous rage, she'd hightailed it over to Rainie's tiny home in the middle of the soaring woods. She'd driven up the dirt driveway at full steam, already formulating a bold confrontation in her head. She'd discovered her husband and Rainie sitting on the huge back deck in complete silence, each just staring out into the woods and holding a beer. Sandy had gone back home without ever saying a word. Over the years, she'd come to realize that she simply couldn't fathom her husband and Rainie's relationship. She didn't know what caused the long silences between them or the unspoken exchanges. She didn't understand how Shep could sometimes seem to belong more to Rainie than to her, when Sandy had borne him 2 children, and, as best as she could tell, Rainie only handed him bottles of Bud Light. Whatever bonded them was deep, but at least it wasn't sexual. So Sandy did her best to fight her nagging, painful wish that Shep would come to her when he was troubled, instead of heading to another woman's house for hours of companionable silence. "Mommy, what happened to school?" Sandy looked at her daughter, genuinely startled by the question and the sound of her daughter's voice. Becky had barely spoken since the shooting, and when she did, it was generally a one-word statement. "What do you mean, honey?" "There's no school today." "No, Becky, there's no school today." "Tomorrow?" "You don't have to go to school tomorrow either, sweetheart. I don't want you to worry about school. It's all done for a bit." Her daughter continued to eye her intently. "Are the other kids going to school?" "You mean your classmates?" "No." Sandy was trying to pick her words carefully. "They're all done with school for a bit as well." "It's not summer." "It's almost summer." "Mommy, it's not summer." "Becky, you know something bad happened at school, right? You understand that?" Becky nodded. "Well, that bad thing has made everyone sad. You're sad, aren't you?" Becky nodded again. "I'm sad," Sandy said softly. "Daddy's sad. And the other kids, they're sad too. So, for a little bit, because everyone is so sad, there's no school." "But someday?" "Someday, Becky, yes, there will be school. But it's okay, honey. It won't be until you're ready, and we'll make sure the school is very safe. So the bad thing, the monster." Sandy hesitated. "Yes, so the monster can't happen anymore." Becky stared at her. Her eyes were big and serious. Sandy hadn't realized until now just how old her little girl had become. Then Becky returned her attention to her bowl of whipped cream and Jell-O. Sandy understood. Becky didn't believe her. She already assumed her world wouldn't be safe again. Not in a time when monsters could go to school. Sandy returned to the kitchen sink, downing the last of her orange juice and then carefully, methodically, washing the glass. The light on the answering machine blinked madly at her, but she'd already heard the message yesterday. Mitchell trying to find her before Shep had changed their phone number to end the relentless calls. Mitchell, so sorry to disturb her at a time like this, but he was desperately trying to get his hands on the Walmart reports. Could she please give him a quick buzz and tell him where he might find the files? Sandy knew what he was looking for. She could picture the files perfectly in her mind, but she hadn't picked up the phone and called him back. Maybe Shep was right. Maybe she'd been working too much, putting her own needs in front of the children's. If she'd been home more, paying more attention, if Danny had felt safer, more important, more loved. If. Sandy shut off the water. Her hands were shaking on the faucet. She had tears in her eyes. Mommy, what happened to school? I want to make the world safe. Oh, God, honey, I wish I could make the world safe for you. Mommy? Sandy turned back to Becky. For a moment, she thought she saw blood on her daughter's face, and she nearly screamed. Strawberry Jell-O, her mind filled in belatedly. Strawberry Jell-O. But then she saw the tears in her daughter's eyes. My tongue hurts. Sandy rushed across the kitchen. She looked at her daughter's mouth, and to her dismay she realized it was bleeding. Poor Becky's tongue was bleeding. What happened? Did you bite your tongue? Oh, honey, let me get you a washcloth and an ice cube. Hang on a second. She picked up the salad, carrying it over to the sink. It wasn't until she was running a fresh washcloth under the tap that she looked in the bowl and noticed the way light glinted off fragments of Jell-O. Very slowly, Sandy got out a spoon. She dug through the salad. She pulled out 5 shards of glass. Baby killer, baby killer, baby killer. It's a children's salad. Even if you hate us, what kind of animals put shattered glass in a fucking children's salad? She returned to Becky with surprising calmness. She wiped off her little girl's face. She gave her an ice cube to suck on. Already the bleeding appeared to have stopped. The glass shards were small. Maybe they hadn't done much damage. Tenderly, Sandy feathered back Becky's fine blonde hair. How are you feeling, honey? Okay. Did you eat much? She asked lightly. Becky shook her head. Not hungry. If your tummy hurts, you'll tell me, won't you? Becky nodded. Sandy decided to let it go. Becky seemed fine, and Sandy didn't want to frighten her with another trip to the emergency room. I know, Sandy said briskly. Let's make some snickerdoodle cookies. I'll bring out all the ingredients and you can help me measure everything. How does that sound? Becky shrugged. Wonderful. Let me just clean this stuff up and we'll be on our way. Sandy gave her daughter a bright, reassuring smile. She kept her chin high and her features composed. Then she returned to the kitchen sink, where she spooned all the Jell-O salad and the 3 other casseroles into the garbage disposal, while she swore to herself that she would not cry. Don't let the monster get you, Mommy.
Becky, I would never dream of doing any such thing.
Chapter 16. Thursday, May 17th, 6:33 a.m. Quincy didn't dream of his daughter. In the gray hours of the morning, he tossed and turned in the pink motel hotel, caught in a case that had happened nearly a decade ago. 13-year-old Candy Wallace, with the pretty blonde hair and the 100-watt smile. Beautiful, sunny Candy Wallace, who was raised a devout Baptist and had no idea of the true evil that lurked in men's hearts. She was snatched on her way home from school on a normal Wednesday afternoon. 1 minute, she was walking down the street. The next, a pile of books was all that remained. But Candy's captor hadn't really wanted Candy. He wanted Polly, her 16-year-old sister, and getting the wrong sibling angered him. So he took to calling the Wallaces home. He would put Candy on the phone, and then he would do things to her while her sister and parents listened. After the first phone call, Quincy was brought in to listen as well. They considered him to have expert ears. Now, in the throes of his dream, he didn't remember Candy Wallace's screams or the agonized face of her mother. He didn't recall her sister Polly begging for the man to stop, to please come take her instead. She would willingly go with him if he would just let her little sister go. Please, please, please. Mostly, Quincy remembered Candy's last words, after 5 days of endless agony. Please don't be sad, Mom and Dad. It'll all be over soon, and I know I'm going to a better place. God loves me and will take care of me. I'm going to be fine. I love you. I love even this bad, bad man. My heart is true. Quincy woke up with tears on his cheeks. He lay in his bed for a long time, thinking of the strength of a 13-year-old girl, thinking of God and faith and the things he'd left behind after too many years on the job. A day after the last phone call, they found Candy Wallace's body, naked, bruised, and mutilated. 3 weeks after that, they arrested the man who did it, an unemployed handyman who had once worked on the air conditioning unit at the Wallace's home. He said Candy had insisted on telling him that God loved him, so he'd cut out her tongue. Quincy had thought that there was nothing they could do to this man that would ever be enough. He'd flown back to Virginia feeling isolated and worn to the bone. He'd entered his home, but walked away from his family because he'd never learned to go from a crime scene to the people he loved. At times like this, he couldn't look at his daughters without seeing all the horrors that could befall them. The handyman, the drifters, the charming law students. He couldn't look at his family without seeing pain and suffering and death. Now Quincy got out of bed. He called the hospital to learn that Amanda's condition hadn't changed. His ex-wife was asleep in the room if he wanted to speak with her. Quincy told the nurse not to wake her. His other daughter, Kimberly, wasn't at the hospital. She had probably returned to school. Like him, she seemed to have accepted that her sister was gone, a defection to Quincy's camp that Bethy couldn't bear. Of course, things between his ex-wife and their younger daughter had been tense ever since last year, when Kimberly had announced she was studying sociology at New York University. Someday, she wanted to be a profiler with the FBI, just like her dad. Quincy pulled on an old pair of running shorts and a gray FBI t-shirt. He hit the street, inhaling sharply at the cold sting of morning. Then he was off and running,
Still thinking of a young girl's dying screams and unfailing love. Still thinking of his own daughter, and the tragedy he hadn't protected her from after all those years of trying to make the world a safe place. And then he was thinking of Rainie, and her shadowed gray eyes and strong, stubborn chin, the way she took her punches, the way she still got up for the fight. Once, he'd made the mistake of thinking that isolation was protection, that focusing solely on his work would make a difference for people, for his family. He had listened to a young girl die, but he hadn't heard what she was saying. Quincy was old, but he was learning. He ran for a long time, with the mountain air cool and clean against his cheeks. He greeted a beautiful morning in a lush coastal valley, and he understood why Rainie Connor still lived here perfectly. Shortly before 1, Quincy showed up in the tiny task force center in the attic of City Hall. He hadn't expected Rainie to be back yet from the autopsy scheduled in Portland, but she was already sitting at her sawhorse desk when he arrived. She didn't look up right away, scribbling intently on some piece of paper. He took a moment to study her. Her face was paler than yesterday, the shadows deeper under her eyes. Another sleepless night, he presumed, coupled with a brutal morning. Autopsies were never easy, particularly when they were of children. Judging from her focused movements, however, Rainie still had no intention of slowing down. She reminded him of someone else. It took him a moment to place the name. Tess. Tess Williams. Another case years ago, but with a better ending. Tess had made the mistake of marrying the perfect man, the kind other women always said was too good to be true. In Jim Beckett's case, they were right. The handsome, dedicated police officer had had a small sideline activity. He pulled over beautiful blondes for speeding, and then he murdered them. Tess had been the first person to figure out her husband's evil doings, and she'd slowly gathered the evidence against him while still sharing his bed. Jim Beckett didn't go down without a fight. He cut a long, bloody swath through the task force team, including putting some fresh scars on Quincy's own chest. But Tess proved to be tougher than anyone had suspected. When Beckett hunted her down after he escaped from prison, Tess made sure the Massachusetts taxpayers never had to pay for his room and board again. Quincy hadn't thought of her in years. He tried to do the math on how old her daughter Samantha would be now. 10 years old? It had been a bit. He wondered how she and Tess were doing. He never followed up on the people in his cases. Even in the ones that went well, he was still a reminder of a dark time. Somehow, it didn't seem appropriate to be sending out Christmas cards. "Are you going to stand there mooning all afternoon?" Rainie asked from her desk, still staring down at her paper. "Just admiring the view." She looked up long enough to shoot him a hard glance. "Oh, please." "The autopsies went that well, I see." "Everything I feared plus 10. For heaven's sake, either get in the room or shut the door. I can't stand people loitering in the doorway." Quincy took his time entering, eyeing her more cautiously. She was more ragged than he'd expected. When she spoke, her voice carried the edge of someone teetering on the brink of a dark place. He would bet she hadn't let herself cry. That was a bad sign. Sometimes you had to cry after autopsies. It was the only way to release the pain. "Writing up the report?" he asked, neutrally. "Nope. Writing up a list." "What do you think of the mysterious man in black?" "Pardon?" "The man in black.
the figure various kids reported seeing at the school. Fact or fiction?
I don't know.
What if he exists? Could a stranger be involved in shooting up a school?
You would be amazed at the things a stranger can do, Quincy said slowly. Even one met over the internet. Witness all the young kids currently being lured from chat rooms into real-life meetings with pedophiles.
Fine. She scribbled furiously. Man in black. Connection to Danny through the internet. Then tries to cover tracks by erasing the hard drives of the machines. Except then we're back to Melissa Avalon. Why one precise gunshot to her head? I hate that fucking wound. Rainie caught herself, blew out a breath of air, and briskly started writing again. We can work on that angle later. Next up, school counselor Richard Mann.
What about Richard Mann?
He's young, 33 according to his file, though he doesn't look a day older than 15 if you ask me. If we go back to assuming that Melissa Avalon was the intended target, he could have motive. Maybe he had a thing for Melissa Avalon and didn't like learning about her private staff meetings with van der Zanden. Plus, as a counselor, he'd know what buttons to push to drive Danny over the edge. That takes care of means. Quincy finally got it.
You're working on a list of other possible suspects.
Yes, the Fed can be taught. Quincy arched a brow. She wasn't just edgy this afternoon, she was brutally cutting.
May I ask who you have listed?
Charlie Kenyon, Principal van der Zanden, the mysterious man in black, and now Richard Mann.
I thought the principal had an alibi.
At first glance, but you never really know until you start applying pressure.
Charlie Kenyon makes sense, Quincy mused after a moment, deciding it would be most productive to play along. An older, influential kid. We already know he has trouble with authority and likes to hang around the school. I'm less convinced about the principal. Even if it was a love affair gone awry, I have a hard time seeing him shooting 2 students and an even more difficult time seeing him coerce Danny into taking the blame.
Strong authority figure. Danny can't stand up to his own father, so why should he be able to stand up to the school principal? Plus, you heard his last words in the interview. The kid's scared. When you're in elementary school, who seems more all-powerful and all-knowing than your principal?
Her logic wasn't bad. But then there is van der Zanden's reaction to consider. He appears genuinely grief-stricken.
Rainie granted that. Then her eyes lit up. What about his wife?
Quincy exhaled slowly and watched her scribble it down. Her movements were feverish. She was trying too hard. Rainie, why are you making this list?
Focus. This investigation lacks focus.
You already have a suspect in custody. That appears very focused to me.
Yes, but we don't know if he's the right suspect.
His fingerprints on the casings haven't convinced you?
They didn't convince you.
I'm paid more to be skeptical.
Rainie set down her pen. She paused long enough to look him in the eye, and Quincy was startled by the sight of her pale skin stretched taut over her gaunt face. Apparently, she was foregoing food as well as sleep.
It was only a matter of time, then, until she crashed.
Shep visited me last night, she said abruptly.
Ah, Quincy said. Things became much clearer for him. Laid on the personal guilt?
Of course. What are friends for? Even better, he contacted the crime lab himself through a friend. Turns out Abe Sanders has been holding out on us.
I can hardly wait.
There's a problem with one of the 38 shell casings. Not only does it completely lack prints or smudges, as in it appears to have been wiped clean, but ballistics found something strange about it. When I followed up this morning, I learned that it had some kind of residue inside, probably a polymer. Plastic? As in perhaps threads of polyester fabric? Who knows? But inside a shell casing is a weird place to find traces of fabric. Plus, Danny was wearing 100% cotton when I brought him in. They're conducting further tests, of course, but we're back to having more questions than answers. You're going to kill Detective Sanders, aren't you? Yes. At 3 this afternoon. You're welcome to watch. Rainie smiled tightly. Then I had the most fascinating chat with the M.E. at 7 this morning. She conducted Avalon's autopsy late last night, so we could get straight to the girls this morning. Lucky me. And get this. The .22 slug that killed Melissa Avalon wasn't deformed. In fact, the damn thing traveled in a nice straight line through the center of her brain and stopped at the base of her skull. No ricocheting. Nice, recoverable slug with an intact base. Should yield plenty of rifling marks for ballistics, except it has none. No rifling marks? Is the M.E. thinking a smooth-bore gun? I don't know what the hell Nancy Jenkins is thinking. The woman is definitely intrigued and, unfortunately for me, coy. Let me see if I can get her exact words right. Something like, "The slug would appear to have come from a .22, but I don't think it has." She doesn't think it has? Turns out Nancy Jenkins is a gun buff. She's not commenting officially until she gets the ballistics report back, but there is something funny about the slug that killed Melissa Avalon. And she's pretty clear it's not your average funny. It's your smart, clever funny. Too smart and clever for a 13-year-old boy? Now you're getting it. And the bullet came to rest at the base of Avalon's skull. Exactly. At the base of the skull, as in a downward trajectory. As in, how can a 4'10" boy shoot down at a 5'6" woman? Who was not on her knees. Quincy filled in for her, considering how the body fell. Rainie nodded angrily. So, there you have it. At this point, it looks like there's something rotten in Denmark. At the very least, it's doubtful that Danny killed Melissa Avalon, which also raises questions about Sally and Alice. There was probably someone else present, and a murder weapon we have yet to identify. Yep. A murder weapon we have yet to identify, and a motive. Why Melissa Avalon? I can't get it out of my head. Why young, beautiful Miss Avalon? And now you're building the new theory of the case. Since I'm primary officer, I thought I'd give it a shot. Rainie? Can I make your day? By all means, give it a whirl. I have a 1:30 appointment with Richard Mann to ask him about Danny O'Grady. Come with me, Rainie. I'll be good cop, you be bad cop. Together we'll ambush him. A feral gleam came into Rainie's eyes. The satisfaction in her face was enough to make him smile, and unfurl something slow and tender in his chest. I get to be bad cop? You are the most qualified. Soup spag, I could kiss you. Promises, promises, he said lightly, and led his favorite law enforcer from the room.
This ends Disc. The third victim, Disc 7.
Chapter 17. Thursday, May 17th, 1:28 p.m. They met Richard Mann in his office at the battered school, which had finally been opened up to staff members. He'd told Quincy he needed to catch up on paperwork, and Rainie's impression of the young counselor was of someone deeply disheartened. His face was pale, his eyes bruised. He'd made an effort to dress up for the meeting in tan khakis and a sage-colored sweater, but he maintained a certain rumpled air that spoke of sleepless nights and unanswered questions. Did he wonder if he should have seen the shooting coming? In the dark hours after midnight, did he think there was more he should have done? Rainie didn't know much about the man. She'd asked a few parents, all of whom said he seemed very nice. Inexperienced, a few commented, but hard-working in an earnest sort of way. Tuesday, when things had been hairy at the school, he'd certainly stepped up to the plate and done what she'd asked. There was something to be said for that. But Rainie still wondered about him and Miss Avalon. Even tired, man had that clean-cut, all-American look going for him. Trim figure, short-cropped brown hair, blue eyes. In a high school, he would have inspired half a dozen juvenile crushes. And at Bakersville's K-8? Officer Connor, Man said with obvious surprise when she showed up in the doorway alongside Quincy. How nice to see you again. He smiled at her, clearly not alarmed by her presence, and held out a hand. Mr. Man. Rainie accepted his handshake. Weak grip, she thought. Definitely young. Then added unnecessarily, not at all like Quincy. Oh, call me Richard. Mr. Man is my father. I know the feeling. She and Quincy took seats. Located off the admissions office and next to Vander Zanden's room, Richard Mann's space was small but tidy. The main attraction was one large window overlooking the side of the school parking lot, which let in lots of sun. The floor was blue Berber, the walls stark white, and the multitude of filing cabinets industrial gray. Except for 2 plants and one poster of cartoon faces demonstrating different human emotions, there wasn't much in the way of decorations. Definitely a bachelor's office, Rainie decided. She'd bet his apartment looked equally utilitarian. At the moment, empty cardboard boxes and discarded files littered the floor. Cleaning house? Quincy inquired. Going through old files, Man confessed. He waved his hand apologetically over the pile. We're starting to run out of room, and most of these files are from before my time. That's right. You're new here. It's been a whole year. I don't feel so new anymore. Bakersville is a big change from L.A., Rainie observed. That's what I was looking for. Small-town life? Someplace with no drills for drive-by shootings. He smiled weakly. Of course, that didn't work out quite like I had planned. Where were you when the shooting started? Rainie asked. In my office. It was my lunch break. You don't eat during normal lunch hours? No. I have an open-door policy for the kids. You know, anyone can walk in if there's something they want to talk about. That sort of thing. We understand Melissa Avalon also left her door open for the kids during lunch. That's right, he nodded. So you both took lunch at the same time? Rainie narrowed her eyes suggestively and watched Richard Mann grow confused. He'd been expecting an interview about Danny O'Grady, not his own activities on the day of the shooting. Yes, I believe so, he said with less certainty. On his lap, his hands were already beginning to fidget. This, Rainie decided, was going to be like shooting fish in a barrel. You two ever do lunch together? Well, we were co-workers. We understand Miss Avalon liked to get to know some of her co-workers. I don't understand. She and Principal Vander Zanden. Or didn't you know about that? Rainie hardened her voice, and Richard Mann squirmed in his seat. "I thought we were going to talk about Danny." "How well did you know Melissa Avalon?" "We worked together, that's all." "She was very beautiful." "I suppose." "Young? About the same age as yourself?" "Yes, I guess." "Also new to the area?" "Come on, Mr. Mann. Don't tell me you two didn't have anything in common." "Wait a minute. You think Melissa and I—" Mann made a little gesture with his hand, looked at them with shock, then vigorously shook his head. For the first time since the start of the interview, he visibly relaxed. "I'm sorry, officer, but if you guys think I was involved with Melissa, then you don't know much about her." "What do you mean?" Quincy asked smoothly. "Melissa had issues. Freudian issues." "You mean with her father?" Rainie demanded sharply. "I don't know all the details," he replied. "But she mentioned once that she was estranged from her family. Her father was a hard man, she said, very demanding and not very forgiving. Then you consider that she took up with van der Zanden in a matter of weeks, and the man's nearly twice her age." "A substitute father figure," Quincy filled in. "That was my analysis, yes," Mann said, and flashed Quincy a grateful smile. He was obviously pleased to have a chance to show off his own psychological training to a big-shot profiler. "The father ever visit?" Rainie pressed. "I don't know." "What about her mom?" "I don't know." "For someone you worked with for a whole year, you don't know a lot about her, do you?" "She was very private about her family." "Not with Principal van der Zanden?" "I was not involved with Melissa Avalon," the counselor said through clenched teeth. "We were co-workers, that's all. If you people are so concerned about her private life, talk to Stephen. Or better yet, call her father. I've heard a rumor he hasn't even bothered to claim her body yet." "We'll be sure to do that," Quincy said. "So what about Danny O'Grady?" Rainie pounced. "We understand you'd been seeing him as a counselor." "Only for a few weeks." "Oh, yeah? And precisely how long does it take to figure out that a boy who trashed his school locker has problems managing rage?" "His parents are going through a rough time. There was no reason to think Danny's anger was anything more than an adjustment phase. When marriages turn sour, kids get mad." "Where were you again when the shooting happened?" "In my office." "Do you have witnesses?" "How dare you!" Richard Mann lurched out of his chair, his handsome face beet red and his expression injured. "I did everything I could to help those kids, officer. Don't you remember? I'm the one who arranged the first aid center. I'm the one who got the parents cleared out of the parking lot so the emergency vehicles could get through. And now I'm the one fielding dozens of calls from parents whose children are waking up screaming. So how dare you imply that I had something to do with this? My God, this is breaking my heart." "Officer Connor doesn't mean to imply anything, Mr. Mann," Quincy said calmly, holding up his hands in a soothing gesture. "It's simply her job to ask these kinds of questions. Of course we appreciate the help you gave on the day of the shooting." Mann turned to Quincy, obviously still unsure. Quincy smiled warmly. "I just thought we were going to be speaking about Danny," Mann said after a moment. "I wasn't expecting this kind of attack." "Police interviews can be intense," Quincy said diplomatically. "Of course we consider everyone innocent until proven guilty." Mann looked pointedly at Rainie. She lifted one shoulder in a negligent shrug. Pretty boy had no alibi and got really defensive really fast, she thought.
Then again, the student he'd been counseling had allegedly murdered 3 people. It probably didn't let him sleep well at night. "Back to Danny O'Grady," Quincy encouraged. "I don't know what I can tell you there," Man said sulkily. "Some of it is privileged." Quincy beamed at him. He said with a saccharine sweetness that nearly made Rainie roll her eyes, "Of course, I would never ask a psychologist to violate his oath by breaching client confidentiality. Even general information would be helpful." Man had to think about it. He finally sank back down into his seat, steepled his hands in front of him, and regarded the FBI agent more intently. "I honestly don't know much," he said at last. "I just started talking to Danny a few weeks ago, and the first few sessions were small talk. You know, establishing trust, building a rapport. We hadn't had a chance to get into these things." "These things take time." "We talked a little bit about Danny's interest in computers," Man offered. Danny really loved surfing the net, playing around with programming. He never flat out admitted it, but I got the impression he might be involved with hacking. The computer was exciting to him, but also a challenge. He might have been pushing the envelope a bit. Maybe going places he wasn't supposed to. Maybe. I think it's obvious to everyone that Danny has issues with self-esteem. His father is too hard on him. He berates Danny, tries to force him into doing things he doesn't want to do. He's hardly a model of support. He makes Danny feel dumb? Dumb, inferior, weak, helpless? Honestly, I think people should be required to get a parenting license before they're allowed to have children. Shep may not be the perfect parent, Rainie interjected with a frown, but he loves his son and wants the best for him. Fine, but that and a quarter still won't get Danny a cup of coffee. Man waved his hand to silence her next round of protests. He was back on sure footing, and the parents had been right. His earnestness was compelling. "Look, officer, I'm the one in the trenches, and I can tell you wholeheartedly that intentions don't matter in parenting. Kids don't understand what you mean. They understand what you do. And most of the things Shep does make Danny feel powerless and incompetent. Computers, on the other hand, make him feel strong." "Did he ever talk about people he might have met online? Places he might have gone?" Quincy pressed. "I can't comment on that." "Hey, man," Rainie began impatiently. He cut her off primly. "Danny is my patient, and I won't violate privilege." "Can you really exercise privilege if you're only a school counselor?" Rainie asked Quincy. He gave her a look that clearly told her not to take the bad cop thing too far. Man was getting edgy, and they needed to get more information from him. "You should try the computers," Man said abruptly. He leaned forward, saying in almost a whisper, "I want to help, but I can hardly start my career by breaking confidentiality." On the other hand, Danny was using the school computers. Now, I'm not a computer person, but I thought cops had the ability to trace anything these days. Quincy and Rainie exchanged glances. Man had done everything but the wink-wink, nudge-nudge. So, they were back to the computers. Okay. "Is there one person Danny mentioned a lot?" Quincy tried probing. "Maybe a new friend he'd made recently." "Everyone knows about him smoking with Charlie Kenyon." "But what about someone online? Maybe an adult figure from a chat room or email loop, that sort of thing." Man hesitated again. His gaze went from Rainie to Quincy to Rainie again. What the hell? She let her features relax and gave Pretty Boy a smile. It would be helpful, Mr. Man. Coupled with what you did in the school parking lot on Tuesday, how quickly you helped manage the situation, that would make you something of a hero in this whole affair. Hero apparently was the right word. There was someone, Man confessed. Danny thought it was another kid, a fellow hacker he'd befriended online. I read a few of the emails, and the language seemed more sophisticated, though. I was betting it was really an adult male passing himself off as a teenager. And you weren't concerned by this? Quincy asked. Oh, I was concerned, Man told him vehemently. That's why I asked Danny to start bringing me the emails. I know the things that can happen online. Child molesters, pornographers, terrorists. The internet isn't any safer than a walk through New York City at night. But what Danny showed me was harmless. They were friendly notes, admiring his accomplishments on the computer, sharing information about other programs to try, websites to visit. On the other hand... He paused. I've heard rumors that Danny said something right after the shooting, that he was saying over and over again that he was smart. Quincy glanced at Rainie. She gave up that information with a nod. The notes Danny got, they always ended with this guy telling Danny how smart he was. Stuff like, I can't wait to see what the whiz kid does next. You're so smart. Man shrugged helplessly. For the first time, Rainie thought he looked miserable. That strikes me as coming from this guy. So maybe there were other notes, other things that Danny didn't tell me. I don't know. Man's voice faded. Then he said more quietly, more somberly, I really wanted to help Danny O'Grady. I was concerned about the internet relationship and concerned about his parents' marital problems. But I thought I could reach him. Even reading the emails, I didn't see it coming. I thought kids who did this sort of thing were supposed to have a history of violence. Torturing household pets, starting fires, playing violent video games. Danny didn't do any of those things. To me, he seemed to be a decent boy going through a hard time. I honestly had no idea. I swear I had no idea. Richard Mann's shoulders slumped. He simply sat there, shaking his head. Quincy leaned forward. Mr. Mann, do you happen to have a copy of any of the emails? Danny wouldn't let me keep them. He worried he was already violating the person's trust by even showing them to me. Do you remember anything about them? A name, a chat room, an email address? I don't. Wait a minute. The email address. I remember trying to understand what the guy meant. Something about no fires, volcanoes, lava. That was it. No lava. Isn't that odd for a signature? No lava. No lava what? Do you remember the carrier, the internet provider? One of the major ones, I think. AOL maybe, or CompuServe. Something like that. Rainie scribbled it down. She looked at Quincy. We have some federal agents who specialize in undercover internet operations, he said. We could send someone on pretending to be a teenage boy, see if No Lava takes an interest. Richard Mann sat back. He ran a hand through his short hair and expelled a pent-up breath. I really am trying to make things right. Sally and Alice were sweet girls, and this... it just shouldn't have happened here. We'll see.
Rainie rose. She handed Man her card and gave him the usual spiel to call the sheriff's office if he thought of anything else, though she seriously doubted he'd be in the mood to talk to her any time soon. As she opened the door to the office, however, he spoke up again. "Officer Connor." Rainie halted, and the counselor motioned to the space behind her, which housed a large desk for the school secretary. "As you can see, my office is directly off the main administrative space. While I might have been eating lunch alone at the time of the shooting, there's no way I could have left without someone noticing. Ask our secretary, Marge. I'm sure she can confirm that I took one roast beef sandwich into my office at the start of the period, and I hadn't gone anywhere by the time the first shot was fired. Just so you know." Rainie nodded. She knew when she was being put in her place. Then her gaze fell to the old files strewn across the floor, and she read the two names on top. Sally Walker, Alice Benson. Of course, they wouldn't need permanent records anymore. Richard Mann had followed her line of sight. His expression had become equally subdued. "I should take those," Rainie murmured after a moment, "for the victimology reports." Mann gazed at her curiously. Was he startled by how she could think that way? Or was he wondering, as she was, when she had learned to be so cold? He picked up the two files. He handed them over to her. After that, there was nothing left to say. Chapter 18. Thursday, May 17th, 3:12 p.m. By the time Rainie and Quincy grabbed lunch at Dairy Queen and headed back to the task force center, Abe Sanders was waiting for them. The state detective was sporting a sharply pressed gray suit and shiny black shoes, making Rainie suspicious that the man who traveled with Salad also packed an iron and a shoe-polishing kit. Just what did he do for fun in his spare time? He had made himself at home behind Rainie's desk and was reading a fax. Rainie snatched the paper out of his hands without preamble. "I doubt that's for your eyes." "You mean we're not all part of one big happy family?" he drawled innocently. Rainie skewered him with a glance, then scanned the fax. It was from the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, and Jones. Those office Christmas parties must be a hoot. The fax informed her that she and her deputies were not to contact Shep, Sandy, or Becky O'Grady without legal counsel being present. If any member of the task force insisted on violating this order, a harassment suit would be filed against the Bakersville Sheriff's Department. Sincerely, Avery Johnson. "Wonderful," Rainie muttered. That conversation between Shep and Sandy had obviously gone well. Or had Shep mentioned her interest in interviewing Becky to Avery Johnson as part of his desire to do everything absolutely right for Danny? You would think an experienced sheriff would know better. "Looks like we won't be interviewing Becky O'Grady any time soon," Sanders commented. "We'll see," Rainie said. She handed the fax to Quincy, who appeared unconcerned. "Routine," he said. "Just the beginning." Sanders agreed, speaking with the confident air of one experienced officer to another. "By the end of this case, the whole town will be swimming in lawyers, representing, protecting, and suing the masses. I'm surprised George Walker hasn't already filed a notice to sue the sheriff's department. God knows he thinks this whole thing is Shep's fault." Rainie chewed her bottom lip. She hated to admit this with Sanders present, but she was out of her league. "You think I'll be sued?" "Sure. Sanders said matter-of-factly. The Walkers and the Bensons will probably launch civil suits against the sheriff's department for either not warning the community about Daniel O'Grady or botching the investigation against him. That, of course, will involve you. Then they'll probably file a civil suit against the O'Gradys personally, just in case things don't work out in criminal court. I wouldn't be surprised if Melissa Avalon's parents do the same. Finally, you have all the kids who were injured, though none of them sustained wounds that are that serious. They'll probably fall into two camps: those who would just as soon put this all behind them, and those who will pool their resources and go for blood. But why sue a sheriff's department? Rainie asked with a scowl. We're so broke, most of our officers work for free. And the money we do have comes straight from the city, which means people are just suing their neighbors in the end. The city and department carry liability insurance, Sanders explained. Those policies run into the millions. So a good lawyer will argue that there's money to be had with only the insurance companies to be hurt. But the premiums go up, and taxes go up, and again, all the neighbors foot the bill. You're thinking too logically, Rainie. Kids got hurt. The system let people down. Now they want someone to blame. Didn't you learn anything in the 90s? Law enforcement is both the first line of defense and the best scapegoat in town. Rainie shook her head. She hated lawyers. They took everything and made it too complicated. And they seemed to think that money healed all wounds. Don't just mourn your child. Cash in on the loss. Rainie crossed behind her desk, nudged Sanders to get the hell out of her seat, and did her best to focus on the matters at hand. So, she said shortly, folding her hands in front of her and regarding both men, I met with ballistics, as well as the medical examiner in Portland this morning. Sanders, is there anything you've been meaning to tell me? Or should I shoot first and ask questions later? The state detective shrugged. Oh, you mean about the so-called mystery casing? What the hell? Let's start with that. Ballistics has an odd duck, that's all. One casing that has no prints on the outside and some kind of substance on the inside. A polymer, Quincy said. Sanders shot him a look. Then he gave Rainie a stare of disgruntlement. He obviously didn't like her sharing information with the Fed. Rainie couldn't care less. Yeah, a polymer, Sanders said finally. I didn't tell you about it, though, because we don't know anything yet. They need to run more tests. Until then, we don't have any new information. Sanders, a strange casing is information. Connor, a case of this size with this much evidence has 1.5 million things like a strange casing. We got debris that can't be categorized, footprints we can't match, and bodily fluids out of place. It goes with the territory. If I tell you about every single question that comes up, you're gonna go nuts. I'm the primary officer, Sanders. Going nuts is my problem, not yours. All right. Sanders held up 2 hands in a gesture of peace. I was honestly trying to be helpful. Bullshit. You just want to keep this case quick and simple. Yes. Quick and simple is better for everyone. For God's sake, this whole town is knee-deep in firearms. All the more reason for us to be making sure we get at the truth. And right now, I'm really not sure Danny did it. Because of a stupid casing? Because of a stupid casing, a stupid slug, and a stupid trajectory that indicates Melissa Avalon's killer was at least a few inches taller than her. What? Abe Sanders appeared genuinely startled. Rainie also drew up short. Then she got it. The detective didn't know about the medical examiner's report yet. He'd only been communicating with the crime lab, not the M.E.'s office. "Didn't you know?" She couldn't help drawling in mocking imitation. The .22 slug followed a downward trajectory from the victim's forehead to the back base of the skull. In other words, an undersized 13-year-old boy didn't shoot a standing, grown woman. Sanders looked stunned, then perplexed, then thoughtful. Rainie could see him turning over the facts in his mind. Was there any way Danny could have reached up with his arm and held the gun at a downward angle? What if Danny had been standing on something? What would he have stood on, and why? She understood Sanders' mental musing because she'd gone through it all herself at 7 this morning. The M.E. and her assistant had even demonstrated the logistics to Rainie. The only way they could recreate the approximate trajectory of the slug was if someone at least the same height fired the shot. "Shit," Sanders said after a moment. "Exactly. So now this mystery casing isn't as unimportant as you thought. Plus, we have the issue of a .22 slug with no rifling marks. In short, none of our evidence matches anymore." Wait a minute, Sanders said quickly. "Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We recovered a .38 revolver at the scene, which was used to kill 2 victims. We have Danny's prints on the majority of the .38 shell casings, plus 3 rapid loaders. I don't know about Melissa Avalon, but we still have a case against Danny for Sally and Alice." Rainie stared at the state detective incredulously. "This doesn't change things?" "We have a major hole in the case, and it doesn't change anything for you." "It raises some questions we need to answer," Sanders said levelly. "But no, it doesn't change the case for me." "How can it not change everything?" "Because everything isn't changed. Look, I know this is your first homicide, Connor, but the truth is they don't all wrap up in neat little boxes. You end up with questions, and sometimes the evidence is a mess. Our job is to make a case, and we still have enough to argue that Danny killed 2 girls. Now, maybe he didn't kill Melissa Avalon. Maybe there was somebody else at the scene, or someone who decided to take advantage of the chaos for his own agenda. But from where I stand, Danny O'Grady killed Alice Benson and Sally Walker, case closed." "No," Rainie insisted vehemently. "Case is not closed. The minute we get a mystery person at the scene, case is shot to hell." Enter defense lawyer Avery Johnson. See Avery Johnson argue that Danny procured the guns and Danny loaded the guns, but that somebody else, say the 5'8" man on the grassy knoll, pulled the trigger. Watch jury lap it up like a cat at a creamer. The minute we have a mystery person at the scene, our case, as it were, is officially dead in the water. Sanders scowled. He opened his mouth to argue, then shut it, then started to speak again, then finally settled for scowling harder. It was obvious he genuinely believed that Danny had done the shooting, but he also couldn't fault Rainie's logic. A mystery person provided reasonable doubt. They no longer had enough for the DA to make his case. Sanders turned to Quincy. "Feel free to step in at any time," the state detective growled. Quincy shrugged. "I thought Officer Connor was doing a nice job." "Well, you're the expert, damn it. Tell us what we're missing." "Honestly, I believe we're back to investigative basics. It seems to me we have a number of key questions. 1.
Why Melissa Avalon? Her murder bears unique elements, so one theory would be that she's the linchpin behind what happened. We know that she and Van der Zanden were probably involved. According to Richard Mann, she had fractured relations with her family, particularly her father. Now, I wonder if her father has access to a computer.
Luke Hayes is in charge of the victimology reports, Rainie said. I can ask him to focus on Melissa Avalon for now and try to have something for us tomorrow.
Quincy nodded. Second area of focus, the school computers. We know Danny spent a great deal of time online, possibly talking to someone called No Lava. Who is this person? And what was his agenda when he contacted a 13-year-old boy? Learning what's on the computers should help us with a second possible theory of this case, that the man in black is a stranger who Danny met online.
Speaking of which, Sanders interjected gloomily. Both Rainie and Quincy turned to stare at him. He focused on Rainie, saying defensively, I was going to tell you. There just hasn't been time.
Spit it out, Sanders.
I got a call from our technicians this morning. They're having problems recovering data from the school computers.
What kind of problems?
Sanders smiled tightly. You'll like this. As I mentioned before, there were some signs that that someone, Rainie corrected. Fine. That someone made an attempt to clean the machines. The history file for the web browser had been deleted and the cache file had been purged. But that's pretty obvious stuff that most computer-literate people know how to do, so the techies weren't that worried. I gather it gets worse. In a nutshell, I guess any time you visit a website, the site puts a small piece of information in the computer's cookie file so that the next time the user visits the site can remember information about the user. A good technician can bring up the cookie file from the hard drive and get fairly complete records of every place the user has been. Nope. On all 4 computers, the cookie files had been deleted as of 6 p.m. Monday, May 14th. The only cookies present are new ones from Tuesday morning, and they're a hodgepodge collection of etoys.com and various Pokemon sites, probably from the kids that morning.
What about emails? Quincy pressed. I know I can go online and retrieve old emails, even ones I've read and deleted.
Generally, yes. Someone, however, cleaned out the old and the saved emails, then compacted the files so they're unrecoverable. Finally, the person accessed the firewall server and deleted all the data logs. In short, the 4 computers are wiped clean.
I want them, Quincy said simply.
You can have them, Rainie agreed. Wait a minute, Sanders protested. We have good people. The FBI has better. Damn it, our technicians have already started work. Then the FBI's data recovery agents will be all that much faster at finishing.
It's true, Quincy told Sanders, who looked ready for a full-blown snit. Even after everything you've described, the information is somewhere on the computers. When a file is deleted, the computer generally only deletes the directory reference to the file, not the actual data. So unless our infamous someone thought to use a Department of Defense-approved deletion program that overwrites the data with zeros, the information is on the machine. We need this information. Whatever Danny was doing online with No Lava is highly relevant to what went down Tuesday afternoon. So let our data recovery agents handle it. We'll get answers sooner versus later.
We can get the information too, Sanders insisted curtly. I can put a rush order on it. There's no reason for the FBI to get involved.
Too late, Rainie said. damn it. It's just an excuse to steal jurisdiction. I don't give a rat's ass, Rainie yelled back. She slapped her hand against the top of her desk. Someone else was in the school. Someone else shot Melissa Avalon. I want to know who, goddammit. And for the last time, Sanders, it's not your call. Sanders fell back into steely silence. He crossed his arms over his chest. He muttered, "Man, what I'd give for a hot fudge sundae right now." Rainie glared at him harder. They all fell silent. The seconds ticked off. After a moment, Quincy said, "Third action step." He looked at them both. Rainie nodded to show she was paying attention. Sanders returned to the conversation more grudgingly. "We go back to what you were doing this morning, Rainie. A complete list of other possible suspects. Van der Zanden, Charlie Kenyon, Richard Mann, Melissa Avalon's father, this computer person, No Lava." "I'm working on that. I just don't have a lot of manpower." "Fine," Sanders interjected crossly. "Let's divvy it up between us. What the hell? We can pretend cross-jurisdictional investigations really work. I'll take Van der Zanden. The Fed can have No Lava, since he's stolen my computers. Luke Hayes has Melissa Avalon's father." "I'll take Charlie Kenyon and Richard Mann," Rainie volunteered. "Perfect," Sanders said flatly. His eyes met Rainie's with open challenge. "That just leaves us with one last suspect. Shep." "No way. He's the sheriff, whose time at the school is completely unaccounted for. We know he's got problems at home. We know he's an older man, which makes him exactly Melissa Avalon's type. And we know he goes way back with you, Connor, which makes this whole damn case even more interesting." Rainie decided to ignore that last comment. She said tightly, "Shep called me from his radio after the shots were fired, meaning he was in his patrol car, not at the school. Or he did the deed, returned to his car in the parking lot, and made the call. Shep wouldn't frame his own fucking son. We don't know what he did. Come on, the evidence is all over the place. Danny did it. Wait, no, a second person's present. Maybe he did it. You said it yourself, Connor. Danny's got the perfect defense right now. The man on the grassy knoll. Looks to me like he's about to walk, meaning Shep's either really clever or really lucky." "You," Rainie said hotly, "have been watching too many Oliver Stone movies." "I'll do it," Quincy said calmly. They both looked at him belatedly, as if just now remembering he was there. "I'll look into Shep," he repeated, then quickly cut off Rainie's objection. "It's due discipline, Rainie. There are too many things about this shooting that don't make sense. Until they do, everyone must be a suspect. Mysterious men in black, and yes, the town sheriff." Rainie sat back. She wasn't happy, but there was no more point in arguing. Quincy returned to the general conversation. "One last thing," he said. "If the unsub is a stranger, we need to cast a wider net because chances are that he's still in the area." "You mean in Bakersville?" Rainie asked incredulously. "No, this town is too small to hide in. He'd look for a neighboring town, maybe a larger tourist resort. Someplace where he could go to bars and local establishments and watch all the news coverage. He's probably following the investigation very closely and asking others about it. It's his way of reliving the moment, of still having fun. We should make contact with neighboring police departments, have their officers ask hotel workers and bartenders. Any new faces showing a lot of interest in Bakersville's tragedy? Any mid-20s to mid-40s white males who've been mouthing off on the subject or asking a lot of questions. That sort of thing. Sanders nodded. "I can make a few calls," he said, then shrugged dubiously. "I don't want to lose my own men to a wild goose chase, though. You guys may like the notion of some mystery man, but I keep coming back to the victim's injury. I've seen a lot of homicides, and a single gunshot wound to the forehead. That's a targeted victim any way you look at it. Maybe it wasn't Danny, but somebody specifically wanted Melissa Avalon dead." Quincy didn't argue. Neither did Rainie. It did seem to come back to Melissa Avalon, and the fact that they still couldn't understand why made them all very uncomfortable. "Well, at least we have one lucky break on our side," Quincy said finally. Sanders and Rainie exchanged startled glances. Sanders did the honors. "We have a break?" "The recovery of the .22 caliber slug." "You said it yourself, Detective. Most .22s become too deformed for a ballistics test. My guess is our shooter knew that too. So he tells Danny to bring a .22. Chances are his slug will ricochet inside the skull, obliterating trajectory and rifling marks. Given all other circumstantial evidence, Danny will be blamed for Melissa Avalon's death as well. Except the bullet doesn't ricochet. It holds a trajectory that immediately lets us know the shooter must have been another adult. And it keeps enough of the base intact to reveal its little secret. It's perfectly smooth, indicating a unique weapon. 1 40-grain slug later, we know something else happened at that school." Rainie slowly nodded. Without the slug and its trajectory, there would never have been any reason to look beyond Danny O'Grady, especially with the boy confessing each and every chance he got. Sanders, however, was frowning. "I don't get it. You're saying someone asked Danny to bring a .22 to cover for his own .22? But why the hell would he do that? Why wouldn't he simply use Danny's gun?" Rainie stopped, stared. She looked at Quincy, who for once appeared completely flummoxed. "The .22 slug is smooth," she murmured. "It definitely didn't come from Danny's gun. And that poses another question. If the shooter brought his own weapon to kill Melissa Avalon, why a .22? It's not that powerful, particularly for a headshot. Frankly, many people survive that wound. And yet he fired only 1 shot to her forehead with his own gun, risking her living to tell the tale, risking someone seeing him armed. I don't understand. Something here doesn't make sense." They all looked at one another. No one had an answer. A pre-selected victim, a mystery slug, an unidentified man who had cajoled a 13-year-old boy into taking part in murder. They had come a long way from a mindless act of rage, and now, suddenly, Rainie didn't know where they were going anymore. She thought about her small, peaceful town. She thought about the towering trees and the gentle rolling hills. She thought about Danny, so scared and frightened and determined to take credit for murder. She thought of the school halls, still streaked in blood. And for the first time in 14 years, Rainie was frightened. Chapter 19. Thursday, May 17th, 4:21 p.m. Danny sat alone in his 8x8 room, staring at a spider that was slowly working its way across the thin carpeted floor. The door was open.
Every morning at 6 a.m., the doors were flung wide by burly staff members who yelled, "It's that time, boys and girls!" The doors stayed open all day, joining a series of look-alike rooms to a main hallway until 9 o'clock at night, when everyone prepared for bed. More staff people, not guards, Danny was told, but guides, came by and locked everyone in from the outside. At 10 o'clock came lights out. Danny would find a face peering in through the plexiglass window, making sure he followed the rules. Danny followed the rules. He didn't make any trouble. He got up when he was supposed to. He let the guide escort him to the cafeteria. He stared at his tray. He let another guide lead him to a classroom, where 20 boys, ages ranging from 12 to 17, pretended to be studying under the eyes of some chipper lady who insisted that they could be whatever they wanted to be. Later, they were allowed to socialize. Danny always came back to his room, where he sat alone. No one cared. Cabot County's Juvenile Center was a newer facility. It operated as a giant, beige-colored dorm, unlike the other places kids whispered about. Old prisons converted into youth facilities where the walls and floors were slabs of concrete and everybody got to watch everybody pee. Cabot County wasn't anything like that. Some of the kids got to wear their own clothes, as long as they didn't sport gang colors or offensive T-shirts. The social room had lots of plexiglass windows and real live plants. If kids earned enough merit points, they could watch TV or even rent movies for the VCR. For the most part, the guides led them through their days, a careful schedule of meals, classes, and rec time. As long as you did what you were told and went where you were told, no one made a fuss. You could even be alone during the social time. Sit in your room. Stare at your blue hospital scrubs. Watch spiders. Didn't matter. The whole point was that you were never going to make it any farther. The nice rooms had plexiglass windows for a reason, and all the outside doors were inch-thick steel. Then there was the 10-foot-high fence ringing the yard and topped with coils of barbed wire. The searchlights. The guides who had keys to rifles loaded with rubber bullets. When Danny first got there, the older kids had been fascinated by him, and they told him stories of juvies who'd run for it. Kids who had been flattened by mattresses, gassed with pepper spray, or, rarely, if they made it beyond the fence, hunted down by growling Dobermans. If the dogs catch you, they're each allowed 1 bite as a reward, kids said. The guides picked the place. Danny thought the kids were full of shit, but he didn't say anything. Since the day he'd come in, that had been his motto. Don't give up a word. I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm scared. Now he watched the spider laboriously climb toward the barred window, thirsty for sunlight, or maybe the wind in its hairy little face. Danny fingered his scrubs. No laces, no buttons, no belts for a kid under S-Watch, and tried to get his mind to shut up. The lawyer came to talk to him yesterday. Danny hadn't wanted to see the man. He had a fancy gray suit and an expensive watch, and Danny knew he must cost a lot of money, which made him feel worse. His mom would be stressed about that, trying to figure out how to pay. His father would yell at her that it didn't matter, because good old Shep didn't get how the world worked. He was still lost in his football fantasies, where he and/or his son were scoring the winning touchdown during the big homecoming game. Danny hated worrying his mom. He knew she had cried.
He'd heard her himself. Late at night he tried to cover his ears with his hands to block out the sound, but then he'd have to move his hand and stuff it in his mouth to keep from whimpering. The lawyer made small talk. He told Danny what a lawyer did and what a trial was about, what his role would be and what Danny's role would be. He spoke as if Danny was 4 years old, and Danny let him. He stared at a point just beyond the lawyer's ear while the man babbled for an hour. Danny wasn't supposed to talk to the counselors, he was told. They technically worked for the detention center, so it could be argued that they were law enforcement, and anything he told them might be used against him at trial. To be on the safe side, Danny should ask for a chaplain or a pastor or a rabbi if he felt like spilling his guts. Priest-penitent privilege was absolute. Danny didn't talk. He knew absolutely he couldn't talk, couldn't trust anyone, even during the quiet hours of the night when the words bobbed up inside him and lodged as a fierce, hard knot in the center of his chest. That's when he saw what had happened again, clearly, but somehow distanced, as if it had all been a dream and had nothing to do with him. Then he'd raise his hand, see that he wasn't even trembling, and want to scream and scream and scream. The lawyer told him 2 experts would be visiting him as well. There were more rules about talking. One of them couldn't be trusted. Danny was to be careful. The other, Schaefer maybe, worked for his parents. He could tell him everything. Maybe he should think about telling him everything. Maybe he would feel better about getting it off his chest. The lawyer looked at him kindly. Danny thought about Miss Avalon, the expression that had washed over her face, the way she had turned toward him, her last words not understanding. "Danny, run! Run, run, run!" The spider reached the window. Danny watched it race happily over the warm, unbreakable glass. So many things in his mind, all these images, but so far away. Blood, noise, smells he'd never imagined, hot guns in his hands, but so far away. Maybe just a dream. Snap. Open your eyes and it's gone. Maybe a bad TV show. Click. Turn it off. Go to bed. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon. Sally and Alice and pretty Miss Avalon. "Run, Danny, run!" Danny got up. He raised his hand and slammed it down on the spider. Smash. He had happy spider guts all over his hand. He studied his fingers. They still wouldn't tremble. He stared at his hand and he willed it to shake. Nothing. Danny, the stone-cold killer. He went back to his bed. Rainie swooped down on Charlie Kenyon like a bat out of hell. She'd had 4 run-ins with the 19-year-old, and this time around she didn't have the patience. She spotted him riding a small, huffy dirt bike down a bumpy logging road on his father's wooded estate. She flipped on her lights, and she went after him. Quincy was riding shotgun. He didn't blink an eye at the display of sirens, lights, and billowing dust as Rainie pulled Charlie over to the side of the road and fishtailed to a stop. She got out of the car with her hand resting on the top of the baton in her heavy utility belt. "Off the bike, Charlie." Holy shit, officer, was I speeding? Looking cool in a black leather jacket and 2 tight jeans, Charlie remained standing over the dirt bike. He gave her a mocking grin. Rainie worked on not smashing in his face. She needed to get more sleep. Even for herself, she was short-tempered these days. Charlie's gaze flickered behind her to where Quincy was climbing out of the car. "Who's the suit?" Charlie asked. "None of your business." "Breaking in a new partner? Shouldn't you have told him about the dress code? Man, I've seen guys killed for wearing silk ties in these parts." Rainie ignored his comments. "Whose bike, Charlie?" "Why? Gonna make me an offer?" "Whose bike, Charlie?" "Mine. It's sized for an 8-year-old. I'm nostalgic." "Really? And here I thought you were just a lying piece of shit. Get off the bike, Charlie, and put your hands in the air." Charlie finally dropped his James Dean routine long enough to scowl and whine. "Hey, I won the bike fair and square. It's not my fault the kid never learned to dodge left in a fight." "I said now. I'm on my father's property. Now." Charlie finally went quiet. He stared at her. He stared at Quincy. Then he grudgingly swung a leg over the bike and let it drop to the ground. All right. Don't get your panties in a wad. Hands in the air. Turn around. Place them against the tree trunk. Spread your legs." "You're gonna pat me down? Over stealing a bike?" "Who said this had anything to do with a bike? What the—" He was too late. Rainie had already gotten close enough to hook her foot around his. She twisted him straight into the tree trunk, planted his hands above his head, and frisked him. A minute later, she was the proud owner of a corkscrew, a switchblade, $200 cash, and a roll of quarters. Quincy helped himself to the coins. He hefted the roll in his hand, fisted his fingers around it, and admired the weight. Charlie Kenyon knew how to pack a punch. "Slow nights, Mr. Kenyon?" he asked Charlie. Rainie released her pressure on the teen's back. He turned around unhurriedly, making a big show of shaking out his arms and fussing with the collar of his leather jacket. After smoothing back his brown wavy hair, he gave Quincy a disdainful stare. "I'm sorry," the teen said with bracing sarcasm, "but I didn't catch your name." "Supervisory Special Agent Pierce Quincy, FBI." "Ah, shit," Charlie said. Rainie finally smiled. "Funny, your father said the same thing when I spoke to him this afternoon. It appears it's one thing to tangle with the locals, but not even your father feels like messing with the feds." "You can take the bike." "No kidding. Charlie, tell us about Danny O'Grady." "What?" "You heard me. We want to know everything you ever said to Danny, and if I were you, I'd give us absolute cooperation, because a few eyewitnesses have already told us enough to book you as an accomplice to murder. You're 19, Charlie. You end up aiding and abetting a mass murder, and there's nothing your pissant ex-mayor father can do to help you anymore. You graduate to a whole new league of adult delinquency. We're talking hard time, and not even at one of those lovely country club prisons. You'd get the real thing." Hey! Charlie held up 2 hands and made a big show of backing off. "You think I was involved with hurting those girls? No way, no how. I got an alibi." He gave Quincy a look. "And she's real sweet, if you know what I mean." "Why were you hanging out at the elementary school? Are high school kids too tough for you? Bigger, stronger, might actually put up a fight." "I don't know what you're talking about. I just got a thing for jungle gyms." "I'm getting angry, Charlie. I'm not getting a lot of sleep these days, and the mayor told me this morning to do whatever's necessary to solve this case, so I wouldn't make me angry right now. I got a federal witness. Charlie said promptly. Quincy looked at the sky. Where? Shit, I thought you guys had standards. Quincy eyed Rainie balefully. I guess that explains Waco. Charlie flinched. This just burns me, man. My heart's breaking, Rainie assured him. Why were you at the elementary school, Charlie? 'Cause I get bored, okay? 'Cause there's nothing to do in Bitchville, USA, and sometimes I need a little distraction. Is that what Danny O'Grady was to you? Distraction? Charlie shrugged. Danny was interesting. Real potential, if you know what I mean. No, I don't. He was a good student, smart, stayed out of trouble. The only potential I saw in him was to get a lot further in life than you ever will. Charlie turned away from her. He looked at Quincy slyly. You know what I mean, don't you, Fed? I've heard about you. You're some big-shot profiler. Best there ever was. Put away the infamous Jim Beckett. Dazzle me, Fed. It's damn slow around here. I need someone to say something interesting just so I can stay awake. I think you should keep doing the talking, Quincy said evenly. Us law enforcement types have a hang-up about hearing things in your own words. Besides, I'm sure you love to listen to yourself speak. You're no fun. It's a job requirement. Charlie, what were you doing with Danny? Nothing, okay? Exercising our First Amendment rights. You come down on me for that, and I'll sick the ACLU all over your small-town ass. Rainie turned to Quincy. This isn't working for me. He seems very belligerent, Quincy agreed. I think we're going to have to do something about that. Harm a single dead skin cell on my head, and my father will sue you back to the Stone Age. At this point, your father would have to get in line. Rainie turned back to Quincy. She said thoughtfully, I'm thinking hair or jacket. Quincy carefully scrutinized Charlie's black biker jacket and meticulously styled hair. Jacket, he said. Okay. Rainie stepped forward. Charlie saw her coming and tried to duck right. She countered, found a sleeve, and neatly spun Charlie around. A second later, she held the black leather jacket and Charlie stood stunned. Rainie smiled at him. She was in such a dark mood these days. She didn't want to deal with punks. She was sick of kids who wielded guns and switchblades with no real concept of death.
This ends Disc 7. The third victim, Disc 8.
We're going to play a game, Charlie. I'm going to ask questions. You're going to answer. Quincy, the expert, is going to evaluate your answers for truthfulness. If he doesn't like what you say, or you make me angry again, I'm going to start slicing up your coat. You give me lip, your jacket loses a sleeve. Got it? It's just a dumb jacket. I can buy a new one. Okay. Rainie opened his switchblade and found the collar. Wait. Charlie was panting. His gaze was locked down on the collar and perspiration beaded his upper lip. The jacket was old and sported a biker gang symbol on the back. The kid could deny it all he wanted, but Quincy and Rainie had him pegged. The jacket was part of Charlie Kenyon's costume, and he felt overexposed without it. They might as well have snatched Superman's cape. First question, Charlie. Why were you hanging out with Danny O'Grady? Because he was cool, all right? Danny is a computer geek. How is that cool? No. Charlie was shaking his head. You don't get it. You had to look in his eyes. He was old, man, and angry. at his father. I know these things."
"Danny's a kindred spirit?" Rainie asked dryly.
"Something like that."
"What about Melissa Avalon?" Quincy interjected. "What was she?"
Charlie's answer was more forthcoming. "She was hot. Jesus, Fed, did you look at her? Whoa, mama."
"You ever approach her?"
"Sure, I tried."
He shrugged, his hands digging into his pockets. He was definitely self-conscious without his jacket.
She, was intimidated by my good looks. Besides, I heard later I violated her age rules.
Avalon had a geezer fetish. Was she a kindred spirit?
What do you mean? Oh, was she angry? I don't know. Didn't seem angry to me. You should ask Danny. He was the one spending so much time with her.
Did he ever mention his feelings for Miss Avalon to you?
Didn't have to. The boy was lovesick for her. You could see it all over his face.
Did Avalon know this?
Probably. I don't think puppy crushes were new to her.
How did she treat Danny?
I don't know. I hung around the school grounds, not the freaking computer lab.
Did Danny know about her geezer fetish?
Sure, I told him. What, you guys think Danny killed her in a jealous rage? Nah, you don't get it.
Charlie shook his head, sounding honest for the first time.
Danny's smarter than you think. He knew he liked her, but hell, she was a teacher. He understood what that meant. Worship from afar, end of story. He wasn't imagining white picket fences or the mother of his children. The kid's 13, for Christ's sakes.
What about the other two girls? Rainie asked. Sally and Alice.
Couldn't pick them out of a lineup if I tried.
Are you going to go to the funerals, Charlie?
He shrugged. The old man's making me.
Do you think it's sad that they're dead?
Don't know them. Don't care.
You're a real hard-ass, aren't you, Charlie Kenyon? You're the one threatening my jacket. Did you ever talk to Danny about killing people?
We talked about lots of stuff.
Charlie. She held up the switchblade, then his jacket. Charlie's jaw hardened. She thought he was going to freeze up on her. Then she moved the blade closer to the collar and he surrendered again.
Yeah, sure.
You want to know? Sometimes I dream of blowing this whole freaking town off the map. I dream of getting my hands on a big motherfucking nuke and saying, "Sayonara, babe."
You know, plant life grows back bigger and stronger after a nuclear holocaust. Maybe that's what this town needs.
You told all this to a 13-year-old boy?
Only after he told me he wanted to hack his father into 20 different pieces and run him through a blender.
Rainie stared at him. A muscle worked in her jaw. She said with more anger than she wanted to give away, "A child tells you he fantasizes about murdering his own father, and you didn't think to go to the police?"
Who am I going to go to? Shep? His dad? Or better yet, you?
Charlie chuckled unkindly.
Isn't that a pretty picture? Half this town still talks about what you did to your mother. What would you have done with Danny? Mail him a shotgun?
I never harmed my mother, Rainie said hotly. And if I had done such a thing, I'd be in prison where I'd belong, not standing here talking to you. But Charlie had that sly look back on his face. I know, he said with a conspirator's wink. The Fed's here. You don't want to blow your cover. That's all right. But you don't have to lie to me, babe. I'm telling you, I can see these things, and you're a member of the Cool Kids Club, too. Hell, around here, you're probably the charter member. One last question. Quincy interjected quickly, because the shotgun comment had pushed Rainie to the brink and they all knew it. "Did Danny ever mention an online friend to you, someone named No Lava?" "Computer geek? Yeah, maybe. Danny was always into something. I didn't know how one person could spend so much time staring at a screen." "Did you ever see any of the emails?" "What the hell would I want with them?" "Danny really liked No Lava. Maybe you were jealous." "Look, I've never even heard of this No Lava, and frankly, the name sounds like an impotent dude to me. Danny liked mail, okay? 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I don't remember, he was all excited about someone he'd met online. He was always having to go check his frigging email. That's all I know." "You encouraged him," Rainie said softly. "Danny was troubled, and you helped push him over the edge. Now 3 people are dead, and some of that's on your head, Charlie. You're going to have to live with that." "Who gives a fuck? Legally, I'm free as a bird. Now give me my jacket back. As much fun as this has been, I got places to go and people to see." "Sure," Rainie said. She smiled at him, and then she raised the switchblade and sliced the collar clean off his coat. Charlie shrieked. Quincy took a shocked step forward. Rainie retrieved the severed piece of leather. A moment later, she squeezed the long plastic bag of white powder from the collar onto her palm. "Heroin. About 3 ounces of it, which would make a little more than simple possession. Congratulations, Charlie. Legally speaking, your troubles are just beginning." "Goddamn cunt! How dare you? You're no better than me. You're no better than any of us." "Sure I am, Charlie. There are 2 choices for angry people in this world, and only one of them wears a badge." Charlie shrieked again. Rainie enjoyed loading him into the car. Chapter 20. Thursday, May 17th, 9:05 p.m. It took Rainie 4 hours to process Charlie Kenyon. She had to catalog the heroin into evidence. Then she had to store it in the safe that passed as the department's evidence locker. She'd just finished fingerprinting Charlie when his father's lawyer arrived and tried to tell her she'd used entrapment to find the drugs. Rainie volunteered an FBI agent as her corroborating witness. Fitzsimmons turned downright abusive. She'd had no right to search Charlie Kenyon, no justification for mutilating his jacket, and she'd violated every constitutional law ever envisioned by the forefathers and then some. Rainie took it in stride. It amazed her how comforting the drug bust felt after the relative chaos of the past 3 days. She knew Charlie. She knew Fitzsimmons. She knew Charlie's dad. All the usual suspects, all the usual paperwork, all the usual crimes. She could have done this arrest in her sleep. She spent 2 hours carefully wording the arrest report and building the file against Charlie. Then the paperwork was done, and she returned to the task force center, where the shadows had grown long and the attic office was eerily quiet. Well past 10 o'clock. Another long day in a long, strange case. Luke Hayes had gone to Portland, where he would hopefully interview Melissa Avalon's parents. Sanders was out doing God knows what Sanders did. Maybe arranging the soup cans in the grocery store or crashing a Tupperware party for more Stay Fresh seals. Quincy was following up on No Lava. Or maybe he'd started in on Shep. Whatever he found, she'd probably be the last to know. She was both frustrated by that and grateful.
Now there was just her, and the hum of the old computer, and the buzz of all the thoughts still crowding her head. Charlie had rattled her today. Not just with his accusations against her. Rainie knew what people thought and said. She accepted that salacious rumors would always be more appealing than cold, hard fact. It didn't get to her. He had spooked her with his comments about Danny. Only after he told me he wanted to hack his father into 20 different pieces and run him through a blender. Rainie couldn't let the statement go. So much violence, so much rage. She knew these things happened. God knows, some nights. Huddled in the closet, bruised and shaking and still tasting the blood on her split lip. Wishing it would go away, wishing she'd have the strength to make it stop. The fantasies. That she'd rise up and her mother would finally cower before her. That just once she'd strike back, maybe slap her mother hard, and then her mother would repent, weeping. I never knew how much it hurt. I swear I never realized. Now I know, and I'll never do it again. Maybe that was the difference. Through all of her pain, Rainie never forgot that Molly was her mother, and the kernel of her fantasies was still about love and forgiveness. That her mother would realize what she was doing, that she'd give up the bottle, that she'd take her little girl in her arms and swear never to hurt her again, that for once Rainie could relax in her mother's embrace and feel safe. Even at the worst of it, she hadn't wished her mother dead. It had taken a great deal more than that to push her over the edge. Rainie paced the tiny attic. Her body ached and her mind ached, and she couldn't stand being alone with her own thoughts anymore. She needed sleep, a decent meal, a good hard run. It was too late to jog, she had no appetite, and she was honestly afraid to close her eyes. What would you have done with Danny? Mail him a shotgun? No. She would have told him that she understood. She would have taken him to her back deck, where the mountain pines towered above them, and owls hooted deep in the shadows, and it was difficult to take yourself seriously when you were so small in the general scheme of things. She would have let him talk. Get it all out. Angry child to angry child, if that's what it took. Then, maybe, she would have talked. Perhaps she would have told him things she'd never told anyone else. Sitting on her deck, with the trees around them, and the clean mountain air fresh on their faces, maybe she would have saved Danny O'Grady. But she hadn't done any such thing. She'd seen him just 2 weeks before the shooting. She'd thought he was pale and jumpy and curt with his father. And in the next instant she'd shrugged it away because, just like everyone else, she thought it was a phase. Trouble happened only in bad families, not to a nice, ordinary kid like Danny. She, a kindred spirit, had failed him. And she didn't know yet how she was going to live with that. Quincy was hunched over his laptop in his cramped hotel room when knocking sounded at the door. He'd been working for 2 hours, scouring various online carriers for any record of a member named No Lava. His eyes were blurry. His shoulders carried knots the size of small boulders. Every time he shifted to get more comfortable, the rickety desk threatened to collapse and take his laptop with it. 30 minutes ago, he'd started cramming crime scene photos under the uneven legs for better support. He didn't want to know what this said about his life. The knocking came again. Quincy pushed away from the table, rubbed the back of his neck, and self-consciously checked the mirror. His white shirt, pressed crisp just this morning, was now a wrinkled mess. His tie was somewhere on the floor. His cheeks sported a 5 o'clock shadow, and his dark hair was rumpled from running his fingers through it over and over again. If memory served, this look had worked for him in his 30s, when it made him sexy in a dark, brooding sort of way. He was in his mid-40s now. He thought he simply looked tired. Some decades were definitely better than others, he thought. What the hell? He checked the door's peephole and wasn't surprised to see Rainie standing there. He opened the door, and for a moment they simply studied each other. She'd changed out of her officer's uniform. Now she wore faded, straight-legged jeans and a loose hunter-green sweater with a turtleneck collar that framed her face. Her chestnut hair was down and freshly brushed, gleaming gold and red beneath the hotel's outdoor lights. She didn't appear to be wearing a drop of makeup, and Quincy liked her that way. Her pale skin fresh and untouched. No barriers between his hand and the feel of her cheek, or his lips and the corner of her mouth. He had spent the latter part of the afternoon learning things about Lorraine Connor he hadn't anticipated. Certainly, he was starting to understand that her past held a great deal more than met the eye. Maybe nothing, but maybe something. He doubted she would tell him the whole truth yet, and he wondered about the dangers of learning it all at the last minute, when it might be too late for both of them. He should be careful. He was a smart, logical man who knew better than most the dark potential of human nature. The warning did him no good. She was here, at his hotel room, and he suspected his face now held a giddy smile. "Hey," she said after a moment. "Good evening, Rainie." "Working?" "Just finishing up." "Really?" She stuck her hands in her back pockets and studied the pavement. She was clearly self-conscious, and that touched him. "I was just about to order takeout Chinese," he said politely. "Would you like to join me?" "I'm not that hungry." "Neither am I, but we can pretend together." She entered his hotel room. He made an effort to clear his paperwork off the bed, since the room was small and there was no place else for her to sit. She studied his laptop while he shoved manila files back into his black leather briefcase computer carrier. "Looking for no lava?" she asked. "Yes. Most internet providers have member directories where you can enter your online name and vital statistics. Lots of people fill out the forms, so I thought I'd see if we could get that lucky. Unfortunately, we're not that lucky. Next step is to get a subpoena and contact the carriers directly." "Did you run a background check on Shep today?" she asked. Quincy stopped, still holding 4 files, and blinked. She wasn't wasting any time. He put the files in the bag, zipped it shut. "Do you like lo mein?" he asked lightly. "Order whatever you want." "Lo mein it is." He picked up the batch of takeout menus Ginny had left next to the phone and sorted through them until he found one for the Great Wall of China. He placed an order for lo mein and green tea. Rainie was still studying him. "I don't think we should have this conversation," he said presently. "That means you found something." "No. It means I have professional standards, and this is a clear case of conflict of interest. Shep is your friend. You and he go way back."
He regarded her steadily. "I never slept with Shep," Rainie said matter-of-factly. "You know most people think that you're the reason his and Sandy's marriage is falling apart. We're not involved. Never have been, never will be. He spends a lot of time at your place." "I know." "Rainie, people talk. Don't you get that yet? It's a small town. It rains 80% of the year, and the cows outnumber the people 2-to-1. Most of the time there's nothing else to do around here but talk. That's just the way it is." "Why didn't you tell me about the shotgun, Rainie? The shotgun that killed your mother had your prints on it until it disappeared from the police evidence locker. Then one day, it was magically back in custody, but completely wiped clean. Why didn't you tell me it disappeared from evidence?" Her face went cool, her chin coming up, her gray eyes turning the color of slate. He recognized that expression, her fighter's stance. "Do you think I killed my mother?" "No." "Do you think I shot her in cold blood? Came home from school one day and blew off her goddamn head? I'm just a female version of Charlie Kenyon, no better than Danny O'Grady." He said gently, "No, Rainie, I don't." "Then what does it matter, Quincy? It was 14 years ago and I didn't do it, so just let it go. It's one thing to deal with all the stares and rumors from my neighbors, but I don't expect that from you." "Give me some credit," he countered sharply. "I'm not a small-town deputy you can snow under with a few loud words. I know something happened, Rainie. Something happened. Shep helped you with it, and that's what binds you, isn't it? I still don't know what. Maybe I don't need to know, but there is something between you and Shep, and it's beyond professional ties, and it makes the fact that you were alone in the school with Shep and Danny very shaky. Sanders was right. You should have surrendered jurisdiction over this case, and I suspect you know that as well." She fell silent, her lips thinning. He'd caught her off guard. He had wondered in the beginning what a woman as smart as Rainie was doing working such a limited job. And today he'd gotten his answer. Because it kept her in control. She worked with nice people, but none of them was the type to pry. He suspected she dated men of more brawn than brains and kept the relationships short. No one could question her too much. No one could get too close. She had turned protecting herself into a way of life. "I couldn't give up jurisdiction," she said abruptly. "Because you promised Shep you'd be the primary in the case?" "Yes." She hesitated. "I owe him that much." "Just how much do you owe him, Rainie?" "Shep had faith in me. He's been a good friend, and I feel loyalty toward him. But I have professional standards too, Quincy, and I don't compromise them. We all go through life making our choices, and we're all responsible for what we've done. If Danny shot those girls, then by God, he needs to be held accountable for that." "You're sure of that?" "Of course I'm sure. Covering up doesn't do him any favors. Why don't people realize that? We have a basic human need to make restitution in order to absolve our guilt. Letting kids walk away scot-free or shielding them from the consequences of their actions doesn't help them. A moment's mistake, a moment of bad judgment, could fester into a lifetime of hatred and self-loathing and destructiveness. Until it's become a dark spot, you can't forget, and you can't let go, and it builds and builds." She broke off. She was breathing hard. Her gaze had become locked, on the blue floral bedspread, and her hands were fisted at her sides.
"The nightmares are worse, aren't they?"
Quincy asked quietly.
"Yes." "You're not eating."
"I can't."
"You're too smart to be doing this to yourself."
"I can't seem to stop."
"Why did you come here tonight, Rainie?"
She looked at him with frustrated, troubled eyes.
"I think I need to talk." "Then talk. But say something new, Rainie, because I no longer have the patience for lies."
The Chinese food arrived. Quincy split the lo mein, though he suspected she wouldn't eat. She didn't. She set the white container aside, but accepted a cup of tea. He took a bite of his own dinner. He wasn't that hungry either, but he'd learned a long time ago that letting himself get run down during a case, especially a very difficult case, didn't do anyone any favors. "Sally and Alice's funeral will be held tomorrow afternoon," Rainie said shortly. "The mayor just called and told me. The bodies were retrieved from the ME's office this evening, and the families don't want to wait. Everyone thinks it would be best to get this behind us."
"That will be a rough afternoon."
"Yeah. We've called for backup from Cabot County. Extra patrols both during the funeral and afterward. Patrol cars stationed outside of the bars, you know."
"Emotions are already running high. Add to that a little booze."
Quincy trailed off. They both knew what could happen. Young men and guns. Vigilante justice. "We'll be doubling up the guard around Shep's house," Rainie said quietly. "Luke asked to lead the effort."
"And you?"
"I can't. There would be more talk."
"George Walker isn't very happy with you."
"No, a lot of people aren't. I was hoping... I wanted to be able to say that Danny didn't do it. Before we got to the funerals, I wanted to have so much evidence I could look George Walker in the eye and say, 'A 13-year-old boy didn't murder your daughter, sir. Some other bastard did it.' As if that would make a difference."
"You're not so sure about Danny anymore, are you?"
Her expression grew strained. She said softly, "No."
"Charlie Kenyon?"
She slowly nodded. His account of what Danny told him, that he wanted to cut his father into pieces, run him through a blender. So much anger. I didn't realize. I didn't know things had gotten that bad.
"It's not your fault, Rainie. It's hard for any of us to believe that people we personally know and care about are capable of violence. People seem to forget. Murderers don't come from test tubes. They're born into this world like the rest of us. And they also have family and friends."
"That's just a platitude. I don't want any more platitudes. I'm sick of easy answers or 30-second analysis of complicated crimes. Kids are shooting up their schools. Grown men are walking into offices and mowing down their co-workers. And I understand your point that schools and businesses are still safer than driving on the highway, but that explanation isn't enough. These shootings are happening everywhere, even places like here, where they don't belong. And they're happening to everyone, even to Danny O'Grady, who just 3 days ago seemed like a normal kid going through a hard time. And I feel like I missed something. I should have seen this coming. But then I look at it again, and I know I still never would have expected violence. Because I don't understand it, Quincy. Even I, who was raised by a woman who lived by her fists, can't imagine shooting up strangers. And I need to know why this happened to my town, because no matter how hard I try, I just can't get to sleep."
"It's not your fault, Rainie," he said again. She shook her head impatiently. "Explain the shootings to me. I need to know. Is it because of guns? As an officer, should I be banning them from my community? Or is it video games and violent movies and books? Is it all because of that?" "Those things are factors. On the other hand, do I think censoring Hollywood and banning guns would end all the crime? No. Some people, even kids, are that angry." "Then it's inevitable. We've become a violent culture, and there's nothing we can do about it?" "I don't think that. There's always something we can do. We're an intelligent society, Rainie. Nothing is beyond our grasp." Tell that to George Walker. Tell that to the parents of Alice Benson. I'm sure they're sitting home right now thinking about how capable society is. Quincy fell silent. She was in a mood tonight. "Do you want a solution, Rainie?" he asked after a moment. "Or do you want an excuse to be angry?" "I want a solution." "Fine," he said crisply. "I'll give you my 2 cents for what it's worth. Society isn't filled with evil souls, but it is filled with people who are mobile, fractured, overworked, overweight, overcrowded, and overtired. That's a potent combination, particularly for people with poor coping skills and volatile tempers. And we're seeing the proof of that in the increasing number of impulsive, angry acts, such as mass murders and road rage." Rainie sighed. She rubbed her temples. "It's a sign of the times?" "It's a sign of stressful living," Quincy said, then shrugged. "In the good news department, some of the solutions are fairly simple. Why not teach rage management classes and stress coping skills in school? While we're at it, we could emphasize good communication skills and self-monitoring. Physical care also makes a big difference. In fact, the first thing a child psychologist does when he begins treatment of a new client is address sleep, exercise, and eating habits. You think you have trouble with rage? Try getting 8 hours of sleep at night, eat more fruits and vegetables, and enjoy a good workout." Ironically enough, very few people bother with these basic steps anymore, and then they wonder why they're tense all the time. He gave her a pointed look, his gaze sliding to the untouched carton of food by her side. Rainie nodded slowly. She said almost hesitantly, "I took a class in anger management." "In Portland?" "Yes. After I'd completed AA. When I was still struggling. Alcohol numbs a lot of emotions. Then you give it up." "I think that was a great thing for you to do," Quincy said honestly. "I wish more people would think that way." Rainie immediately shook her head. "I'm not so great, Quincy. Don't admire me too much." He didn't say anything, waiting to see if she would elaborate. The darkness still rimmed her eyes, and she was clutching her cup of tea as if she wished it were a bottle of beer. Apparently, however, she still wasn't in the mood to share. "How's your daughter?" she asked shortly. "The same. I called this morning." She regarded him curiously. "That doesn't make you feel worse?" "She's your daughter. She's dying. And you're not there for it. A phone call doesn't seem like much in the face of all that." "Rainie, when I said my daughter was killed by a drunk driver, I was being a little misleading." She froze. "I see." "My daughter wasn't hit by a drunk driver," Quincy said matter-of-factly. "She was the drunk driver. She loaded up at a friend's house, then tried to drive home at 5:30 in the morning. And she killed an elderly man out walking his dog before she wrapped her car around a telephone pole. My daughter is dead. The man is dead. The dog is dead. And yes, a phone call to a hospital room is completely inadequate. Quincy, I'm sorry. He smiled roughly. So am I. I'm not perfect either, Rainie. Some things, like what really matters in life, we all learn the hard way. She nodded. Her expression was still troubled, though. She had more things to say. He could feel the words churning just below the surface. He leaned forward as if he could will the truth out of her. He hadn't lied to her last night. She fascinated him. She had worked her way into his mind, and now he wanted to cup her cheek with his hand, brush her lips with his fingertips. She was a fighter, and he had so much respect for that. Her face relented a fraction. Yearning burgeoned in her soft gray eyes, a need to share, a need for connection. He wished he could reach out and touch her. He was too afraid she'd bolt at the first sign of movement. Rainie, I should go. I'll listen. I don't have anything to say. I just need a little time. Another 14 years? Or maybe just 5, until the next homicide comes along? It's eating you up inside. Get it out. What happened with your mother? What did you do with that shotgun? She stood abruptly. He was stung by the fire in her eyes, the sudden hard set of her chin. Don't bring up my mother again. No dice. It's not your business. Too late. You should have stuck with dating rednecks, Rainie, because you have a real man now, and I'm not going anyplace. You arrogant son of a bitch. Yes. Now tell me about your mother, Rainie. The #1 line most abused by psychologists. That's what I am to you, aren't I, Quincy? A very interesting case study. Something you can write up for the American Society of Shrinks, otherwise known as ASS, later on in the year. Shut up, Rainie. Oh, good comeback. Quincy frowned angrily. Then he shocked them both by striding forward and grabbing her arms. Brute force, she whispered, and her lips parted. He saw something dark come into her eyes. It's what you want, isn't it? He countered levelly. A pattern you recognize, a way to bring me down to the level you think you deserve. If you can keep it physical, then you'll never have to feel. Right? She stared at him mutinously. He brought her even closer, until her lips were a mere inch from his. Let me go, she muttered. You're only going to leave here to pace your house all night long. You're terrified of sleep. You're terrified of nightmares. You want them to end, but you still won't do what it takes to make them go away. Let go of my arms, or you'll never sing baritone in the church choir again. Talk to me, Rainie. I want to listen. I might even understand. She shuddered in his arms. He saw the conflict in her eyes again. Some part of her wanted to talk. Some strong, fierce part of her took good care of herself, even in spite of herself. But he also saw the layers of fear and doubt and confusion, years of baggage, accumulated every time her mother opened a fresh bottle and turned on her daughter with an open fist. Her face shuddered. One moment he thought he might be on the brink of discovery. The next, she was gone. Her jaw settled, her eyes went flat, and he knew the battle was over. He released her. She stepped back, shaking out her arms. Not bad.
she drawled with a clear edge in her voice. "I wouldn't have picked you for a tough guy, soup spag." Quincy didn't bother with a reply. She had retreated behind her brittle shell. From here on out, all he'd get from her would be attitude. Her mother had taught her well. "I'm leaving," she said defiantly. "Good night, Rainie." She faltered, then scowled. "You can't stop me." "Sweet dreams, Rainie." "Son of a bitch," she told him flatly, and stalked to the door. She opened it with more force than necessary. He didn't interfere. She slammed it behind her. He didn't move. Long after the sound stopped ringing in the room, he was still standing by the bed, thinking of Rainie Connor and all the things that could have happened 14 years ago. He thought of shotguns and Danny O'Grady, and his own daughter, whom he loved with all his heart. The world needed more kindness, he thought, not for the first time. The world needed more faith. Isolation is not protection, he murmured. But he wondered sometimes if his epiphany hadn't come too late. Rainie's house was dark when she got home. She never remembered to turn on the patio lights before leaving for work, and now her tiny house was hard to see as it sat nestled in the woods. She parked outside in the dirt driveway and fumbled with her keys. When she finally stepped inside, no one came to greet her. This was the way she wanted her life. But tonight, the emptiness deepened her mood. She went around the 2-bedroom ranch, turning on lamps. The space still seemed oppressive. She couldn't get Quincy's words out of her head or the scent of his cologne off her skin. "Why didn't you tell me about the shotgun, Rainie? Why didn't you tell me it disappeared from evidence?" She entered the kitchen and opened the fridge. She was the proud owner of 12 bottles of Bud Light, 1 pound of Tillamook cheese, and an expired quart of milk. She closed the refrigerator. She went out to her deck. The woods were dark around her. The moon was in its waning phase, and it was hard to see where the tops of the pine trees ended and the velvety night sky began. The bracing air brought goosebumps to her skin, and she hugged her middle for warmth. She walked around her deck, then walked around her deck again. "Why didn't you tell me about the shotgun, Rainie? Why didn't you tell me it disappeared from evidence?" She couldn't. She'd been an idiot to go see Quincy in the first place. He just radiated such strength. All those lines in his face. It made her believe there was nothing she could tell him that he couldn't handle. And she was so very tired these days. But there were things she couldn't tell him. She'd been naive to think it would be enough to talk around the issue. She'd forgotten that Quincy wasn't the kind of man who would settle for less. Damn him for grabbing her like that, making her breath catch in her throat and her stomach turn tiny flip-flops. 1 more inch, and her body would have been pressed against his. She could have run her hands all over the lines of his face. She could have felt the steel bands of his arms and legs. She could have been just a woman, and he could have been just a man, and maybe that would have been easier in the end. She could have crept out of the room the minute he fell asleep. Some habits were hard to break. Rainie went back inside. She found every picture of her mother that she owned. She turned them all face down. It still wasn't enough. Tonight she didn't think anything could be enough. She finally curled up on the sofa, fully dressed and desperately needing sleep. She was thinking of Quincy again, and his intense gaze. She was thinking of Charlie Kenyon and Danny O'Grady and all the things that wouldn't give her peace. She finally fell asleep. And an hour later she woke up screaming. She was on the floor, and her mother's body was splayed out in front of her, and someone was standing on her back deck staring in at her. The man in black. The man in black! Rainie bolted for her bedroom. She needed a gun. The CSU had taken her Glock 40. She tore through her closet until she found her old 9mm in a shoebox, then went storming out into the night. But the deck was clear, and the air was cold, and it was all in her mind after all. No man, no intruder, just the lingering effects of a very bad dream. She went back inside shakily. She kept her 9mm. She curled up with an Afghan, and she stared at the white ceiling of her family room and willed the blood to stay away. You're too smart to be doing this to yourself, Rainie. But apparently she wasn't, for the night went on and on. She finally fell asleep around 5. At 6:30, the phone woke her up, ringing shrilly. Sandy O'Grady sounded frantic on the other end. "I have to talk to the FBI agent," Sandy said at once. "Oh, God, Rainie, I don't know what else to do." Rainie got up to face another day. 20 minutes later, walking out to her patrol car, she found a note tucked under her windshield wipers. It said, "Die, bitch." She crumpled it up and threw it away. Chapter 21. Friday, May 18th, 7:18 a.m. Ed Flanders had been a bartender for 35 years. He hadn't meant to do that. In the beginning, it had been just a gig. A mindless summer job that would let him hit on girls while making a ton of money in tips. He was passing down the Oregon coast on his way to L.A., where he was going to make it big. Hanging out in Seaside to catch a community play, he'd first seen the Help Wanted sign and decided, what the hey? It had been a long time since. In the beginning, he told himself he stayed for his art. Seaside had a decent community theater program and enough tourists passing through it to make it worthwhile. Each summer, he'd audition for a lead role and work on building his resume. Then, when he never moved beyond parts such as Peasant Number 3, he told himself he stayed for the money. A bartender could make a little dough during the wild summer months. Then he told himself he stayed for the benefits, because he'd finally hit 30 and realized the true joy of a good HMO. Truth was, he'd met Jenny by then, and stick a fork in him, he was done. Next thing Ed Flanders knew, several decades had passed. He was now a grandpa, and pretty little Jenny was still the love of his life. Ed Flanders didn't have any complaints. Until 2 days ago. That man, coming into the bar and ordering his buffalo wings. That man getting Darren all riled up, though God knows it didn't take much anymore. That man, talking about those poor little girls and all the things that had gone wrong over in Bakersville. Ed Flanders had met a lot of people in his time, and that man bothered him. Not the questions, he decided after a bit. Everyone in town was talking about the shooting that happened just an hour and a half away. Some people claimed to know Shep personally. Lots of people had some sort of family involved. Oh, people talked about the shooting all right, in the bars, in the churches, in the streets. But not that many locals, let alone strangers, went around spouting some junior officer's name.
Lori, Liz, Lorraine. Lorraine Connor. She wasn't even the one on TV. That was the mayor and some state guy named Sanders. So how'd this guy know Connor's name like that? And worse, why did Ed Flanders think he'd seen the guy before? Something about the eyes. Or maybe it was the nose. Take away the ears, maybe soften the hair. Damn, he couldn't quite place the face. That strange, uncomfortable man who had walked into his bar and made everything wrong. Ed didn't like him. Didn't trust him. He just didn't know what to do about that yet. Back in the hotel room, the man finally allowed himself to collapse. Damn, he was tired. The pace of the last few days, the things he still had to get done. People who thought murder was easy had obviously never tried it. The man fished around in his pockets until he dug up a cellophane wrapper of pills. He ripped it open with his hands and downed 4 herbal diet pills, one after another, then poured a glass of water. The caffeine made him a little lightheaded, but he needed the pick-me-up. Lots of things done, lots of things left to go. Last night, he'd almost botched the whole affair. Lorraine Connor had looked so wiped out when she'd finally returned home, it had never dawned on him she'd wake up. One minute, he thought he'd safely made it from her bedroom closet to the back deck. The next, she was flying off the couch like some banshee. Holy shit, he'd barely cleared the deck railing in time. Even then, he'd been about to crash through the woods like a maniac when something about her movements drew him up cold. She was acting stilted, surreal, looking at things that weren't even there. A second later, he figured it out. She was still asleep, chasing some phantom in her twisted dreams. Maybe he'd triggered something. Maybe night turned her into a raving loon. Hell if he knew. He'd taken cover in his normal spot and simply waited her out. After another moment, she'd gone back into the house and he'd been free and clear. He'd gotten a little giddy after that. He even remembered laughing, one of those high-pitched sounds like you hear in movies. He'd have to watch that. Can't lose control. Not just yet. Today, after all, was the funeral. And then... He was a very smart man. Someday soon Lorraine Connor would get to appreciate that. Lorraine Connor, Pierce Quincy, Shep O'Grady, and little Becky. Now this, he told his old man silently, this is how you have some fun. Chapter 22. Friday, May 18th, 7:53 a.m. Danny called me this morning. I know it was him. Sandy O'Grady sat on a metal folding chair in the task force's HQ, twisting her hands on her lap and trying very hard to sound calm. I could hear clanging in the background and people talking, institutional noises. But the caller was silent. I said, "Danny, I know it's you. Please talk to me, Danny. I love you." "What did Danny say?" Quincy asked. He was sitting in a chair beside her, impeccably dressed, which immediately made her think of Mitch, her boss. She pushed the thought to the back of her head. He didn't say a word. He just sighed, heavily, like someone hopeless. Then he hung up. "You're sure it was Danny?" Rainie spoke up for the first time. She was leaning against the windowsill all the way across the room.
Her arms were crossed over her chest. Her cheeks were gaunt. Frankly, she looked the worst that Sandy had ever seen her. Not that Sandy was in a position to talk. She'd quickly grabbed a nearby OSU sweatshirt after receiving Danny's call, and it turned out to be stained in 4 different places with old yellow baby spit up and new white patio paint. Her normally bright blonde hair was dull and matted from sleep. She hadn't showered, let alone put on makeup. She didn't have the energy anymore to worry about these things. "It was Danny," she told Rainie firmly. "Shep changed our number to an unlisted one 2 days ago. Only family members and Danny's lawyer know how to reach us now. We haven't gotten one of those calls since." "Are you getting a lot of pressure from your neighbors?" Quincy asked gently. "Some." Sandy kept her chin up. "Others, our good friends, are still there for us. One couple on our block, I don't even know them that well, came over last night with a plate of brownies and sat with us. There are bad moments, but there are good ones too. Danny's innocent until proven guilty, you know." Unable to help herself, she turned once more toward Rainie. "It's official police business," Rainie said curtly. "I can't talk about it." "Rainie, he's my son. He's upset. He's suicidal. Just yesterday he tried to gouge his wrist with a fork, for Christ's sakes. I'm not sure how much longer he can take being locked up in the detention center, and I don't know what to do. Shep tells me there's proof someone else was involved. Mysterious shells, I don't know. Can't you do something with that? Drop the charges? Bring Danny home? Please." Sandy's voice broke off pleadingly. She didn't know Rainie well. She would call her a friend, but more because they had Shep in common than because they'd ever spent any time talking. Still, Rainie had come to their house for dinner at least once every few months. She played with Danny and Becky. She seemed to honestly enjoy time with the kids. Surely she wouldn't forget those moments now. Surely she wasn't completely immune to Danny's plight. The woman in question, however, remained impassive. Her uniform suddenly loomed as a wall between them, and for the first time, Sandy got it. Rainie wasn't looking at her as the sheriff's wife. This morning, Sandy was in the task force center as a mass murderer's mother. Sandy threw out desperately, "Maybe Shep can help find out who did it." "We don't want Shep," Rainie said flatly. "We want Becky." "What do you mean?" "Is she still sleeping in closets, Sandy?" "That's not anyone's business." "She saw something. We all know it. You and Shep keep saying you want the truth. Let us ask for it." "Avery Johnson would never permit it." "It's not his call." "Yes, it is. He's our lawyer. My God, we're going to have to mortgage our home just to pay his fees. After all that, how can we not listen to what he says? He's acting in our best interests." "What about Becky's best interests?" Rainie pressed relentlessly. "The girl only feels safe in enclosed spaces. She's having nightmares, and Luke says she's as pale as a sheet. How long are you going to let that go on?" "The doctor said she'll grow out of it with time." "We can make it sooner versus later." "You can't have Becky. Damn it, Rainie. She's all I have left." Rainie pressed her lips into a thin line. She gazed at Sandy disapprovingly. Sandy returned the stare. Rainie didn't understand what she was asking. She wasn't a mother. "We can prove that Danny didn't shoot Miss Avalon," Rainie said abruptly. We can tell by the slug that was recovered and the trajectory of the shot that it was done by someone other than Danny." "Oh, thank God!" Sandy sat back in the metal chair. For the first time in 3 days, she felt weight lift off her chest. "So there was this man in black at the scene. He's the killer, and Danny's just confused and traumatized by what he saw. Can't you drop the charges now?"
"Mrs. O'Grady," Quincy said quietly, "I think there are some things about Danny you need to know. I suspect you're beginning to wonder about them too, or you wouldn't have called this morning."
Rainie supplied bluntly, "We're not sure he didn't kill Sally and Alice." "But the man in black." Ballistics matched the slugs that killed those 2 girls to the .38 revolver Danny brought to school. And we have his prints on the other .38 shell casings recovered at the scene. "That just means he loaded the guns," Sandy countered. "Shep explained this to me. The prints don't prove a thing."
Danny's fingerprints are on over 50 shell casings. That means he also reloaded the guns during the shooting.
"Shep told me that rapid loaders were used. So Danny prepped the guns and the rapid loaders. This other person did all the shooting." Rainie finally pushed away from the window. She shook her head impatiently. "Listen to yourself. Danny brought a revolver and a semi-automatic weapon to school. He loaded them, and he prepared additional ammunition. Does that sound like an innocent bystander to you?" "He's just 13.
You don't have to be old to pull a trigger.
He's confused.
He confessed multiple times.
He's frightened. He's angry. He doesn't understand.
He told Charlie Kenyon he wanted to hack Shep into 20 pieces and run him through a blender."
Jesus, Sandy, we're beyond simple acting out. You didn't catch Danny smoking a cigarette or staying out after curfew. He's involved in a triple homicide. At the very least, he supplied the murder weapons. At the most, he may have massacred 2 8-year-old girls. For God's sake, wake up. My son is not a killer. But maybe he is. Now, what the hell are we going to do about it?" Rainie drew up short. She was breathing hard. Sandy was breathing hard, too. She glared at her husband's most senior officer, and she thought she had never hated anyone more. How dare she talk about Danny that way? After all those dinners in Sandy's home, all those times Danny had asked to sit next to her, sweet and adoring. The cold, unfeeling. And then she realized that Rainie's eyes were overbright. And then she realized that Rainie Connor had thinned her lips in order not to cry. The air left Sandy's lungs in a whoosh. In Rainie's frustrated gaze, she saw all the truths she'd been working diligently to deny, and suddenly she had no defenses left. Her son was a loner, and subject to fits of rage, and he struggled with Shep and struggled to fit in at school, and, dear God, he was good with guns. Learned everything straight from his father. The world began to spin. Sandy grabbed her chair and held tight.
"Mrs. O'Grady?"
Quincy asked. "Give me a moment." She locked her gaze on the floorboards, concentrating on making them stay in focus. Minutes passed. She didn't know how many. Time had grown slow, and she was mostly aware of an oppressive cold stealing into her body and making her tremble. "I don't know what to do," Sandy whispered. I don't know what to believe anymore." Quincy spoke up first.
"I imagine your lawyer has arranged for a forensic psychologist to examine Danny?" Yes. And the court has appointed a second. They haven't started yet. He said it would be months before they delivered their reports. Maybe even 6 months before we know anything. He's your son, Mrs. O'Grady. What do you think Danny did, and what do you think he needs now?
I can't tell you. Sandy gave a hollow bark of laughter. That's the truth, you know. I'm under orders from my lawyer and my husband not to talk to you, an expert on these things, because you're also part of law enforcement and you could testify at trial. And my suicidal son isn't allowed to speak with anyone either. Testimony might be used against him. Better not to say anything at all. Oh, my God. What am I supposed to do? Quincy didn't say anything. Neither did Rainie. Sandy's eyes filled up. She said through her tears, I don't understand how this can be legal. They took away my son. They've locked him up for murder. But with the waiver hearings and pre-trial motions, it could be years before he goes to court. In the meantime, Danny has to stay in a place where he's not supposed to talk to anyone, and he's surrounded by other convicted juvenile delinquents. Even if he's found innocent 1 or 2 years later, how can he possibly be better off? I'm worried that the county is ruining an innocent boy, and I'm terrified that they've imprisoned a guilty one. Oh, my God, Rainie, what if he did it? What will we do then?
This ends Diskin's The Third Victim, Disc 9.
Quincy had squatted down in front of her. He had such compelling eyes, deep and heavily crinkled at the corners, as if he'd seen a thing or two. Sandy hadn't expected to like the man. Shep had positioned him as an enemy in their lives, to be avoided at all costs. But Sandy discovered that she was comforted by his presence. Supervisory Special Agent Quincy seemed sure of himself and the situation, whereas she felt as if the entire world were made of quicksand and she was sinking down, down, down. He took her hand and placed it between his own. His palms were warm and rough. It's not hopeless, he said. How? Our lawyer already said that if Danny is found guilty in adult court, they'll lock him up and throw away the key. No one cares that he's only 13. But the fact that he's 13 does put him below Oregon's automatic waiver to adult court. He's going to get a hearing designed to look at his specific case. And thank goodness, because Danny's case has some elements worth considering. Sandy gazed at him. Quincy ticked off the points with his fingers. 1. We have evidence that somebody else was involved. If we can identify that person, we may be able to prove that Danny was manipulated, perhaps even threatened into acting. Sandy nodded faintly. 2. We have to look at Danny himself. The fact that he's now under suicide watch may be a positive sign. It could indicate that Danny feels remorse for his actions, that he's a troubled boy, but not a budding psychopath. Or it could mean he's traumatized, Sandy said after a moment, her voice gaining strength. There is someone else involved. You all agree on that. So maybe Danny was just doing as he was told by bringing the guns. Maybe he didn't understand what was really going to happen, and then by the time it was all over and done with, there was nothing he could do anymore. But confess, Rainie said dryly. That's the good news, Mrs. O'Grady, Quincy said levelly. Now you have to face the other facts. Sandy hesitated. She bit her lower lip. She knew where he was going to go, and she wished he wouldn't.
Deep in her heart, she'd already gone there. Danny was troubled, and it was her fault as his mother for not doing something about that sooner. That's what everyone said when these shootings happened. Where were the parents?
I'm sorry. I was at work.
Danny is subject to mood swings, isn't he? Quincy said matter-of-factly. He goes for long periods of time without reacting, then explodes with rage.
You mean the incident with the school lockers?
He's alone a lot.
There aren't a lot of boys in our block the same age.
He doesn't have many friends at school.
He's really into computers.
Mrs. O'Grady, Danny has problems coping. His anger is over-controlled, which I think you realize. He also doesn't have a good support network, and given the issues with your marriage, he's under a lot of stress. Then we get to the issues between him and his father. Danny's mad at Shep, but also intimidated by him. This sets the stage for displaced rage, where Danny takes all that emotion and turns it on someone else, someone who doesn't scare him.
You mean like 2 little girls?
Sandy whispered. Or a cat or dog.
Danny has never hurt animals, Sandy said immediately. Becky would never stand for such a thing, and he's very protective of his sister.
It's good that Danny's symptoms aren't that extreme. But he still exhibits some of the warning signs we see in kids prone to do these types of shooting. For his sake, we need to deal with that.
Sandy hesitated. How?
Let's start with Danny's over-controlled rage. He needs to learn to vent his anger steadily and constructively, instead of letting it build to dangerous heights. Most experts would recommend daily physical exercise as a starting point.
He's not athletic.
What about a family walk, Mrs. O'Grady? Or some teens like martial arts?
I could look into that.
The agent nodded encouragingly. He continued, also for a child like Danny, violent books, video games, and movies aren't appropriate. They only fuel angry thoughts.
Danny's never really been into violent movies. But in all honesty, I don't know what he does on the web.
If you have a troubled son, you need to know what he's reading or surfing on the internet, Mrs. O'Grady. It can make a difference.
Sandy hung her head.
Danny's issue with his father is more involved, Quincy said quietly. He and Shep need family counseling, or Danny needs private counseling, or both. You also might want to find additional family relationships for Danny with a grandparent or aunt or uncle. That way, if things are strained at home, the child still has other sources of comfort and support.
I never thought of that,
Sandy said honestly.
Our family's not that big. Shep's parents passed away years ago. My own, God knows they love my kids, but they aren't the warmest people in the world. It's not their way. She paused. Do you think Danny's troubles are caused by the fact that I went back to work?
Quincy smiled at her kindly. No, Mrs. O'Grady. Being a working mom doesn't mean you're a horrible mom. Stay-at-home parents have troubled children, too.
Sandy nodded.
She would never admit it out loud, but she was relieved. She hesitated, then asked,
My son was already troubled. Now, at the very least, he's witnessed 3 violent murders. What will that do?
He needs to get it out. Keeping the experience bottled up will only make it worse. Quincy's gaze drifted toward Rainie.
And if he did do something bad?
Quincy was silent for a moment. "He's going to need a lot of help," he said at last. "Chances are that he's experiencing a great deal of guilt and self-loathing. Someone needs to help him come to terms with that. Otherwise, there's the danger that he will simply shut down that part of himself. He will start actively considering himself to be a remorseless killer. And he will become one." A knock sounded on the door. Luke Hayes stuck his head in. His gaze went straight to Sandy. "It's time," he said. "Already?" Sandy glanced at her watch. It took her a moment to read the dial, for her hand was still shaking violently. 9 a.m. The joint funeral for Alice and Sally wasn't due to start until 1. But the whole town was probably turning out, and people wanted to get good seats. She had no choice but to go home. By the mayor's orders, she and her family would be spending the day under virtual house arrest. He didn't want them to upset the town. And that hurt Sandy almost more than the threatening phone calls, messages, and casseroles combined. She slowly rose and gathered up her purse. She had hoped for easy answers this morning. Of course, there were very few such things anymore. Just more questions, and more doubts to torment her through all the long days to come. She loved Danny so desperately. Was it right to actively wonder if her son was a murderer and still love him? Was it right to mourn for Alice Benson and Sally Walker but still want the best for her child? Suddenly, she felt so exhausted, she wasn't sure how she was going to make it down the stairs. She turned to Rainie one last time. "Do you know who this other person is yet? Do you have any leads on who did this to us?" Rainie seemed to hesitate. "Danny ever mentioned someone named No Lava to you?" Sandy regarded her curiously. "Of course he did. No Lava at AOL.com. That was his teacher's account. It's Avalon, spelled backward." Chapter 23. Friday, May 18th, 10:05 a.m. Rainie and Quincy climbed into Luke's patrol car at a little past 10. Since Luke and Chucky were sitting in the front seat, they took the back. Chucky immediately looked self-conscious about having a commanding officer and federal agent behind him. He kept glancing nervously over his shoulder, as if he thought Quincy might goose him at any moment. After the second time, Quincy placed his face against the patrol car's mesh divider. When Chucky turned again, he discovered Quincy's nose up close and personal. The rookie literally squealed. Luke sighed heavily. Rainie shook her head. Quincy sat back, contented. "You're riling my partner," Luke said at last. He was slouched low behind the steering wheel, studying Sandy and Shep's quaint neighborhood with a deceptively lazy gaze. His hat was on the seat beside him. The brim limited his line of sight. The top of his head came to just above the dashboard. The lower vantage point expanded his field of view. Mostly, he watched the residential street for signs of out-of-place traffic. But from time to time, he also perused the rooflines of the surrounding houses with his narrow gaze. Luke was an ace sniper. "Any activity?" Rainie asked. "Quiet as a church mouse." "How are you holding up?" Rainie asked Chucky. He had his baton on his lap and was stroking the handle as if it were a favorite pet. "All right," Chucky muttered. He studied his lap, refusing to meet her gaze. His broad face was haggard, his hair uncharacteristically mussed.
Rainie hadn't given the green rookie any thought during the last 3 days. Now she regarded him intently. "Cunningham," she ordered more sharply. Chucky's gaze reluctantly rose to meet hers. She held it for a minute. Chucky was messed up. He had dark circles under his eyes and a nervous twitch in his hand. Apparently, seeing real action was different from boasting about it, and it was wrong of her not to have thought about him before now. "You did well on Tuesday," she said curtly. "I broke a freaking door," Cunningham muttered. "Left footprints everywhere. The state technicians yelled at me. That man Sanders said I was a disaster." "Sanders is full of shit. You acted with heart, Chucky. The rest you'll learn with time." Chucky's gaze fell to his kneecaps. He still looked troubled. When he had volunteered for this job, he had probably envisioned saving lives and protecting his community. He hadn't expected the debilitating frustration of arriving too late or the hard truth that today his job was merely processing the damage. Rainie understood. She knew one of the reasons George Walker hated her was that she hadn't paid him the respect of personally visiting his family. She should have done that the very first day. Except that she couldn't bring herself to go, sit on a worn sofa and make small talk while father sat hollow-eyed and a mother wept. She just couldn't do it. Rainie turned back to Luke. He was still studying Shep's house. It was a tidy 3-bedroom ranch with an attached 2-car garage. Soft gray paint. Crisp white trim. One garage door was a brighter white than the other, obviously the one vandalized on Wednesday. Rainie wondered if Shep and Sandy could look at the bright white paint without remembering what was written underneath. "We need to talk," she said to Luke. He nodded. He looked tired from his long trip yesterday, his cheeks not as freshly shaven as usual, and his uniform rumpled. But his eyes were sharp and his hands steady. You could always count on Luke. "How'd it go in Portland?" Rainie asked. He frowned. "Thought we were debriefing after the funeral." "Something came up. You can watch and talk." "Apparently." He slapped Chucky's leg with his hand. "Go get us some coffee, Cunningham." "Again?" 3 cups. The good stuff this time. We gotta impress the Fed." Luke shot Quincy a look in the rearview mirror. "I take mine black," Quincy offered. Chucky grumbled, but he knew when he wasn't wanted. He got out of the patrol car and started walking to the grocery store around the corner. "Chucky needs some personal time," Luke said the minute the rookie disappeared from view. "I noticed." "He's a good kid, Rainie. Just saw too much." "What do you suggest?" Luke shrugged. "Kid that age? We should take him out shooting a few times. Then take him drinking after that. He'll work through it." "Stress, guns, and alcohol," Quincy said dryly. "Makes me wonder why the Veterans Administration hasn't thought of it." Luke grinned at him. "You're thinking quality time on the shrink's couch, huh?" "Yeah, uh-huh. Chucky boy will open up to some $100 an hour suit the day pigs fly. Sorry, Phoebe, but sometimes the locals know best." All right, Rainie held up a hand. "I want to know about your meeting with the Avalons in Portland yesterday. Tell us everything." Luke's face immediately fell. He released his breath as a sigh, his gaze returning to Shep's house and looking troubled. "Jesus, Rainie, why don't you start with the easy questions?" "Do you like Mr. Avalon as a suspect?" "I spent 3 hours in the man's company, and hell if I know. First off, Mrs. Avalon isn't Melissa's mother.
Guess she died in childbirth. So I met with Daniel Avalon and Melissa's stepmother, Angelina.
Daniel Avalon? Rainie asked sharply.
Yep, Luke said gloomily. Weird, Rainie. Real weird. Mr. Avalon comes from old money. Invested heavily in real estate in Central Oregon and made out like a bandit in the recent boom. He and Mrs. Avalon live in an old Victorian in Lake Oswego. Nice house, I guess. It was crammed full of so much junk I was afraid I'd break something if I sneezed. They served me tea in real china, with Mrs. Avalon all fussed up in some buttoned-up lace-collar cameo brooch outfit that I think she bought at Jane Austen's garage sale. Mr. Avalon favors tweed and doesn't permit his wife to speak unless spoken to. Need I say more?
Stuffy and pretentious wasn't a crime last time I checked.
May I? Quincy intervened.
By all means,
Rainie assured him. She was sitting as far away from him as she could in the back seat. They were both pretending not to notice. Did Mr. Avalon wait many years before remarrying? Say 12 to 15 years. 13, Luke said. He looked at Quincy curiously. Did he speak of his daughter glowingly, but always as a child? When Melissa was 8 years old, she was the best dancer. Oh, little Melissa always had the sweetest smile. She used to charm everyone in grade school. Little acknowledgement of her life now? Yeah, as a matter of fact. He had pictures of her all over the place. But they were mostly little girl stuff. First ballet class, 10-year-old piano recital, that sort of thing. No photos of her mom. Not that I saw. Her room's still a little girl's room. Lots of pink ruffles and teddy bears. And clowns, Luke shuddered. Quincy nodded. I'm guessing Mr. Avalon had inappropriate relations with his daughter.
Incest?
Rainie looked at Quincy incredulously.
Jesus, soup spag, how do you sleep with that mind?
I can't be sure, Quincy said modestly. But it has all the classic signs. Domineering father alone with his young daughter for the first 13 years of her life. Seems very doting on the outside. I'm sure if you conducted further interviews, you'd find plenty of neighbors and teachers telling you how close Mr. Avalon and his daughter were, how involved he was in her life. But then she hits puberty and the jig is up. To continue, risks pregnancy. Plus, she's starting to get a woman's body, and many of these men aren't interested in that. So Mr. Avalon goes ahead and takes a wife, some poor passive woman to serve as window dressing and help him appear suitable to the outside world. Now he clings to the fantasy of what he once had and protects it jealously.
Does Mr. Avalon have access to a computer?
Rainie asked Luke. In his office.
She turned to Quincy. If Mr. Avalon was involved with his daughter, would he have problems with her relationship with Van der Zanden?
He'll have problems with any of her relationships. In his mind, she's his.
That's it then. He found out, got angry.
And got an alibi, Luke interrupted flatly. They looked at him sharply. He was nearly apologetic. I tried, Rainie. I stayed in town till 11 last night trying to break this guy's story. I've probably pissed off every blue blood in the city and it still holds. Mr. Avalon was in a business meeting all day Tuesday. His secretary swears it, and 2 high-powered muckety-mucks agree. They were working on some resort deal from noon until nearly 7 o'clock at night.
Rainie chewed on the inside of her lip. Have you had time to run background checks on the supporting witnesses?
You mean between midnight and 6 a.m.?
Could be about money, Rainie theorized. Sounds like Mr. Avalon has a lot. If they do regular business with him, maybe they'd be willing to vouch for his time in return for a few favors.
Possible. Don't know how we can prove it, though.
There is one other thing. I asked Mr. Avalon if he'd ever been to Bakersville. He said absolutely not. But I ran a background check before interviewing him, and according to state tax records, he owns a cabin in Cabot County, just 30 minutes away. When I pushed him on it, he said it was merely a hunting cabin. He never used it himself, but kept it for business associates. His wife nodded, like that means a damn thing. I don't know. Something's wrong there, Rainie. Seriously wrong. But I don't know what to make of it yet. Luke's gaze returned to the street, where a teenage boy on a bicycle was coming into view. In sagging jeans and a loose jersey shirt, the kid seemed pretty nondescript. But he wore a green canvas backpack, and he was staring at the O'Grady home intently.
"Here's my question," Luke muttered, tapping a finger on the steering wheel as he followed the kid with his gaze. "Why now?" Melissa Avalon was 28 years old. If Quincy's right, and Daddy was going to melt down, wouldn't it have happened years ago?
Not necessarily, Quincy answered. He had noticed the cyclist as well. Then Chucky came into view, carrying a cardboard box with 4 cups of coffee.
Was this Melissa's first time away from home?
Yep, Luke said.
That would do it.
I wonder if we're making this too complicated, Rainie murmured out loud, shifting in the back seat for a better view. Mr. Avalon's got motive. Mr. Avalon's got money. His daughter just happens to die from a single gunshot wound to the head.
Assassination,
Quincy filled in. What if it wasn't supposed to be a school shooting? What if Danny was being enlisted to create a diversion, something that looked like a shooting to disguise Melissa Avalon's death? Except
he accidentally killed 2 little girls, Luke supplied dryly.
He opened his mouth to argue more, then suddenly said, "Shit." The boy was in front of Shep's house. His bicycle had slowed. His body shifted. The backpack slid down. Luke fumbled for the door handle. He shoved it open with his shoulder just as Rainie tried to bolt, realizing too late that the doors had shut and she and Quincy were trapped in the back of the police cruiser. Down the street, Chucky saw the commotion and dropped his coffee. Rainie watched him reach immediately for his gun. "No!" she yelled uselessly, and pounded the unbreakable window. "Damn it, Chucky, no!" The boy saw Luke bearing down on him. He turned slightly and spotted Chucky fumbling with his holster. His expression promptly shifted from purposeful to petrified. Luke ordered, "Stop!" and the boy shoved his backpack at Luke with all his might and took off, while the officer staggered back in surprise. Down the street, Chucky was still juggling his handgun. Rainie couldn't be sure from this distance, but it looked like the rookie had tears on his cheeks. "Damn, damn, damn!" Luke shouted. He regained his footing and let the backpack fall to the ground. But the kid ran from the street to dart between the multitude of houses. A second later, he was out of sight. With another sigh of disgust, Luke stalked back to the patrol car and settled for bailing Quincy and Rainie out of the back seat. They gathered around the backpack on the sidewalk just as Cunningham came running up, panting heavily. "What did he do?" Cunningham demanded breathlessly. He rubbed his cheeks. "What's in the bag? What happened? Did he try anything?" "One thing at a time, Cunningham," Rainie growled. She looked at Luke.
He shrugged, hunkered down, and placed his ear over the green canvas bag. "I don't hear ticking." He hefted up the backpack and frowned. "No clinking. Hell, it feels like books." He resolutely unzipped the main pouch. Out poured 2 weighty volumes with fine leather binding and rich gilded edges. The Bible, Old and New Testaments. The note attached to the front said, "To the O'Gradys. Jesus forgives." "Oh, my God," Chucky said desperately. "I almost shot that boy." Quincy said softly, "I think it's time we took a deep breath." Luke picked up the 2 volumes. He carried them gently to the front porch and placed them in front of the door. Then, without a word, he went back to the wheel of his patrol car, slouched down to the level of the dashboard, fingered his hat on the seat beside him, and resumed keeping guard. Chapter 24. Friday, May 18th, 11:27 a.m. Becky O'Grady placed her finger carefully over Big Bear's black-stitched mouth. He regarded her steadily with his big golden eyes. "Shh," she told him. "We have to be very quiet." Big Bear helped her out. Becky knew he didn't like the closet. He'd always been afraid of the dark. But now he was a very brave brown bear. He didn't make a single noise as she gently twisted the knob on the closet door and eased it open. There was a break in the argument in the family room. Becky froze instantly. Her mommy and daddy had been fighting for a long time now. Something about some man her mommy had talked to this morning. She shouldn't have done that, Becky's daddy said. Why didn't she trust him to take care of things? Becky's mommy wasn't happy. She told Becky's dad he was in denial. Becky didn't know what that meant, but she was sad it made her mommy so angry, because Becky was in denial too. The doctors had said so. Maybe it was a bad disease. That would explain why Becky's best friend, Jenny, no longer came over to play. Like the time Becky had the chicken pox. No one could play with her then either. And her skin had itched so bad. She'd wanted to scratch and scratch, but her mommy made her sit in a bathtub filled with hot water and oatmeal. Becky hated the chicken pox. Of course, Grammy Sermon had made her her very own pie. Banana cream. And Danny hadn't been allowed to eat any of it unless Becky said it was okay. She'd kind of liked that. Now the thought of Danny made Becky's chest hurt. She held Big Bear closer. The fighting started again. Daddy was yelling that Mommy didn't care enough about Danny. Mommy was yelling that it was all Daddy's fault. How did Danny get the guns, Shep? Tell me how Danny got the guns. Becky slipped inside the dark hallway closet. She shut the door. The light and the voices disappeared. She hunkered down on the old blanket her mommy had put in there for her and held Big Bear close. Sometimes, when she was alone in the dark like this, just her and Big Bear, she could almost breathe again. The funny weight would leave her chest, and she would feel not so bad anymore. She was safe. She was okay. Here in the dark, nobody could hurt her. She could close her eyes, and the bad things would go away. She could float, peaceful, thinking of kittens and clouds and all the things she liked best. Today, she tried the trick. She screwed her eyes shut, She pressed her cheek against the top of Big Bear's woolly head. But nothing happened. No floating. She was just a little girl sitting on a hard floor in a closet that smelled like old shoes. She kept seeing Sally and Alice. She saw them on the floor. Then she saw pretty Miss Avalon. And then she raised her eyes. Becky whimpered in the closet. She turned her face into Big Bear's neck. "Be brave," she told him. "Be brave, be brave. Don't make a sound." Big Bear was a very brave brown bear. He didn't make any noise as she rocked with him on the floor, while her parents fought in the living room. He didn't make any noise as she whimpered and warred with evil monsters. And he didn't make any sound as she cried and still saw too many things, like what had happened to pretty Miss Avalon. Becky's mouth hurt from the Jell-O salad. Her shoulders sagged from too many nights without enough sleep. She didn't give up, though. She was tough. Her daddy liked to say that she was just like him, a real trooper. Becky didn't know what a trooper was, but she wanted to be like Daddy, big and strong and brave. She needed to be like Daddy. She had to be tough. She had to keep Danny safe. The funeral service for Sally Walker and Alice Benson was originally scheduled for 1 p.m. at the tiny white Episcopal Church on 4th Street. By noon, however, when the pews, the foyer, the lawn, and the parking lot were filled to standing room only with somberly dressed neighbors, Reverend Albright moved everything graveside. Groundsmen hastily erected canvas tents, and a fierce ocean breeze whipped the blue awnings frantically above everyone's heads. No one complained. Cars continued to arrive. Weathered dairymen, clad in their Sunday best, escorted their wives slowly up the hill, heads bowed against the wind. Bakersville High's basketball team, which heralded Alice Benson's brother as star forward and Sally Walker's uncle as coach, gathered in full uniform to serve as honor guard. The men of the Elks Lodge, where George Walker belonged, also wore dress colors, standing formally to one side and waiting for the service to end, when they would be in charge of transporting the mountain of flowers back to the families' homes. The ladies of the Episcopal Church gave out programs. Neighbors supplied a steady stream of condolence cards and homemade pies for the luncheon to follow. Rainie took it in from a distance. Even from 200 feet away, the sight of two freshly dug graves, side by side on an emerald green hillside and framed by mountains of red and white flowers, haunted her. She noticed that Quincy kept to the perimeter as well. She was surprised he'd even come. Given recent events with his own daughter, she couldn't imagine that the next hour wouldn't grab his heart and squeeze it dry. Then again, the federal agent seemed to thrive on pushing himself to bear the unbearable. Sanders was also present. He had taken up a post on the east side of the hill, where a side street offered cemetery access. Standing in a dark blue suit with his hands clasped in front of him, he blended with the crowd of gathered mourners. By agreement, Rainie was the only officer in uniform. Sanders and the county men all roamed the crowd wearing traditional mourning clothes. That way, they could monitor the services without intruding unnecessarily on the families. No one expected any trouble during the ceremony. Rainie and the mayor, however, were concerned about the hours afterward, when people would leave the service with emotions running high, find a bar for a few drinks with their buddies, and work themselves into a state of pure testosterone. Alcohol and guns were never a great mix, and God knew Bakersville had plenty of both. The county men had orders to work the crowd, listen sharp. Particularly vocal attendance would be monitored later in the evening. The mayor didn't want to take any chances, not after the recent run on rifles at the sporting goods store. At Quincy's suggestion, the men were also looking for someone out of place. Maybe a middle-aged white male who seemed strangely removed from the gathering of family and friends. Maybe a man who appeared to enjoy funerals too much. Any man stupid enough to look at twin coffins and smile. Rainie didn't think they'd get that lucky, but Quincy insisted. If it was a stranger against stranger crime, there was a good chance the man would attend. Rainie found herself thinking of the dream she'd had last night. Jerking awake, tall, imposing shadow on her back deck. She was unnerved these days. A hush suddenly descended over the crowd. Rainie jerked her attention back to the rolling green cemetery in time to realize that a train of cars had just arrived. The families, with their daughters, were here. George Walker got out first. A heavy-set man, his broad face flushed and his eyes bloodshot, he came around to open the door for his wife. Jean Walker was as petite as her husband was large, and she swayed against his thick arm as he led her to the grass. They waited together for the Bensons, who took much longer to climb out of their vehicle. Rainie had never met Alice's parents, Joseph and Virginia. She knew only of their son, Frederick, whom Frank and Doug avidly declared to be the best basketball player ever to pound the boards at Bakersville High. Most of the town followed his career and college aspirations. Now, Rainie was immediately struck by the Bensons' strong Nordic looks. They held their heads high as they approached the Walkers. They kept their gaze steady as they watched the honor guard step forward. They remained unflinching as their son bent his lanky legs to carry his 8-year-old sister to her final resting place. 10 minutes later, both coffins were delivered to the front of the tent, and the minister formally began the service. Rainie glanced over at Quincy. He wasn't watching anymore. His gaze was far off, where distant trees framed the blue horizon. She didn't know what he was thinking, but tears streamed down his cheeks. The minister concluded his introduction. A young man Rainie didn't recognize rose and helped an older woman work her way to the microphone. The wind blew hard, flattening the woman's black silk dress against her rounded frame, but she fought forward. At the front, she opened a book and cleared her throat. She introduced herself as Alice Benson's aunt. Then she read a passage in Alice and Sally's memory. It was a selection on the meaning of friendship from Winnie the Pooh. That was it for Rainie. She also turned away until Van der Zanden rose to give the eulogy. He appeared somber as he stood in front of nearly 800 people. He had written out his speech, and the piece of paper trembled in his hands. Rainie discovered, however, that she couldn't muster any sympathy for the man. She was too busy staring at his wife, who had been patting his hand supportively for the last 45 minutes. Abigail Van der Zanden was a little plump from the years and a little dowdy in a square-shaped navy blue J.C. Penney dress. But she had a generous smile and sparkling blue eyes. She also appeared genuinely proud of her husband, and that made Rainie like Vanderzanden even less. There were no winners today, Rainie thought, and that realization wore her down a little bit more. She had had hopes of big discoveries, fantasies of standing in front of her community and telling them exactly what had happened on Tuesday afternoon and why. No more driving by the school in pained bewilderment. No more staring at your children over breakfast cereal, wondering what might happen to them that day. No more horrible questions, like why were young boys suddenly prone to murdering their classmates. Instead, Rainie stood on an emerald hillside in Bakersville's only cemetery, feeling the blustery wind against her face and listening to the haunting echo of Amazing Grace sung by 14 adults while Frederick Benson broke down sobbing against his mother, who cradled him in her arms. Long after the final note died away, people remained standing. Reverend Albright came back up. He cleared his throat and said that concluded the services. People still didn't move. Danny should be here, Rainie realized. Danny and Shep and Sandy and Becky, and hell, Charlie Kenyon, and the mysterious second shooter, and any boy who'd ever picked up a gun and thought about pulling the trigger. This was death. This was loss. This was the moment when everything became real. And why weren't there more children at this funeral? Most of the kids in Bakersville had the power to take a life. Why didn't their gun-owning parents think to show them what that meant? The stillness finally broke. The first few people reluctantly trickled out of the tent. Then, like a dam breaking, the others followed suit. Rainie looked around, trying to pick out the state men. She still saw nothing suspicious and nothing out of place. She sidled up to Quincy, whose cheeks were dry and face carefully composed. "Ready?" he said. She figured they both knew she wasn't. "Man first, then Vanderzanden." "Deal." Rainie hesitated one last moment. Her gaze was still scanning the crowd. It finally occurred to her that she was checking out the profiles of the various men. She was studying their silhouettes. Middle of the night. The figure in black on her back deck. She shook her head and forced the image away. As she and Quincy moved down the hillside, however, her gaze continued to work the crowd. They found Richard Mann off to one side of the tent, huddled together with 4 other faculty members, all female. Without being asked, he stepped discreetly away from his companions, joining Quincy and Rainie behind a cluster of pine trees. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Mann," Rainie said politely. Her bad cop role was probably a little much for a funeral. "Did you talk to Charlie Kenyon?" Mann asked curiously. "Was Charlie involved?" "We talked to him." Rainie regarded him coolly. The more she tried to study the counselor, the less she knew what to think. "I'm afraid that's a dead end, though, Mr. Mann. Charlie doesn't appear to be involved." "Really? I was so sure." Mann's face fell. He sighed heavily, then rubbed his face. That quickly he looked haggard, and Rainie was shocked to realize that he was much more upset than she'd realized. "I'm having real issues with this," he said abruptly. "What kind of issues, Mr. Mann?" Quincy inquired. "I've been turning things over and over in my mind, and I just can't see Danny instigating a murder. And not just because I'm his counselor and I feel guilty. It's more. Yes, Danny had rage issues.
The counselor made a groping motion with his hands, as if searching for better words.
But physical action just isn't his style. Danny's a computer geek, not a schoolyard bully. If he was angry with the school or even authority figures in general, I could see him doing something sophisticated. Maybe hacking into the school's databases and giving everyone straight A's. Or working his way into the DMV computers and revoking Principal Vanderzanden's license. Something clever. I just can't see him resorting to murder.
Danny was raised with guns, Rainie said. He's as comfortable with them as he is with computers.
I guess.
Man, however, didn't look convinced.
What about Mr. Avalon?
He claimed the body, Rainie said. It appears he's planning services for his daughter.
Oh.
Man appeared surprised again.
I guess I heard wrong. Isn't Melissa an only child? How horrible for her parents.
Rainie nodded, but her attention was already beginning to drift. Richard Mann knew as little as she'd suspected in the beginning. No doubt he'd thought to make up for his guilt, or, hell, make up for his youth, by appearing to be some kind of expert. But in the end he was simply one more overwhelmed public servant, caught with his pants down. Basically, he was like her.
We have reason to believe someone else was involved in the shootings, Quincy said abruptly. Really?
Mann's brows shot up, just as Rainie gave Quincy the evil eye. She didn't see the need for him to be giving up this kind of information.
So I was right. Danny wouldn't do such a thing. But who, then? Another student? I don't remember Danny talking about anyone in particular. He didn't have many friends in school. You know, though, there's still this volcano person from online. Internet relationships can be very powerful. We think the contact might have been more than over the internet, Mr. Mann. We think Danny might also have met No Lava in person. Would you know anything about that?
Rainie nearly stepped on Quincy's foot to shut him up. What the hell was he doing? But Quincy's gaze was still boring into Richard Mann's. He looked like a hound dog on a scent.
Oh, no,
the school counselor said quickly, his gaze dropping.
I never heard mention of that.
Really? That's odd, Quincy mused out loud.
Here you are seeing this child twice a week. You know he's getting emails from someone, but he never mentions seeing him in person. And you never pried.
Richard Mann began to squirm. Do you own a gun? Rainie piped up, finally catching up. How tall are you, Richard? 5'10", 5'11"? Yep, that would fit.
That would fit? What?
Rainie turned casually to Quincy. Didn't he say he's from L.A.? Chances are he knows more about guns than you and I put together.
I don't know anything about guns. Frankly, all L.A. taught me was to be wary of loud noises. Why are you two looking at me like that? What is this about?
Someone else shot Miss Avalon, Rainie said flatly. We have hard evidence she was killed by someone who's at least 5'6". Where were you again Tuesday afternoon? And what was the exact nature of your relationship with Melissa?
You think I
thought you'd be happy. You said it broke your heart to think of one of your students committing murder. Well, now you can rest easy. Rainie's voice went hard. Tuesday afternoon. Where were you, Richard?
In my office, like I said. This is nuts. Every time I try to help, Did Danny ever mention meeting someone in person? Quincy continued relentlessly. A new friend? Someone from out of town? I don't remember. No lava, Mr. Man. You knew Danny was getting emails, and you suspected more, didn't you? Danny said something that made you wonder, but you never told anyone. You never told anyone, and now you're afraid. You messed up. You were his counselor, and you failed him. Richard Mann had started panting. Beads of sweat covered his upper lip. Quincy leaned forward. He was firmly in control, and now he said with a trace of steel, "You're standing 100 feet from the graves of 2 murdered children, Mr. Mann. You helped bury them today. You said prayers for them today. Help us solve their murders. Finally, tell us the truth." The school counselor shuddered. His gaze darted all around them, looking for escape, but there was none. There was just him and 2 law enforcement officers, and the secret truth Quincy had finally ferreted out from the dark corners of Mann's conscience. Richard Mann looked up. He was clearly ashamed. "He didn't say enough for me to do anything with it," he murmured. "I swear, if I'd known what was going to happen—" "Spit it out," Rainie ordered. "I asked Danny once what he really knew about No Lava. I told him my concerns about him befriending someone who was only an email address. What if he was really a 6-year-old boy or a dirty old man? Though I didn't put it quite that bluntly." "What did he say, Richard?" "He said she wasn't anything like that. And when I tried to explain to him that was exactly my point, she might not even be a she, but a he, Danny got this funny look on his face. He blew me off. At the time I thought it was attitude. But after Tuesday I started to wonder, what if it wasn't attitude? What if he was simply positive that he knew the truth? For example, if he'd met No Lava in person, so he'd seen for himself that she was female." "Why the hell didn't you tell us this earlier?" "It was just a theory," Mann protested. "You told us all your other theories." "No Lava isn't a theory. I saw the emails. And I was honestly saying what I'd heard about Melissa and her father. How was I to know it was a rumor?" Rainie blew out an exasperated puff of air. Leave it to an amateur head shrink to fuck up a critical investigation. She gave him a remorseless stare. He bowed his head. "Anything else you'd like to tell us, Richard?" "No," he said meekly. "That would be all." "Do you know when Danny might have met this person, or when they started talking?" He shook his head emphatically, still not daring to make eye contact. "Are you online, Richard? Have you ever received an email from Miss Avalon?" "I just bought my first personal computer. I'm pretty good with some of the software, but I'm not that comfortable on the web yet. In fact, I was thinking that maybe one afternoon I'd have Danny show me the ropes. It could be a way of bonding." "You never received an email from Miss Avalon," Rainie repeated. "No. Why would I?" "That's all. We're done with you." Rainie gave a little shoo-shoo motion with her hands. Richard Mann nodded gratefully, hesitated one more moment, as if he thought she might change her mind, then made a beeline back to his companions. No doubt he'd tell them he'd just been an invaluable source of help to the police investigation into this hideous crime. No doubt they'd smooth Pretty Boy's ruffled feathers and puff him back up to the image of the man he wanted to be. Personally, Rainie was fed up with his incompetence. She turned back to Quincy. She rubbed her temples, where she was starting to get one hell of a headache. Female, huh? Female influence using Melissa Avalon's own email address to contact Danny. We're not thinking Miss Avalon helped plan her own death with an unmarked bullet, are we? No. We're thinking email addresses are a very easy thing to hijack, and what better way to impress a budding young hacker like Danny? Oh, good. I'd hoped that's what we were thinking. Now, just out of curiosity, who do we think did it? We don't have a clue. But he might be a she? I don't know. The kids reported a mysterious man in black, not a woman, and even 7-year-olds ought to know the difference. Unless she dressed up as a he. Quincy had a strange smile on his face. Cross-dressing psychopaths aren't as uncommon as you would think. Great. More ambiguity. That's just what this case needs. Van der Zanden next? Maybe Mrs. Van der Zanden? By all means, lead the way. Rainie had no sooner turned back toward the crowd than she ran into a man. She had just started to apologize when she looked up and realized who he was. George Walker stood before her. His beefy face was flushed red. His cheeks were covered in moisture. He raised his hand to point at Rainie, and she was struck by how hard his massive body was trembling. Rainie's throat went dry. She tried to swallow, muster a coherent greeting. She was pinned by the ravaged look in George Walker's eyes. "What have you done for my daughter?" he bit out. We're working very hard, sir." "You fucked up all the evidence," George Walker roared. People glanced their way at the sudden noise. His wife saw them, went ashen, and hurried over. "I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. I know this is very difficult. That little bastard killed my daughter, and you're not even trying to put him away. You think I don't know? You think we haven't heard? He killed our little girls, and you're protecting him. He butchered our little girls, and you're trying to clear his name." George! His wife had arrived. She put her tiny hand on his arm as if she could hold him back. She gave Rainie a pleading look. "I'm sorry," Rainie whispered. "Sorry? You haven't even come to our house. Our children were murdered in cold blood, and you didn't even pay your respects." "George, your heart. George!" "Mr. Walker," Quincy tried. "How many times have you been to the O'Grady's house? How many times to visit that murdering little bastard? My girl, my little girl. He killed her, and you don't care." "We're working so hard, Mr. Walker." "You sympathize with him, don't you, Rainie Connor? You're nothing but a murderer, too." "George!" Mrs. Walker appeared genuinely stricken. Rainie just stood there and took it. She didn't have a good reply anymore, and she didn't have the strength to move. "I'm going to sue your ass," George Walker railed. "I'm going to sue you and the school and Shep O'Grady. You harbored a murderer in your midst, and it's gone on long enough. Bakersville deserves justice. My little girl deserves justice. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon." His voice broke off. His shoulders started to heave. He turned back to his wife, wrapped his giant arms around her frail shoulders, and wept. And Rainie just stood there and took it. She was aware of everyone staring at them now. Hundreds of people devouring a scandalous scene, searching for each nuance, already thinking how they'd repeat the story to their neighbors later. And she was aware of Quincy, watching her as well. His gaze was kind, understanding. Somehow it hurt her the most. "You need to go," he murmured. "I can't." "Rainie, you aren't doing him any favors." Rainie nodded slowly. George Walker still sobbed in his wife's arms. Jean Walker looked directly at Rainie, trying to second Quincy's motion with her gaze. "Go get out of here before you make things worse." Rainie turned away and walked down the hill with Quincy at her side. People were still staring. For the first time in her life, she didn't return their gazes. She kept walking, and for reasons she couldn't talk about, she was ashamed. Chapter 25. Friday, May 18th, 5:04 p.m. Rainie, Luke Hayes, Sanders, and Quincy assembled in the attic of City Hall for the task force meeting. Rainie had already been in the headquarters for the past 30 minutes, gathering paperwork and breaking any number 2 pencil she could find. The hardwood floor was now covered with slivers of yellow debris, earning concerned looks from both Sanders and Quincy. Luke, on the other hand, barely registered the mess. He'd been working with Rainie for years. Rainie took a seat behind her sawhorse desk and briskly shuffled together her notes. "Ready?" The 3 men unfolded their metal seats and nodded. "Let's start with updates on the suspects first, since I know we have progress there. Next, we'll move on to evidence, then revisit our theories of the case. Got it?" Everyone nodded. Rainie began. "At our last meeting, I was assigned Charlie Kenyon and Richard Mann as possible suspects. Charlie's a bust. He was out of town on Tuesday, visiting his girlfriend in Portland, which was corroborated by the girl's parents. As you'll see in my notes," she handed out 3 copies of her handwritten interview with Charlie, "he hung out with Danny O'Grady on occasion, but I'm willing to believe he didn't know anything about plans to attack the school. Mostly because we have Charlie arraigned on possession charges right now, and if he did know anything specific, he'd be dealing that information to save his hide." "Charlie, Charlie, Charlie," Luke murmured. "Exactly. So count Charlie out. That leaves us with Richard Mann. I've run a basic background report." Rainie passed around more copies. "Mann has no record of criminal activity, and no handguns registered in his name in Oregon or California. I called the L.A. school where he worked as a student teacher last year, and they rave about the guy. They're sending me a copy of his personnel file, but I'm not sure it's going to lead anywhere. Finally, the school secretary, Marge, confirms his alibi. She saw him go into his office with a sandwich at the beginning of the period. And she was there, right outside his and Principal Vanderzanden's offices, until shots were fired. She also said, to the best of the rumor mill's knowledge, there wasn't anything one way or another between the school counselor and Miss Avalon." "Does that seem odd?" Sanders spoke up. "They're both young, both new in town. Seems like, if anything, they'd be friends." "Sure, why not?" Rainie agreed. "Or maybe Vanderzanden entered the picture right away, and after that, Avalon wasn't interested in expanding her social circle. Don't know. I'll keep asking around. I'm just not optimistic. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the son of a bitch we're going to lock up for life, I give Richard Mann a 3. But it's a weasel factor 3, based more on the fact that he's held out information on us than anything concrete." Rainie shrugged. She'd tried, but at the moment her suspects looked no good. What about Principal van der Zanden? Sanders? Still inconclusive.
Sanders reported, opening a color-coded file and also dispensing copies. Rainie noticed that his notes were typed, and he had chosen a nice font. Van der Zanden's alibi for the shooting is also the school secretary Marge. She said she saw van der Zanden go into his office and shut the door at the end of lunch. Minutes later, when the shots were fired, he came running out of his office and joined her in the hall.
Sounds like an alibi to me,
Luke said. Sanders shook his head.
Yes and no.
When I checked out the offices, Sanders gave Rainie a pointed glance. I happened to notice that both Richard Mann's and Principal van der Zanden's offices have windows big enough for a grown man to exit. That raises the possibility of either man departing his office through the window, re-entering the school through the side door, and surprising Miss Avalon in her classroom. In theory, he could have used Danny to create a large diversion by continuing the gunfire while he ran back out of the school and re-entered his office through the window. The good news with this scenario is it would explain why some children thought they saw a man in black, but none of the neighbors saw anyone flee through their yards. The bad news is that the office windows overlook the school parking lot. What are the chances of a grown man climbing in and out of that window without anyone noticing?
Stranger things have happened,
Luke said with a shrug, but no one jumped on that bandwagon. The chances were pretty slim. For the sake of argument, Sanders continued, we do have motive. According to Avalon's diary, she was starting to have doubts about being involved with van der Zanden. In her last entry, she talks about wanting to find a therapist, to resolve her father figure issues.
Had she told van der Zanden this? Quincy asked.
Don't know. We haven't found any correspondence between them. Plus, I can't find any close friends or confidants to tell us more about Avalon's state of mind. According to her co-workers, she was nice, but kept to herself. Her phone bills are a bust. I can't even find records of her calling van der Zanden, so they either communicated strictly in person, or she did it all by computer. Of course, the computers are wiped clean.
This ends Disc 9. Disc 9.
静かな夜に君と二人時が止まるような気がしてどんなに遠くても心はいつもそばにいる永遠の約束をしよう君と僕はずっと一緒だよ未来がどう変わっても手を離さないでどんな壁も越えてゆく君となら怖くない涙がこぼれても君がいれば何も恐れないただ信じて歩こう一緒にいれば道は開ける永遠の約束をしよう君と僕はずっと一緒だよどんな風が吹いても手を離さないでどんな試練も乗 新しい世界へどんなに時が流れても君と歩む未来がある最後約束をしよう君と僕はずっと一緒だよ未来がどう変わっても手を離さないでどんな壁も越えてゆく君となら怖くない永遠の約束をしよう君とずっと一緒に
Frankly, all L.A. taught me was to be wary of loud noises. Why are you two looking at me like that? What is this about?
Someone else shot Miss Avalon, Rainie said flatly. We have hard evidence she was killed by someone who's at least 5'6". Where were you again Tuesday afternoon? And what was the exact nature of your relationship with Melissa?
You think I
thought you'd be happy. You said it broke your heart to think of one of your students committing murder. Well, now you can rest easy. Rainie's voice went hard. Tuesday afternoon. Where were you, Richard?
In my office, like I said. This is nuts. Every time I try to help.
Did Danny ever mention meeting someone in person? Quincy continued relentlessly. A new friend. Someone from out of town.
I don't remember.
No lava, Mr. Mann. You knew Danny was getting emails, and you suspected more, didn't you? Danny said something that made you wonder, but you never told anyone. You never told anyone, and now you're afraid. You messed up. You were his counselor, and you failed him. Richard Mann had started panting. Beads of sweat covered his upper lip. Quincy leaned forward. He was firmly in control, and now he said with a trace of steel, "You're standing 100 feet from the graves of 2 murdered children, Mr. Mann. You helped bury them today. You said prayers for them today. Help us solve their murders. Finally, tell us the truth." The school counselor shuddered. His gaze darted all around them, looking for escape, but there was none. There was just him and 2 law enforcement officers, and the secret truth Quincy had finally ferreted out from the dark corners of Mann's conscience. Richard Mann looked up. He was clearly ashamed. "He didn't say enough for me to do anything with it," he murmured. "I swear, if I'd known what was going to happen—" "Spit it out," Rainie ordered. "I asked Danny once what he really knew about No Lava. I told him my concerns about him befriending someone who was only an email address. What if he was really a 6-year-old boy or a dirty old man? Though I didn't put it quite that bluntly." "What did he say, Richard?" "He said she wasn't anything like that. And when I tried to explain to him that was exactly my point, she might not even be a she, but a he, Danny got this funny look on his face. He blew me off. At the time, I thought it was attitude. But after Tuesday, I started to wonder, what if it wasn't attitude? What if he was simply positive that he knew the truth? For example, if he'd met No Lava in person, so he'd seen for himself that she was female.
Why the hell didn't you tell us this earlier? It was just a theory, Man protested. You told us all your other theories. No lava isn't a theory. I saw the emails. And I was honestly saying what I'd heard about Melissa and her father. How was I to know it was a rumor?
Rainie blew out an exasperated puff of air. Leave it to an amateur head shrink to fuck up a critical investigation. She gave him a remorseless stare. He bowed his head. Anything else you'd like to tell us, Richard?
No, he said meekly. That would be all.
Do you know when Danny might have met this person, or when they started talking? He shook his head emphatically, still not daring to make eye contact. Are you online, Richard? Have you ever received an email from Miss Avalon?
I just bought my first personal computer. I'm pretty good with some of the software, but I'm not that comfortable on the web yet. In fact, I was thinking that maybe one afternoon I'd have Danny show me the ropes. It could be a way of bonding.
You never received an email from Miss Avalon, Rainie repeated.
No? Why would I?
That's all. We're done with you. Rainie gave a little shoo-shoo motion with her hands. Richard Mann nodded gratefully, hesitated one more moment, as if he thought she might change her mind, then made a beeline back to his companions. No doubt he'd tell them he'd just been an invaluable source of help to the police investigation into this hideous crime. No doubt they'd smooth Pretty Boy's ruffled feathers and puff him back up to the image of the man he wanted to be. Personally, Rainie was fed up with his incompetence. She turned back to Quincy. She rubbed her temples, where she was starting to get one hell of a headache. Female, huh? Female influence using Melissa Avalon's own email address to contact Danny. We're not thinking Miss Avalon helped plan her own death with an unmarked bullet, are we?
No. We're thinking email addresses are a very easy thing to hijack, and what better way to impress a budding young hacker like Danny?
Oh, good. I'd hoped that's what we were thinking. Now, just out of curiosity, who do we think did it?
We don't have a clue.
But he might be a she? I don't know. The kids reported a mysterious man in black, not a woman, and even 7-year-olds ought to know the difference.
Unless she dressed up as a he.
Quincy had a strange smile on his face.
Cross-dressing psychopaths aren't as uncommon as you would think.
Great. More ambiguity. That's just what this case needs. Vander Zanden next? Maybe Mrs. Vander Zanden?
By all means. Lead the way.
Rainie had no sooner turned back toward the crowd than she ran into a man. She had just started to apologize when she looked up and realized who he was. George Walker stood before her. His beefy face was flushed red. His cheeks were covered in moisture. He raised his hand to point at Rainie, and she was struck by how hard his massive body was trembling. Rainie's throat went dry. She tried to swallow, muster a coherent greeting. She was pinned by the ravaged look in George Walker's eyes.
"What have you done for my daughter?" he bit out.
We're working very hard, sir.
"You fucked up all the evidence,"
George Walker roared. People glanced their way at the sudden noise. His wife saw them, went ashen, and hurried over. "I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. I know this is very difficult.
That little bastard killed my daughter, and you're not even trying to put him away. You think I don't know? You think we haven't heard? He killed our little girls, and you're protecting him." He butchered our little girls, and you're trying to clear his name."
"George, George!" His wife had arrived. She put her tiny hand on his arm as if she could hold him back. She gave Rainie a pleading look. "I'm sorry," Rainie whispered.
"Sorry? You haven't even come to our house. Our children were murdered in cold blood, and you didn't even pay your respects."
"George, your heart, George!" "Mr. Walker," Quincy tried.
"How many times have you been to the O'Grady's house? How many times to visit that murdering little bastard? My girl, my little girl. He killed her, and you don't care."
"We're working so hard, Mr. Walker."
"You sympathize with him, don't you, Rainie Connor? You're nothing but a murderer, too."
"George!" Mrs. Walker appeared genuinely stricken. Rainie just stood there and took it. She didn't have a good reply anymore, and she didn't have the strength to move.
"I'm going to sue your ass,"
George Walker railed.
"I'm going to sue you and the school and Shep O'Grady. You harbored a murderer in your midst, and it's gone on long enough. Bakersville deserves justice. My little girl deserves justice. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon. Sally and Alice and Miss Avalon."
His voice broke off. His shoulders started to heave. He turned back to his wife, wrapped his giant arms around her frail shoulders, and wept. And Rainie just stood there and took it. She was aware of everyone staring at them now. Hundreds of people devouring a scandalous scene, searching for each nuance, already thinking how they'd repeat the story to their neighbors later. And she was aware of Quincy, watching her as well. His gaze was kind, understanding. Somehow it hurt her the most.
"You need to go," he murmured.
"I can't."
"Rainie, you aren't doing him any favors."
Rainie nodded slowly. George Walker still sobbed in his wife's arms. Jean Walker looked directly at Rainie, trying to second Quincy's motion with her gaze. "Go get out of here before you make things worse." Rainie turned away and walked down the hill with Quincy at her side. People were still staring. For the first time in her life, she didn't return their gazes. She kept walking, and for reasons she couldn't talk about, she was ashamed. Chapter 25. Friday, May 18th, 5:04 p.m. Rainie, Luke Hayes, Sanders, and Quincy assembled in the attic of City Hall for the task force meeting. Rainie had already been in the headquarters for the past 30 minutes, gathering paperwork and breaking any number 2 pencil she could find. The hardwood floor was now covered with slivers of yellow debris, earning concerned looks from both Sanders and Quincy. Luke, on the other hand, barely registered the mess. He'd been working with Rainie for years. Rainie took a seat behind her sawhorse desk and briskly shuffled together her notes. "Ready?" The 3 men unfolded their metal seats and nodded. "Let's start with updates on the suspects first, since I know we have progress there. Next, we'll move on to evidence, then revisit our theories of the case. Got it?" Everyone nodded. Rainie began. "At our last meeting, I was assigned Charlie Kenyon and Richard Mann as possible suspects. Charlie's a bust. He was out of town on Tuesday, visiting his girlfriend in Portland, which was corroborated by the girl's parents. As you'll see in my notes," she handed out 3 copies of her handwritten interview with Charlie, "he hung out with Danny O'Grady on occasion, but I'm willing to believe he didn't know anything about plans to attack the school. Mostly because we have Charlie arraigned on possession charges right now, and if he did know anything specific, he'd be dealing that information to save his hide. Charlie, 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 Luke murmured. Exactly. So count Charlie out. That leaves us with Richard Mann. I've run a basic background report. Rainie passed around more copies. Mann has no record of criminal activity, and no handguns registered in his name in Oregon or California. I called the L.A. school where he worked as a student teacher last year, and they rave about the guy. They're sending me a copy of his personnel file, but I'm not sure it's going to lead anywhere. Finally, the school secretary, Marge, confirms his alibi. She saw him go into his office with a sandwich at the beginning of the period. And she was there, right outside his and Principal Vanderzanden's offices, until shots were fired. She also said, to the best of the rumor mill's knowledge, there wasn't anything one way or another between the school counselor and Miss Avalon. Does that seem odd? Sanders spoke up. They're both young, both new in town. Seems like, if anything, they'd be friends. Sure, why not? Rainie agreed. Or maybe Vanderzanden entered the picture right away, and after that, Avalon wasn't interested in expanding her social circle. Don't know. I'll keep asking around. I'm just not optimistic. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the son of a bitch we're going to lock up for life, I give Richard Mann a 3. But it's a weasel factor 3, based more on the fact that he's held out information on us than anything concrete. Rainie shrugged. She'd tried, but at the moment her suspects looked no good. What about Principal Vanderzanden? Sanders? Still inconclusive. Sanders reported, opening a color-coded file and also dispensing copies. Rainie noticed that his notes were typed, and he had chosen a nice font. Vanderzanden's alibi for the shooting is also the school secretary, Marge. She said she saw Vanderzanden go into his office and shut the door at the end of lunch. Minutes later, when the shots were fired, he came running out of his office and joined her in the hall. Sounds like an alibi to me, Luke said. Sanders shook his head. Yes and no. When I checked out the offices, Sanders gave Rainie a pointed glance. I happened to notice that both Richard Mann's and Principal Vanderzanden's offices have windows big enough for a grown man to exit. That raises the possibility of either man departing his office through the window, re-entering the school through the side door, and surprising Miss Avalon in her classroom. In theory, he could have used Danny to create a large diversion by continuing the gunfire while he ran back out of the school and re-entered his office through the window. The good news with this scenario is it would explain why some children thought they saw a man in black, but none of the neighbors saw anyone flee through their yards. The bad news is that the office windows overlook the school parking lot. What are the chances of a grown man climbing in and out of that window without anyone noticing? Stranger things have happened, Luke said with a shrug, but no one jumped on that bandwagon. The chances were pretty slim. For the sake of argument, Sanders continued, we do have motive. According to Avalon's diary, she was starting to have doubts about being involved with Vanderzanden. In her last entry, she talks about wanting to find a therapist. To resolve her father figure issues. Had she told Vanderzanden this? Quincy asked. Don't know. We haven't found any correspondence between them. Plus, I can't find any close friends or confidants to tell us more about Avalon's state of mind. According to her co-workers, she was nice,
but kept to herself. Her phone bills are a bust. I can't even find records of her calling van der Zanden, so they either communicated strictly in person, or she did it all by computer. Of course, the computers are wiped clean.
This ends Disc 9.